Chapter 151, Course Selection. Please come in, Felix Harp said. The two sat across from each other on the sofa, plates of assorted treats and 2 cups of pumpkin juice floated onto the small table. Oh, thank you, Hermione said. Professor Harp, I haven't properly thanked you for the beautiful Easter eggs you sent. She didn't have many friends, and her Easter chocolate eggs were usually limited to her parents, roommates, Harry and Ron. It's nothing, I'm glad you liked them, Felix replied courteously. He had ordered a batch from a candy shop and had given them to close acquaintances like Hogwarts professors, students, and pen pals he was closely connected with. In his view, it was a matter of social courtesy. Aside from attaching handwritten cards, he hadn't put much thought into it after all. One couldn't expect cafeteria staff to be skilled in making Easter eggs. Miss Granger, do you have any questions about your third-year course selection? And shouldn't you be consulting Professor McGonagall about this? I'll be talking to Professor McGonagall tomorrow, Hermione nodded, took a deep breath, and continued, in fact, I've checked off all the courses, even though some people say there might be scheduling conflicts. But from what I know, Percy, Ron's brother, he took all the courses in his third year. Percy Weasley. Felix blinked. He did excel in ancient runes. I don't want to give up on any subject. What I mean is, she said slowly, since someone can do it, why can't I? Felix understood her mindset. So, you want to know the secrets behind it from me? Yes, Professor, if you're willing to reveal. It's a semi-public secret among professors, but they do their best not to share it with other students and go to great lengths to conceal it. Of course, some bright individuals can surely pick up on the anomalies. Are you one of them, too? Or perhaps you're a first-hand witness to this secret, like Percy. Hermione's breath slowed as she looked at Felix with hopeful eyes. Unfortunately, I also learned about it later. During my school days, I didn't choose Muggle studies and arithmancy, which led me to miss out on a valuable opportunity, he said with a somewhat melancholic expression. You didn't take Muggle studies? Hermione looked at Felix in disbelief. Yes, at the time I thought that class was a waste of time. No one could have foreseen that I would later become an expert in Muggle-related issues. Hermione thought to herself that she couldn't comprehend it either, it was truly absurd. However, considering Professor Harp's Muggle background, it wasn't entirely unfamiliar. So, this secret is using a time turner, which allows you to go back a few hours. Go back in time. Hermione stared at him in shock. But, Professor, that's impossible. Otherwise, why would students choose 2 conflicting classes? Felix retorted. Hermione was left speechless. She heard Professor Harp continue, I haven't studied the intricate details of this magical creation, so I don't know its exact mechanics. But from publicly available information, the Ministry of Magic strictly regulates the use of time turners, enacting hundreds of laws and imposing the severest penalties for misuse. But then why would students? Strict guarantees and scrutiny are needed, Miss Granger. In places unseen by you, successive Hogwarts headmasters currently Dumbledore act as guarantors, while Professor McGonagall must write various letters attesting that the user is an exemplary student, ensuring it won't be used for purposes outside of learning. Hermione suddenly thought of a nickname for Percy, Exemplary Percy. So, if you were to apply, Professor McGonagall shouldn't refuse, Felix Harp reassured her. If his assistant obtained a time turner, perhaps he'd have a chance to conduct research? However, Felix cautiously approached this sudden idea, as he mostly saw dangerous cases of time turner misuse in the scarce information available. Using a time turner wasn't dangerous, the danger lay in arrogantly manipulating time. Hermione left with contentment. As she left, Professor Harp warned her, don't reveal the existence of the time turner to anyone. It would greatly trouble Professor McGonagall and pose a significant threat to the user. Other second-year wizards were also worrying about course selection, as it would directly impact their futures after this course selection. The subjects for Owls and Newts exams would be essentially determined. Each young wizard had their own methods. Students from wizarding families would discuss this matter in detail with their families, but sometimes, this could have a reverse effect. For example, Neville's relatives had all written him conflicting advice, leaving him bewildered and unsure. Do you think that arithmancy sounds harder than ancient runes? When Hermione returned, she saw Neville asking Harry for his opinion in the common room. Maybe. Harry mumbled, looking at a course selection form and course materials. Ron patted Neville's shoulder. Mate, obviously you should choose ancient runes. Neville hesitated. My memory isn't great, and Professor Snape said. Oh, don't listen to him. He doesn't have a kind word to say about anyone, Ron whispered mysteriously. Let me tell you a secret, Professor Harp is the strongest among all the teachers. Once you become his student, Snape won't dare to bully you anymore. But Professor Harp was Snape's student too. Ron was left speechless and stammered, maybe they don't get along, you know. He saw Hermione entering and immediately sought her support. Hermione, you must know, right? I haven't seen any evidence that the two professors don't get along. Ron sulked as he sat back down. Harry looked up and asked Hermione, did you get any advice from Professor Harp? I didn't inquire about course details, just resolved a question. She thought of Felix's warning to her and brushed over the topic vaguely. Percy was more than willing to offer advice to younger students. He was surrounded by a group of them, their voices carrying to Harry and the others. This is related to your future plans. If you enjoy outdoor activities, feel free to choose care of magical creatures. If you're into calculations and puzzles, you can go for arithmancy. I personally highly recommend ancient runes. Professor Harp has given this course an entirely new significance. The young wizards left thoughtfully, envying the magical puppets that dotted the school grounds. Some might tell you that Muggle studies is foolish, but personally, I believe wizards should have a comprehensive understanding of the non-magical world, especially since you can't guarantee whether you'll be involved in work closely related to Muggles. Just a side note, Professor Harp is an expert in this field too. As for divination, I also recommend you choose it. The reasoning is quite simple. If you have the gift of prophecy, this course will change your life. Even if you don't, divination is one of the easiest subjects to pass. The young wizards left, pondering their choices. Harry also had something to consider. What would he do in the future? If he considered what he was best at, undoubtedly it was Quidditch. But he wasn't sure if he would become a professional Quidditch player. In the end, after discussing with Ron, he chose a few of the same new courses: care of magical creatures, divination, and ancient runes. He felt that if these courses were challenging, at least he had someone friendly who would help him. Dean, who had also grown up in the Muggle world, said to the two, except for ancient runes, I picked everything blindly. Due to various influences from Felix, other students leaned towards placing ancient runes as their top choice. At the beginning of the new school year, enormous surprises awaited them. And Felix knew nothing about it. The plot of this school year was entering its final countdown. The author was preparing to wrap things up, encountering a bit of writer's block. Wishing all the students success in their exams, not wasting their youthful prime. Keep it up. Chapter 152, Metamorphosis. With less than a week remaining in the Easter holiday, Felix Harp suddenly abandoned all other activities, taking refuge in the room of requirement to practice memory charms and patroness charms. He had a premonition that his magic was on the brink of a transformation. It was a peculiar sensation, as both fluency and awkwardness manifested within him simultaneously. As the days went by, even students who happened to cross paths with him in the corridors noticed that something was off about Felix. Professor? Are you feeling unwell? Hermione looked at his eyes shimmering with silver light and cautiously inquired. When Professor Harp looked her way, she felt as though her thoughts were easily laid bare. Felix turned his head gently and said, no worries, it's just some magic progressing. It'll pass in a while. On the final day of the Easter holiday, within the room of requirement. At this moment, he sat in a broad bronze armchair, leaning forward, his long fingers supporting his chin, lost in perpetual thought. Ripples spread through Felix's heart, memories of casting the patroness charm flooding his mind. From successfully conjuring his patroness form in his 5th year, to its companionship during the Forbidden Forest night stroll, to the battle against a Dementor during his graduation journey, and the countless days of practice. With each wand flick, each thought and insight, each moment of joy, each time it soared across the sky. These memories from the past surged in an eruption like a volcano. However, Felix was no longer as helpless as he was in his 4th year. With his accumulated experience and the breakthrough he had recently made in memory charms, he began to sort through the chaotic thoughts. The thinking room expanded as if under the influence of an unseen expansion charm, books inside rustling and flipping like leaves caught in a fierce wind. A dazzling array of magical symbols burst forth in radiant light. Countless silver wings appeared in his mind, filling his entire mental landscape, and then, in a singular instant, these swallows converged toward the center. Their speed reached its apex. Silver figures collided, erupting into vast silvery mists. Countless swallows followed one after another, converging at the center where the silvery mist churned ceaselessly, seemingly brewing something. Within the room of requirement, Felix's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and his light blue pupils emitted a dazzling silver radiance. At the peak of the brilliance, Felix drew his wand and swiftly thrust it forward. Guardian protection. A burst of silver light erupted, rapidly expanding and engulfing Felix's figure entirely. It swiftly spread across nearly half the room, and after a brief moment of suspension, the silver light swiftly contracted and condensed into a silver swallow. This was Felix's new patroness. This swallow was significantly larger than the usual form, akin to the size of an owl. Its body was covered in countless tiny points of light. These points of light were interconnected by nearly imperceptible threads, resembling the skeleton and veins of the patroness. As the final strand of silver light merged into the patroness, the points of light and threads vanished from sight. Before Felix stood a brand new, corporeal patroness. A 6th-level patroness charm. He locked eyes with the silver swallow, seemingly able to sense its thoughts. It unfurled its scythe-like wings and darted around the room like a lightning bolt, leaving a continuous trail of silver in its wake. "Your speed has improved once again," Felix marveled and said. Abruptly, the silver swallow appeared before him, floating in mid-air, emitting a short, joyful chirp to express its inner delight to Felix's harp. Felix extended his index finger and gently touched its head. The sensation was solid. If one ignored the silver glow, others might mistake it for a mutated bird. The swallow nudged his finger, transmitting a sense of joy. Felix returned the gesture with a satisfied smile. As the eve of Easter drew near, he had finally turned his recent period of accumulation into reality. Occlumency 6 transformations. Legilimency 6 transformations. Obliviate all void 6 transformations. Patroness charm 6 transformations. Breakthroughs in the other 3 spells naturally occurred. They were already at the pinnacle of 5th-level proficiency. In less than a year since his return to Hogwarts, his magical prowess had deepened due to various experiences. From the formation and practice of the Thinking Room spell to his exchange of memory charms with Snape, and to Lockhart's magical notes, until, within the Room of Requirement, Rowena Ravenclaw's millennia-old memories displayed the utmost in memory magic. With Crown's help, everything fell into place, causing his memory magic to naturally undergo a qualitative change. And with the transformation of memory magic, the breakthrough in the patroness charm was a matter of course. After all, he faced no barriers. Lady Ravenclaw had directly informed him of the existence and location of memory nodes, saving him countless hours. It was just that due to the limited control over memory magic, it seemed somewhat arduous. The silver swallow perched on his shoulder, gently pecking at his ear. Felix's thoughts raced as he pondered a question that had troubled him for a long time: the golden finger. What exactly was his golden finger? Or perhaps, did the golden finger truly exist? No interface, no hints, no sudden intrusion of others' thoughts. All there was tireless practice and seamless transformation, and Felix, following the number of transformations, named his own magic as level 1, level 2. Perhaps this was the essence of his golden finger. An inherent magical talent? The magical world was never short of talented individuals like Parseltongue, Metamorph Magi. Or talents specialized in a certain field, like flying, advanced transfiguration, potions, or even just possessing an extraordinary intensity in a single spell. Such examples were common throughout history. But how many could truly push their innate talents to the extreme? Felix had achieved it. His own determination, wisdom, and unique magical talent had combined to shape his present self. So, is the importance of the golden finger really paramount? Felix smiled, looking at the silver swallow on his shoulder, and stepped out of the Room of Requirement. Before a window, Felix lightly tapped the patroness on its head. "Go, bring me a dewdrop flower from the Forbidden Forest." The swallow spread its wings, transforming into a silver streak that swiftly vanished into the night sky. Watching the silver trail it left behind, Felix suddenly recalled an ancient poem he had seen in the Ravenclaw manuscripts. Stones turned into little birds, chirping cheerfully. Crossing mountains and lakes, it brought back daisies from the Red Plain. Chapter 153, Approaching Examinations. The Easter break had come to an end, but for the 5th and 7th year students, it only meant that the footsteps of the Wizarding Levels exams were drawing closer. Professor McGonagall took the opportunity to convene a teachers' meeting, reminding the professors of each subject about the preparations leading up to the exams. Particular attention should be paid to the young wizard's state of mind. Every time before an exam, there are always some students who suddenly experience emotional breakdowns and do all sorts of bewildering things. In addition, this is also the peak period for the circulation of subpar potions, protective amulets, and cheating paraphernalia. As professors, we must be on high alert. Felix Harp compared the situation he saw with his own eyes. He wasn't entirely sure whether the sudden increase in acne on Miss Clemmy Wibber's face was due to seasonal changes or, as Professor McGonagall put it, a state of mind issue before the exams. The ordinary exams are scheduled for June 1st. They come earlier than the Wizarding Levels exams, but that doesn't mean we can afford to be complacent. As they walked out of the teacher's staff room, the two new professors gathered to share their insights. I never knew professors had to prepare so much in advance. I was dizzy from all sorts of exams when I was a student, Belby said with an astonished tone. I only realized this recently too, Damocles. How is your Forbidden Forest creatures topic going? Everything is going smoothly. Belby said enthusiastically. I really want you to see the surprised expressions on their faces. I believe that at least for a few years my classes will be unforgettable for the students. Perhaps years later, I'll receive cards from young wizards too. Felix smiled and congratulated him, and Belby mysteriously added, and it's true, Felix, the Hogwarts library is so rich in resources. I had no idea when I was a student. Felix's fifth-year class showed varying degrees of pre-exam syndrome, most pronounced in the 5th and 7th years. This was unrelated to their grades, rather, it was a result of accumulating stress. Warren Purdy's from the 5th year handed in a blank test paper during one exam, claiming his mind had gone completely blank. He suspected he had been hit with the Obliviate charm, but with Felix's professional eye, he could tell Warren was actually in good condition. Mr. Purdy's, Felix said, the former Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was sent to Azkaban for misuse of memory charms, so are you still sticking to that claim? Purdy's quickly found an excuse to leave. Other students claimed they had been cursed by dark magical items, causing their minds to regress to a year ago. They demanded professors take care of their special circumstances, only to have Professor McGonagall put one of them in detention for 3 days. The 6th-year students, on the other hand, had very stable mindsets. They often smiled and watched students from other years walk by in a hurry while they themselves enjoyed breakfast leisurely, adopting a more elegant and composed demeanor. In the most recent class, Felix criticized this bystander mentality. I won't stop you from sharing experiences from practical lessons, to some extent, it's a reward for completing your assignments ahead of time. However, showing off to the 7th years can easily have uncontrollable consequences, and I'm looking at you, Miss Rye. Amidst laughter, Emily Rye sheepishly said, Professor Harp, I wasn't showing off to her. She's my cousin, and during the Owl's exams last year, she kept teasing me for being messy, like a Hufflepuff dog. Laughter erupted even louder. Felix was also amused. Well then, let's continue with the new lesson. You've already covered parts about the Tombstone Cluster and the Dark Roost. Actually, it's the Little Skulls and Black Ravens. Someone muttered from the audience. Felix continued, and you've also discovered a lot of hidden Easter egg content that I've put in. Now, let's review the various challenges you've encountered. As the Ancient Runes class for 4th-year students concluded, the Weasley twins brought out palm-sized square wooden pieces to show to him. Professor, currently, we can only achieve one-on-one communication, but we've achieved the intended effect. Each of the twins held a square wooden piece, demonstrating. We call it the Lover's Mirror. Of course, it's a temporary name for initial promotion. We took inspiration from the design of a two-sided mirror, and the material is chestnut wood as you suggested. They pointed and gestured on the piece. Just like this, if you want to send a message, you need to infuse a bit of magic, and the other side will become warm. It utilizes the principle of thermal nativity. There's a layer of silver powder on top, combined with synchronous magic and transfiguration, allowing it to transform into different writings. Fred tapped it with his wand, and George pretended to be a serious student. Oh, a new message has arrived. He took out the Lover's Mirror from his pocket, almost getting burned, but he still pretended, let me see who's interrupting my revision. Turns out it's Fred. He infused a bit of magic into the chestnut piece, and a layer of silver coating revealed black writing, Percy is having a rendezvous in the abandoned classroom on the 2nd floor. George raised his head, looking surprised at Fred. Is that true? How come I don't know? Fred grinned, I saw it when I went to the loo. After the demonstration, the twins handed the lover's mirror to Felix Harp, nervously awaiting his evaluation. Felix Harp carefully examined it for a moment. Very well done. I didn't even think of the idea with the silver coating. He looked up, I need to take it back for further study. I'll give you an answer in a day or two. Of course, Professor Harp. The twins exchanged a glance, their expressions hesitant, while Felix Harp quietly waited. Professor, as you know, we plan to open a joke shop in the future. Felix Harp nodded. George and I discussed it, and you'll have a 50% share in the joke shop's profits. Fred, Felix Harp interrupted, you don't need to consider my share. I simply offered some advice. Professor Harp, George and I are very clear that your help to us has gone far beyond the duties of a professor. Not just the lover's mirror, but also our other impractical ideas. No one has ever encouraged us, not even Mum and Dad. We're deeply grateful, Fred said with a deep breath, speaking earnestly, this is all we can offer. George nodded in serious agreement. Felix Harp's gaze shifted between them, and after about a minute, he responded noncommittally, I'm looking forward to seeing how your products will change the wizarding world in the future. We definitely will. The twins chorused in unison. Amidst the hustle and bustle, the time came for the first weekend after the Easter break. The Quidditch match was approaching. Chapter 154, Quidditch. At 10 in the morning, the Quidditch pitch buzzed with excitement. Felix Harp entered the bustling arena and ascended the nearest elevated platform for spectators. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd as a blurry figure in crimson robes sent a bludger hurtling into the goalpost. Commentator Lee Jordan exclaimed, a splendid goal. Gryffindor scores a point back. Currently, Slytherin leads temporarily at 60-30. Their top-notch broomsticks are proving invaluable. I must commend Wood, without him, Gryffindor's score would be far more disparate. Felix's gaze swept across the other platforms where spectators were seated. Soon, amid the emerald-patterned Slytherin section, he spotted a middle-aged man with platinum blonde hair, Lucius Malfoy. Beside him stood a timid domesticated house elf. Lucius's gaze remained fixed on his son, Draco Malfoy. At that moment, he was engaged in a contest of aerial prowess with Harry, showcasing superior speed. Draco executed a swift halt in midair and turned back, taunting, slow reflexes, Scarhead. Harry held his breath, verbally ignoring Draco. His eyes scanned incessantly, whether it was during the Easter break or the past week. Whenever there was a spare moment, Wood would have them training relentlessly. We stand at the pinnacle of history. Wood had rallied the players before the match. Harry agreed, this was the closest they had come to the championship. He ascended and descended, turned and spun, soared and plummeted, traced a zigzag pattern in the sky. Draco followed closely behind him, too occupied to provoke Harry. The intense chase continued for 2 or 3 minutes, leaving Harry somewhat dizzy by the end, prompting him to halt. Soon, Slytherin scored another goal. Harry's anxiety grew. Following Wood's pre-match strategies, the ideal scenario was to catch the golden snitch quickly, denying Slytherin the chance to widen their lead. However, Slytherin's strategy was contrary. They aimed to prolong the match, exhausting their opponents over 2 or 3 hours. Then, relying on their broomstick advantage, they would seize control. This was why Draco had been persistently harassing Harry. On the elevated platform, Felix calmly observed the match. Enhanced by the effects of accelerated thinking and heightened senses, he remained acutely aware. He sensed every change brought by the breeze or the clouds. What was once a blurred shadow became distinct, he could even discern the fleeting expressions on the players' faces. 14 individuals on the field were part of his calculations. Felix attempted to predict their trajectories. Like engaging in a high-stakes duel. For the first time, he felt the allure of Quidditch, though his reasons were different from others. Indeed, stubbornness doesn't suit anyone, Felix pondered inwardly. When the score settled at 110-60, Harry caught a glimpse of a faint golden shadow. Simultaneously, Felix's gaze locked onto this petite figure. Harry made a mental calculation and intentionally veered in the opposite direction. As anticipated, Draco followed. Just as Draco prepared to mock Potter again by turning around, he realized Harry had vanished from sight, leaving him far behind. He's beneath the platform. A Slytherin player shouted at him from below. Lee Jordan also noticed this scene, exclaiming, "Look! Harry has tricked Malfoy and is after the golden snitch. We can't see it, but Harry must be inside the Wronski feint. The stadium fell silent as everyone held their breath. Even the players from both sides hovered in mid-air, awaiting the outcome. Wood, standing by the goalposts, shouted in frustration, "Don't stop, Angelina, Katie, keep attacking." However, just a dozen seconds later, before they could organize their next assault, Harry shot out clutching the golden snitch, circling the pitch repeatedly, welcoming the roar of the crowd. A spectacular scene. Harry caught the snitch, and the match ends. Gryffindor wins with a final score of 110 to 210. Lucius Malfoy stood up, expressionless, raised his head, gave Draco a small nod, kicked his foot at Dobby, and descended from the platform. After a moment, Felix Harp also stood up. Keeping a distance, he followed Lucius, who paused at the edge of the field, waiting for Draco. Young wizards started leaving the pitch in groups of 2s and 3s, passionately discussing the match. Felix pointed his wand at himself, and his blue robes gradually faded until they blended with the surroundings. He brushed shoulders with Lucius as they passed. As Harry was escorted by his Gryffindor teammates off the pitch, he caught a glimpse of Lucius, who was now lecturing Draco with a bowed head. Draco wore a pained expression, remaining silent. This added to Harry's joy. Despite a few more matches remaining, he believed Gryffindor would ultimately lift the Quidditch Cup. Walking a distance, Harry suddenly noticed the domesticated house elf by Lucius's side. His eyes widened in an instant. It's Dobby. Dobby, the Malfoy family's house elf. Harry stared at Dobby in disbelief. Dobby also noticed his gaze and met his eyes with his large tennis ball-sized orbs. Dobby waved at Harry. But Lucius had finished reprimanding his son and strode away. The house elf followed, trailing behind, and just before disappearing from sight, he cast a pitiful look at Harry. Evening, the Great Hall. What did you say? Dobby belongs to the Malfoys. Ron looked at Harry, astonished, with a chicken leg suspended in mid-air. Hush! Keep it down, Harry looked around cautiously. Seeing no one was paying attention, he whispered to Ron and Hermione, I saw it with my own eyes, just as we were leaving the pitch. Hermione spoke cautiously, Harry, what are you thinking? Is all of this a Malfoy scheme, or is it just Dobby's doing? Harry couldn't be certain. He could sense Dobby's respect for him, yet he couldn't ignore the tradition that bound house elves to their masters. After leaving the Great Hall, they walked in the garden, engaged in a heated discussion. I think we can trust Dobby, Harry, Hermione analyzed. His warning referred to the chamber, the one we've been discussing. If it's all part of the Malfoy scheme, they wouldn't need to add more complications. Harry leaned towards that opinion, while Ron remained neutral. Though what you say makes sense, I've never heard of a house elf defying its master's orders. During their evening magical writing class, Hermione posed a question, can a house elf defy its master's orders? Professor Harp's response carried weight, generally, no. But a binding contract cannot control one's free will. Due to final adjustments, the author needs to review the previous content, ensuring all details are aligned. This process takes time, so please understand the shortness of the chapter. The updates will soar again after this period. Chapter 155, The Truth Brought by Dobby. On that night, Harry lay in bed, tossing and turning, listening to the snores of his roommates, unable to sleep. He was still thinking about the events of the day, whether it was the resounding victory against Slytherin in the Quidditch match or seeing his rival Draco Malfoy being scolded by his father, both of which brought him immense joy. But suddenly, a wave of loneliness swept over him. He also wanted to know what it felt like to be scolded by his parents. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming summer break, but he resisted. He even considered staying back to keep Hagrid company, or spending time at the Burrow. Harry Potter. A barely audible call sounded, and Harry was not unfamiliar with this voice. He quickly put on his glasses and looked at the slender figure standing at the door. He had a pair of enormous brown eyes and a nose that was shaped and sized like a large tomato. Dobby, is it really you? Harry glanced around quickly. Everyone was sleeping soundly, even Ron's pet, a grey, plump rat named Scabbers, was comfortably snoozing on its owner's pillow. He gently lifted the covers, slid out of bed, looked at the wand on the bedside table, hesitated for a moment, then grabbed it. Lumos. With Dobby, Harry arrived at the common room. The light here was dim, and he chose a chair with a cushion to sit on. Please, sit down, Dobby. You have something to tell me, don't you? Getting closer, he noticed that Dobby had changed his attire, or rather, not changed, he was still wearing that old pillowcase, but he had somehow added 2 sleeves and something that looked like pant legs. You're wearing new clothes? No, wait. Dobby, you. He pointed at Dobby, unable to find the words. He had learned from Ron that house elves weren't supposed to wear regular clothes, so there was only one possibility. Yes, Master Potter, Dobby is free. The elf's big eyes were filled with tears as he exclaimed joyfully. How could I mean, congratulations, Dobby. Harry said, but during the day, you were still following Lucius Malfoy, weren't you? Dobby isn't sure, maybe it was because the young master's failures during the day made him upset. When he returned at night, he scolded Dobby harshly. Dobby is used to it, but he didn't expect him to want to get rid of Dobby. Harry opened his mouth to say something, but Dobby continued excitedly. Dobby never thought, this was what Dobby had always dreamed of. He released his fingers, and a magnificent button lay quietly on his delicate palm. Master, no, Lucius Malfoy gave Dobby a button, he tore it off himself, he angrily told Dobby to leave Malfoy Manor forever. So now you're free, not belonging to anyone. Harry said. Yes, Dobby is a free elf now. Dobby blinked his large eyes, all thanks to you, great Harry Potter, for defeating Draco Malfoy on the Quidditch field. Harry felt the unpredictability of life. The fact that he had defeated Slytherin had an unexpectedly huge impact on Dobby. I didn't expect it either, of course, I feel honored. Harry humbly said, by the way, Dobby, you shouldn't be bound by your status anymore, right? I have many questions to ask you. Feel free to ask, Potter, Dobby will do his best. Well, then, is the Chamber of Secrets incident really Lucius Malfoy's plot? Harry brought up the doubts discussed by the trio during the day. Yes, he brought the Dark Lord's heirloom, a cursed diary, to Hogwarts, using Ginny Weasley's hand. Wait a minute. Ginny? Yes, at Flourish and Blots. A spark of insight awakened Harry, and he said with certainty, back then, he had a fight with Mr. Weasley, and I remember he picked up Ginny's textbook at the end and mocked her harshly. Lucius must have secretly slipped the diary inside, right? Exactly right, Mr. Potter. Dobby bent over and said. Did you stop me from returning to school and attack me on the Quidditch field because of that artifact, because it opened the Chamber of Secrets? Dobby lowered his head and whispered, you're right about all of it. Dobby accidentally overheard Malfoy's words, Mr. Potter. You don't know how dark the days were for house elves during the Dark Lord's reign. Things are much better now. Harry found it difficult to imagine what life was like for house elves during those times. He comforted, you've come a long way since then, haven't you? But suddenly, something struck Harry, almost making him jump. He trembled as he said, so now, the diary, is it still with Ginny? Is she in danger? Dobby whispered, no, the diary changed hands among 3 people. It started with Miss Weasley, then somehow ended up with Draco Malfoy, and finally, it fell into the hands of the equally great Felix Harp. Professor Harp. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, but Mr. Harp realized the evil of the diary. He destroyed it completely, utterly destroyed it. Right before Dobby's eyes. Harry felt like his brain wasn't sufficient. The news bombshells of the night left him bewildered, and he wore a bewildered expression on his face. Early the next morning. So, you mean, all of this originated from Lucius Malfoy? He hid the diary in Ginny's textbook. Ginny, under its influence, opened the chamber, releasing the basilisk, which petrified Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevey. Later, the diary ended up in his son's possession. Merlin's beard, he really brought it upon himself. But the most absurd part is, Professor Harp has destroyed the diary now. Ron had never spoken so much in one breath. He guzzled down several gulps of pumpkin juice. That's right. Harry nodded. He had a thought and recounted his accidental encounter with Draco when saving Justin. He looked bewildered then, but I didn't have time to think much about it. There were so many things happening afterward that I completely forgot about this detail. This is... Professor Harp didn't let slip a word. Ron exclaimed, a mixture of complaint and admiration in his tone. Hermione immersed herself in thought and added, remember when I was in the hospital? Professor Harp told me the danger was over, not to investigate further. I think he might have had the diary by then, and perhaps he had already destroyed it. Moreover, the young witch began counting on her fingers. Professor Harp definitely told Dumbledore, and Dumbledore might have informed your parents, Ron. She paused, a bit disheartened. Although he didn't tell us. Cool, turns out the grown ups were up to so much behind our backs. Ron remarked. So, what are Dobby's plans now? Hermione asked. I'm not sure, but I guess he might go visit friends. Harry replied uncertainly. Ron hurriedly finished his breakfast and left in a rush. Where are you going, Ron? I want to ask Ginny. I just thought, what if the diary had some effect on her? You're right. Through Ginny's stuttering account, they pieced together more information. You threw the diary in the abandoned bathroom. Harry stared at Ginny's eyes, shocked. Ginny blushed and lowered her head. A bright red hue colored her face. Why yes, Fred and George talked about a lot of scary examples. I realized it wasn't right. Exactly. Malfoy was tailing us, but we moved the potion somewhere else in a hurry. He missed that, but he found the diary. Harry said. He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The vague shadow he had seen then was likely the diary Ginny had dropped. But because he had noticed Malfoy, he hadn't paid it much attention. What if Malfoy had picked it up, been controlled by it, and caught while trying to open the chamber? That would be airtight evidence. And remember, he was still mistakenly accused by everyone for his Parseltongue comments at the time. Ginny, have you felt any discomfort? Ron asked. Ginny shook her head. I followed Luna's advice and went to the infirmary. Apart from being a bit weak, there was no other issue. Madame Pomfrey gave me a couple of potions, and I recovered quickly. Right, she mentioned a boy with similar symptoms too. The three exchanged glances and said in unison, Draco Malfoy. It took them almost half of Sunday, but they managed to piece together the complete truth. From Lucius's revenge, to Ginny being controlled to open the chamber causing 2 attacks, then discarding the diary in the bathroom only for Draco Malfoy to pick it up, Draco being confronted by Harry while trying to open the chamber, the heroic act of killing the basilisk, and finally, the diary landing in Professor Harp's hands and being thoroughly destroyed, the Chamber of Secrets incident finally concluded. It's strange how strongly Professor Harp was involved in this whole affair. This indicates that he truly unraveled the entire truth. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat lazily by the edge of the Black Lake, feeling the satisfaction of finally unraveling a long-standing mystery. They also relieved themselves of a heavy burden and focused on preparing for exams. A month passed in a flash, and the rainy season arrived along with the exam season. Chapter 156, The Examination. Early June. Felix Harp was awakened by the sound of raindrops tapping against the window. Outside, a grey mist lingered, and a brilliant flash of lightning streaked across the sky followed by the rumbling of distant thunder. The final exams had been ongoing for 3 days, but the Ancient Runes exam was scheduled towards the middle and end of all subjects. For Felix, today marked the first day of the final exams. Fortunately, the Ancient Runes class he taught was an elective, and aside from overseeing the 5th and 7th years preparing for their wizarding level exams, he only had to invigilate the remaining 3 years. All the professors of mandatory courses had to invest more effort and engage in intellectual battles with young wizards. Belby, who was in charge of dark arts defense, had complained to him more than once. Imagine this, students harboring thoughts of luck. Can you believe it? During the pre-exam check, I discovered a dozen cheating quills. Felix had consulted Professor Flitwick specifically about this issue, and Flitwick advised him, you can prepare anti-cheating quills for the students in advance, it will save you a lot of trouble. He had gladly taken this advice. In the Ancient Runes classroom, the long rows of seats had been replaced with individual desks and chairs. Felix waved his wand, causing a multitude of papers and quills to accurately land on the small tables in front of the 4th-year students. I must remind you that both the exam papers and quills have been enchanted against cheating, and the consequences of cheating are severe. The exam began, and Felix walked up and down the aisles between the seats, announcing the time every half an hour. By the time he made his second announcement, some students had already completed their papers. Very well, Mr. Andrews, you may choose to continue reviewing or step outside for some fresh air. After invigilating the 4th years, Felix managed to grade all the papers on the same day. A total of 7 outstanding and 22 exceeds expectations. Compared to previous years, this is very impressive. The former represented excellence, while the latter indicated satisfactory performance. There were many who passed. Furthermore, the practical bonus points for magical golems might allow me to break the record for the best ancient runes class in the past decade. Felix thought with delight. This mood reflected in his demeanor as he continued the next set of exams, smiling all the while. Finally, at the end of the first week of June, the final exams came to a close. Students from other years were thoroughly liberated, though a handful of anxious young wizards worried about their results for another 2 or 3 days. However, the majority celebrated to their heart's content. Laughter and cheers echoed throughout the school. Only the 5th and 7th years remained engrossed in their intense preparation for the wizarding level exams. Their emotions were fraught with anxiety, and as a professor, Felix confiscated all sorts of eccentricities. "Miss Selden, could you tell me where you acquired this onion-scented amulet?" Petra Selden looked close to Tears, fidgeting but saying nothing. "Very well, I won't deduct points this time. Have a dose of elixir of euphoria instead, your spirits are far too low." After consuming the elixir, Selden's demeanor transformed, she became much brighter and cheerfully thanked the professor before departing with a light step. Felix was quite satisfied with his approach. However, he soon noticed that more and more students were rushing to the infirmary. A large group of 5th and 7th years were approaching Madame Pomfrey, expressing their low spirits and requesting the uplifting effect of the elixir of euphoria. "Inventory is clearly running low, Professor Harp. And we've encountered subpar elixirs of euphoria as well. I've had 7 or 8 students who can't stop laughing," Madame Pomfrey complained. In addition to the elixir of euphoria, the cheering charm had a similar effect. Furthermore, this spell was part of the 3rd-year curriculum, making it quite a simple magic for students preparing for their wizarding level exams. However, at last, the wizarding level exams arrived, chasing at the heels of the end-of-term exams results. On a day in mid-June, Felix Harp spotted several quite elderly wizards in the school. They were the examiners for this year's wizarding level exams: a man with a growth protruding from his face, a plump and short witch, a man with thinning hair wearing glasses, and of course, the head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority, Griselda Marchbanks. Marchbanks was a short, hunched-over witch with a face full of wrinkles, resembling a spider's web. But she was in high spirits, her voice booming. A few years prior, it had been her who had overseen Felix's Transfiguration and Charms exams for both the Owls and Newts. And incredibly, she had once been an examiner for Albus Dumbledore himself. She was the oldest wizard Felix had ever seen, still actively engaged in the magical world. "Oh, Felix, is that you? Delighted to see your presence around the school," the diminutive Marchbanks exclaimed loudly from a distance, accompanied by Professor McGonagall. "Professor Marchbanks, it's been a while." Felix subtly amplified his voice using his wand's spell. "Not that long, time flies, doesn't it? My overseeing Dumbledore's exams feels like just yesterday. It was an honor to examine him." The somewhat hard-of-hearing Marchbanks spoke loudly. "I can't forget that scene for my whole life. To invigilate him was my privilege." Marchbanks was in good spirits, looking at Felix. "You as well, but you left me in awe and charms. Heard you're a Muggle studies expert now? Teaching Muggle studies. It's ancient runes, Professor Marchbanks. That's my field of study." Marchbanks leaned in, then spoke loudly again. "I hope you don't neglect your magical research, especially in charms, the incredible power of it." Felix smiled and nodded. While her attention shifted, he turned to the man with thinning hair. "Long time no see, Tofty. I've just met Ogden recently. He mentioned it to me. Was it at the Ministry's award ceremony?" Tofty replied. Tofty had been one of Felix's examiners as well, though they hadn't stayed in touch during their school years. After graduating, Felix had paid him a visit. Tofty was also an ancient runes expert, more inclined towards theory, but he had provided Felix with considerable assistance. Indeed, he seemed to be in good health. "Yeah, that old fellow. When he told me, I couldn't believe it at first. Never thought you'd really return to Hogwarts. I enjoy the atmosphere of the school," Felix casually remarked. "That's one of the reasons I stay at the Examinations Authority. They are the hope of the British magical world, though most of the time these young folks are quite a headache." The old man rambled on for a while. "An old Viridian, as soon as I mentioned you, he got all worked up, yet I distinctly saw your books on his desk." Suppressing his laughter, Felix remained silent. Viridian was one of Felix's students, Clemens Viridian's grandfather, a rather stubborn old man. He was also the deputy head of the Ancient Runes Association and often had strong opinions about Felix's practical ancient runes approach. Chapter 157, Intriguing Studies. The courtyard was filled with young wizards, their eyes brimming with awe, watching from a distance as this group of examiners gathered. A couple of 7th-year students caught sight of the wrinkled face of Marcius Brumbage and exclaimed directly. "She's here again. It's almost the same group as last time. To be honest, every time I come, I feel like I'm being observed like a giant creature," muttered Tofty. Felix Harp smiled and said, "These people are eager to catch a glimpse of their Nornian goddess. I'm not a goddess of fate, we are wizards." This was destined to be a long day, especially for the 5th and 7th-year students. But Felix had done what he could, and the rest was up to them. At 9:30 the next morning, the Wizarding Levels examination officially began. The spacious hall had been transformed into an examination room for theoretical tests, while several smaller rooms adjacent to it had been prepared for practical assessments. Theory in the morning, practical in the afternoon, the entire process lasted 2 weeks. In between his classes for other years, Felix took a moment to glance. The entire hall was tranquil, the only sounds being the scratching of quills on parchment and the gentle hiss of sand trickling in the hourglasses. He turned to head for his class of 6th-year young wizards. Carrying a stack of parchment, Felix strode into the classroom. "Today, we shall reveal the end-of-term results." The academic stars, led by Percy, Penelope, and Geoffrey, held their breaths as if awaiting the decree of fate. A total of 33 papers, 12 outstanding, 17 exceeds expectations, 4 acceptable. Felix announced the overall results, "Congratulations." As he passed out the papers. The male and female wizards below erupted into a hearty applause, whispering excitedly to each other, brimming with joy. "Of course, I must add a little note." The students quieted down, gazing at Professor Harp on the podium. "These scores exclude the practical bonus points. If we include those extra points, I believe I need to correct myself, 15 outstanding, 18 exceeds expectations." On their papers, a new line of handwriting appeared, the practical section's extra credit, assessing the application of practical magical writing. The grading on the papers accordingly changed. The male and female wizards were overjoyed, and the classroom burst into a tremendous celebration. "For this lesson, we'll go over the papers. Next lesson will continue with practical work." With 2-year levels classes off his schedule, Felix found himself with more leisure time. He dedicated this free time to the library. It wasn't until a Saturday morning that he caught sight of his assistant. She was diligently working on a paper. Is there any professor so cruel? Assigning homework after the end of term. Felix observed the busy figure, pondering in his heart. Less than 2 weeks remained until the end of the school year. For lower year students, professors usually waived homework. In the evening, he solved this puzzle. The young witch looked at him with excitement. "Professor, didn't you suggest that I look into the connection between wands and wizards? You even recommended the book Wizards and Wands to me." "Indeed," Felix Harp replied. "I briefly schemed through it before and found it quite interesting. In fact, I became fascinated by it. It wasn't until after the end-of-term exams that I finally had ample time." Hermione told him, "I want to write a related paper, not for publication just as a pastime." Felix Harp asked with interest, "Have you finished it?" "It's only a part, much of it is notes I've transcribed, not yet formed into complete thoughts." She pulled out a stack of parchment from her bag and handed it to Felix. "There are my scribbles and annotations on it, along with scattered ideas and such. It might be a bit messy." "That's all right," Felix said, "you can do something else first, like watching a movie." He picked up this half paper to read. Beside him, Hermione adeptly opened a small projector, rummaging through a little box, selecting the film she liked. Hesitating between Wuthering Heights and Tom and Jerry, Hermione ultimately decided on something light-hearted. The former was too heavy for her. Felix cast a sonorous charm on himself and leisurely started reading. He quickly realized that this was indeed a paper for leisure, containing data about some friends' wands. For instance, Harry Potter's wand 11 inches, Hollywood, Phoenix feather core, supple and flexible. The young witch's annotation read, Hollywood, a rare wand material. Commonly believed to possess defensive attributes, representing resilience and endurance. Also symbolizes death and rebirth, suitable for those who need to overcome irritability and impulsive emotions. Phoenix feather core, extremely difficult to tame. She drew 2 lines under overcome irritability and impulsive emotions. However, Hollywood wands often choose wizards who jointly experience danger and possess strong spiritual pursuits. Their specific manifestations will align with the wand core. Hollywood combined with phoenix feather creates an exceedingly challenging wand to craft. Due to their differing natures, they can produce tremendous conflicts. But once this combination is established, nothing can stand in its way. Hermione underlined the last sentence and put a question mark, perhaps indicating disagreement or doubts. Next, there was Ron Weasley's wand 14 inches, willow wood, unicorn hair core. The young witch's note stated, willow wood, equally rare material, possesses healing powers, suitable for nonverbal spells. Unicorn hair core, strongly repels dark magic, highly loyal, typically most compatible with the first owner. She underlined highly loyal and typically most compatible with the first owner, adding a small note on the side, coincides with Ron and Neville's cases. Ron's old wand was Charlie's, and Neville's old wand came from his father. Both wand cores are unicorn hair. Seeing this, Felix was somewhat surprised. Besides Ron Weasley, were there others using old wands these days? Or did they come from 2 distinct and renowned wizarding families? What did their parents think? The surname Longbottom wasn't an ordinary one, though not representative of pure bloods. They had produced quite a few outstanding wizards, and their reputation was consistently good. The paper also had Hermione's own wand introduction, 14 inches, vine wood, with the dragon heartstring core. Beneath it were somewhat hasty annotations. Vinewood wands often choose wizards with lofty goals and foresight. They often do things that shock their friends who think they know them well. Felix chuckled softly. It seemed Miss Granger wasn't very calm when writing that part. He flipped further down. There were examples of her classmates as well as excerpts transcribed from the book Wizards and Wands. Somewhat surprisingly, he also saw Hermione's speculation about her own wand, Professor Harp, between 12 to 14 inches, ebony wood, core unknown, possibly phoenix feather or dragon heartstring. Beside it were very small abbreviations. Felix deduced they meant dark magic. She had read a part of dark magic books in the room of requirement, so did she eliminate the unicorn hair option for that reason? Ebony wood wands have an impressive appearance. Ebony wands are excellent for offensive magic and transfiguration, typically choosing courageous individuals who are nonconformist, stand out from the crowd, or are immersed in an outsider's state. Their owners often disregard external pressures and have unwavering beliefs. She heavily marked disregard external pressures, have unwavering beliefs. This chapter cited some references, which in my personal opinion, were quite significant, given their prophetic and explanatory nature. It also served as a bit of a primer for readers unfamiliar with the original work. Chapter 158, End of the School Year. Unbeknownst to Felix Harp, he had finished reading all the content. Professor. Hermione looked over. She paused the screen's projection and turned to discuss some questions about her paper. I read in the book Wands and Wizards that there's a recurring notion, wands have a life of their own. How should I interpret this? Well, I'm not deeply versed in that area, but I can give you a general idea. Of course. Hermione blinked, speaking in a relaxed tone. Every wand is unique. Even if the materials and dimensions used to create them are identical, the effects they display in different hands are completely distinct. Is it because of the wand's owner? Hermione guessed. Indeed, I believe that. Personally, I think the wands displayed in shops are just semi-finished products, eager to achieve their full potential. Hermione looked up, locking her gaze onto Felix. This was a fresh perspective. Felix explained, the characteristics of the wand's wood, combined with the nature of the magical creature the wand core comes from, make wands highly versatile. But there's one more factor that can't be overlooked: the wand's owner. Rather than saying wands have a life, I prefer to believe that the combination of the wand's body, core, and owner's characteristics makes the wand complete, unleashing its true power. So, this supports the theory of wands choosing wizards? To become whole themselves, when the body and core are fixed, wands prefer to select the ideal owner who resonates with them. Hermione followed his line of thought. That's a way to put it. Felix modestly replied, then added. Furthermore, for young wizards, obtaining the right wand is just the first step. Wands and their owners become partners, learning from each other, aiding each other, constantly nurturing this synergy in the days to come. We can understand it like this: each wand's journey is unique. But, Professor, I've heard that some wands can betray their owners. Hermione cautiously inquired. Felix's expression turned serious. Such cases are quite rare. Even wands with a bad reputation, or ones that are a bit rebellious, won't sever ties with their owners after just a failure or two. The conflicts at the school won't escalate to that level. But it does happen, doesn't it? Hermione pressed. Indeed. I believe there are various reasons. Some stems from a poor relationship between the owner and the wand. Some wands are inherently sensitive and admire the strong, others have had their failures deeply affect their owners, deepening the rift. However, when it comes to the core material, unicorn hair is indeed more loyal, while dragon heartstring can be overly active. They might temporarily yield to a powerful enemy. Temporarily. For example, if such a wand is forcibly taken by an enemy, if you retrieve it in time, you can still use it as usual. This is... The young witch was somewhat astonished. Miss Granger, what we're discussing is quite distant from your world. Felix concluded that topic. In fact, Felix believed that the conditions for a wand's change of allegiance were extremely stringent, including at least a devastating defeat in a malicious confrontation, a conclusion he reached from observing some dark wizards. Felix's collection of spare wands came from such circumstances. Yet, even so, these wands could, at best, serve as temporary solutions. Wands not truly one's own would inevitably have various limitations when it came to spell casting. And looking at examples like Ron and Neville, there might indeed be cases of willing transfers, but Felix had never experienced it personally. Granger, let's discuss your modifications to the beaded bag. I originally thought you would finish that in the next school year. Felix Harp had a new book on his agenda. In order to broaden his influence, he decided to complete 2 books simultaneously. One targeted young, aspiring wizards, filled with dynamic images and accompanied by lively and interesting storylines. The other was aimed at adult wizards, dealing with educational topics. He used the most rigorous logic and language to explain the most basic Muggle technology. After completing part of the manuscripts, Felix had the sensation of explaining addition and subtraction to someone with learning disabilities, which made him contemplate giving up. However, some of the readers he selected provided rather positive feedback. Bertie looked at the manuscript. The first image depicted a boiling kettle, steam billowing from its spout, the second image showed a pipe extending from the kettle, and steam flowing through it to turn a windmill on the other end, the third image portrayed the windmill spinning rapidly under the influence of steam. The following hand-drawn image was somewhat abstract. A train was mounted with a huge kettle, connected to the wheels by pipes, setting the train in motion. To make the process more straightforward, Felix intentionally highlighted the color of the steam, making it appear as if a train was carrying a fearsome, frothing kettle creature, continuously spewing venom. So, this is the Muggles' steam engine? They use this to power trains. Bertie exclaimed excitedly. You know so much, Felix. 3 days before the end of the school year, Felix received an invitation letter, signed by the International Confederation of Wizards, an organization similar to the United Nations, but comprised of magical departments from various countries. Why would they be reaching out to me? Felix opened the letter, then lifted his head after a moment. Turns out it's a subcommittee of the International Confederation of Wizards inviting me to a conference in Paris. A research group focused on Muggle issues? I've never heard of them before. I hope they're not something newly established in recent years. From the somewhat formal wording of the invitation letter, Felix deduced that this research group employed a casting a wide net, reeling in many fish strategy. It wouldn't be surprising if well-known Muggle studies experts were also invited. The next day, he seized the chance to inquire with Professor Burbage, and her feedback matched his expectations. She had also received an invitation. You too? Professor Burbage widened her eyes at him. Oh, of course you're qualified. I mean, you're just so young, I hadn't considered it. Professor Burbage, do you know the origins of this so-called research group? Felix asked. I do know a bit, Professor Burbage said. Seems it's a topic put forth by the American magical government, to address crises or such. It's all old hat, you know, they're always sensitive about Muggle issues. Felix nodded thoughtfully. The two of them agreed to meet in Paris, then went their separate ways. He was curious to see how experts from other countries viewed Muggle issues. Over the next 2 days, Felix dealt with various matters, assigning holiday homework to young wizards, bidding farewell to Professor Burbage, requesting permission from Dumbledore to stay at the school, attending the school's banquet. At the station, young wizards excitedly boarded the train, while Felix silently watched from a corner. Most noticeable was the tall figure of Marcus Flint. Since the exams were over, he had been avoiding Felix. Next was Clémentine Vane, who wore oversized glasses. Right after the exams, she found Felix, hoping to maintain correspondence after graduation and receive his guidance on ancient magical texts. A few other graduates also expressed similar wishes, and Felix didn't refuse. Apart from these, the young wizards who had left an impression on him throughout the year appeared one by one. Albert Burke, Percy, Penelope, Geoffrey, Peter Selwyn, Warren Partis, the twins, Cedric, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Luna Lovegood. He also caught sight of a somewhat dejected Draco Malfoy. Felix knew Lucius had struggled on several fronts. He was eventually expelled from the school's board of governors, and his son couldn't help but be affected. Felix watched as the Hogwarts Express sped away. As the train's shadow vanished from his sight, he turned and left the platform. Chapter 159, The Beginning of the Holidays. During the holidays, Hogwarts was quiet, and the courtyard was lush with plants, resembling a richly colored oil painting. However, without the chattering students clutching their books, the scene felt lacking in vitality. This made the ghosts, who were originally quite inconspicuous, suddenly more noticeable. Felix Harp could always catch a glimpse of the silver-white translucent figure darting past out of the corner of his eye on his way to the library. Apart from the ghosts that resided at Hogwarts, some professors had also stayed behind. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were among them, as well as Sybil Trelawney. The empty school led to increased interactions among the professors. During a small gathering, the tipsy Trelawney insisted on giving Felix a prophecy. "Darkness, I see darkness." Felix watched her quietly. Trelawney stared wide-eyed, her gaze fixed on a bottle of sherry, studying it intently. "Sybil, you're drunk," Professor McGonagall said, her cheeks slightly flushed from having had a bit of wine herself. "No, I'm not. I see, a large black dog. With a vast army of darkness that shrouds everything. It envelopes you completely." Trelawney rested one arm on McGonagall's shoulder and pointed at Felix's chest with the other, hiccuping as she said, "This is a turning point in your life. For more details, just 3 galleons." McGonagall mouthed, she used to be a fortune teller before she became a professor. She waved her wand and levitated Trelawney onto the couch, then conjured a small blanket to cover her. "A large black dog?" Felix pondered. Was it Fang, or perhaps the 3-headed dog, Fluffy? He did entertain the idea of going to see the 3-headed dog with Hagrid, but he hadn't mentioned it to anyone. Professor Flitwick, on the side, was using magic to transform glasses into various small animals. Soon enough, Professors McGonagall and Felix joined in. They engaged in a game of tabletop Quidditch with their wands. As they exited, a breeze carrying the fragrant scent of summer and autumn rustled through, swiftly clearing Felix's gaze. It had been a week since the holidays began. He had returned to his London cottage a few days ago, paid visits to some Muggle friends, and then promptly came back to Hogwarts. Now, he stood atop the spiral staircase on the western side of the castle, at the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. A bronze eagle door knocker barred his way. Besides that, there was no doorknob, no keyhole. This was a distinctive feature of Ravenclaw House. The entrance to the common room wasn't protected by a password. Instead, a riddle was presented by the door knocker. If you answered the question correctly, it would open and welcome you inside. Felix lightly knocked on the door knocker. The eagle's beak immediately opened, not with a screech, but with a gentle, melodic voice, "Tomorrow and unexpectedness, which arrives first?" Felix earnestly replied, "That depends on how much preparation you've done today." "Valid point." The voice finished speaking, and the door swung open. The Ravenclaw common room was empty. Felix surveyed the circular room, adorned with a fairytale style predominantly blue and bronze tones, a domed ceiling and a deep blue carpet adorned with stars, elegant arched windows draped with colorful silk. He approached a window. The view from here was magnificent, allowing him to look down upon the school's Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest. In the distance, the surrounding mountains stretched out. The room held tables, chairs, and bookshelves. In a niche across from the door stood a tall white marble statue. It was a statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, and after gazing at it for a moment, Felix's gaze fell upon a shelf. On a shelf within was a 1-foot-tall sculpture of a slender woman. She tilted her head slightly, looking calm and serene. The sculpture was a bit rough, even the face of the figure was quite blurry. Fortunately, in front of her, there was a gilded nameplate with an inscription, "In memory of the Ravenclaw House Ghost Lady Grey, March 7, 1993. A souvenir from the students." Felix couldn't help but smile. After a moment, he snapped out of his reverie and remembered the purpose of his visit. He began examining the magical traces on the shelves. Within the room of requirement, Lady Ravenclaw's memories mentioned that she had left some hidden magical legacies in the Ravenclaw common room for future seekers to discover. Felix Harp approached this with a trial-and-error attitude, hoping to find something interesting. His interaction with Lady Ravenclaw had been all too brief, he couldn't help but feel it was a missed opportunity. Felix ran his fingers over the patterns on the shelves, but to no avail. He moved to other shelves, inspecting them carefully. Finally, on the third shelf, he sensed a very concealed magical fluctuation. With a probing touch of magic, he attempted to interact with the enchantment. He found no danger. Yet, it seemed to be woven into the air, and Felix had to exert significant effort to extract it. A milky light bloomed in the air. The next second, his vision blurred, then everything returned to normal. He still stood within the Ravenclaw common room, as if the burst of light had been a mere illusion. However, the books on the shelves suddenly held a deadly allure for him, and a voice in his mind told him, "I want to read every book on these shelves, I can do it." This notion and emotion had come out of nowhere, as if they had been implanted in his mind. What is this? As a newly minted master of memory magic, Felix quickly dampened his strong desire. He carefully analyzed and pondered over this magic. It's very much like my room of thought, pulling someone into a realm of thought. However, Lady Ravenclaw's approach is much more sophisticated than mine, extending time proportions longer and with fewer side effects. He casually flipped through the ordinary books on the shelf, finding nothing profound. He shifted his focus to the illusory Ravenclaw common room he was in. He couldn't detect a single flaw. Quite fascinating, I never thought I'd be pulled into someone else's room of thought. Felix chuckled softly. His fingers danced swiftly, and arcane symbols materialized in the air. Lady Ravenclaw had deep knowledge of ancient runes as well, that's understandable. Her time was one of transition between eras. 10, 100, soon, the number reached 500, and they kept increasing steadily. This was Felix's year of achievement in the Hogwarts library. Then, Felix extended his hand. Guided by his thoughts, dozens to hundreds of runic symbols instantly flew to his hand, forming a mysterious pattern. Blazing flames erupted from his fingertips. Suddenly, the entire world shook violently. Felix withdrew the ancient magic, waving his hand to disperse all the runic symbols. That was close. I almost damaged this place. Carefully and cautiously, he proceeded to test the magical treasures left behind by Lady Ravenclaw. Time passed bit by bit. After an indeterminate amount of time, he was ejected by the magical restraint. Felix looked out the window, it was already evening. I might have been inside for several days, yet I'm not particularly tired. Excellent, it's shown me the way forward for my room of thought. And this method of abruptly pulling someone is truly sophisticated, I didn't even notice. Memory magic, memory magic. There's so much potential. Chapter 160, Gathering Information. Felix Harp suddenly recalled a campus legend at Hogwarts. There was a Ravenclaw student who had read all the books in the common room overnight, considered an inexplicable miracle. Perhaps, this was the effect of magic. He carefully sensed it and found that the magic seemed to have completely vanished, leaving no trace. After a moment's thought, he decisively shifted his perspective. In the pale and black world, he could barely see faint magical stars gathering. He pressed his nose into the air and vaguely saw a magical vortex. Magic is slowly recovering. I wonder who the next fortunate Ravenclaw student will be. Felix left this place. The day had turned dark, and he returned to his office, where a small domestic elf stood at the entrance. Dobby. The elf looked up, eyes widening in surprise. Mr. Harp. In the office, Felix handed him a bottle of butterbeer. There's no more pumpkin juice or fruit juice, but this one's not bad. It's not very alcoholic. Dobby hurriedly thanked him. Felix looked at Dobby's new attire. So, you managed to escape from Malfoy? Yes, Mr. Harp, you can't imagine the luck Dobby had. He began to recount his magical journey. Felix listened with a smile. You've had quite the stroke of luck, Dobby. Dobby beamed. All thanks to the great Harry Potter. He saved Dobby. Do you have any plans lately? Plans? Dobby wants to earn a bit more money, to save up for a birthday gift for Mr. Potter, even though it's quite difficult. Dobby took out a small box the size of his palm from his pocket. This is for Dobby's friend, Mr. Felix Harp's gift. Felix took it with interest and unexpectedly found it wasn't some shoddy item. It looks quite delicate, though I can't quite make out what it is. A music box, sir. The elf looked at him timidly. Didn't cost much. Dobby earned it working at the Leaky Cauldron. The owner there is very kind, pays 2 silver sickles a week. Soon, Dobby took his leave, also praising the butterbeer. It tastes great, Dobby really likes it. I'll recommend it to my friends. Felix watched his disappearing figure, contemplating the fact that 2 silver sickles a week might be affordable for him too. Next time, he would inquire if Dobby was interested. Time swiftly moved on to July 14th. Felix's figure appeared on a concealed street corner in Paris, France. He walked into a narrow, dim alley. A man with a hood was leaning against the wall, his right hand in his pocket. He glanced at Felix, whose face became blurry and twisted, a pair of silver eyes faintly shining. The man instinctively averted his gaze and spoke in French, "What brings you here? It's none of your concern. Just remember, I'm not your enemy." Felix pulled out a brown wand from his robes, the silver glow in his eyes intensifying. "All right, just remember not to cause trouble. I doubt anyone would willingly provoke you." The man nervously stepped aside, revealing an empty stretch of wall behind him. Felix's lips curved into a smirk as he walked straight towards the wall, creating ripples upon impact, the ripples expanding in circles until his figure vanished. The man stared at Felix's fading silhouette before turning his head to continue watching the alleyway outside. Felix Harp observed the scene within. This was a makeshift bar with various large and small wooden crates haphazardly put together by magic, serving as tables and chairs. Not far from him, 2 wizards with hoods were loudly arguing, a silver artifact placed before them. 10 galleons. No, it's at least 12. The same scene was unfolding in this small space, though most wizards concealed their appearances with hoods. This was a magical black market/bar in Paris, France. Felix stood at the forefront, regardless of the discreet glances from others. His gaze swept over every person present. When his eyes, glowing with silver light, met theirs, these wizards either met his gaze fearlessly or nervously averted their eyes, muttering curses under their breath. In the context of the black market, displaying power was a wise move, a clever way for strangers to integrate into this place. Felix quickly spotted his target. Behind a makeshift bar constructed from wooden crates, a disheveled wizard with dirty hair was guzzling down cheap beer. "Aladdin, it's been a while." He spoke with a hoarse voice. The wizard raised his head. His cheeks were rough, and he was one of the few who hadn't hidden his face. "Oh, it's you. Want a drink?" "No thanks. Anything interesting happening in Paris lately?" "A lot of foreigners visiting, does that count?" "Tell me more." 2 galleons. Chink. 2 golden coins dropped onto the box before him, making a crisp sound. Aladdin grinned as he collected the coins. Then he suddenly shouted to the surroundings, "What are you looking at? None of your business." Others quickly averted their gazes. Recently, a lot of foreigners have been coming, all claiming to be Muggle researchers. It seems they're attending a conference, and the Ministry of Magic is responsible for security. That's not particularly intriguing, Aladdin. Felix fixed his gaze on him. "Hey! Stop staring like that. You wanna hear about the time I wet my pants as a kid?" Aladdin rudely retorted, turning his head. "All right, it's just that I can't beat you. Otherwise, there's been a minor issue. They encountered an attack," he revealed. "What kind of attack, and were there any casualties?" Felix pressed. "No casualties. That bunch of Muggle experts is useless. 2 or 3 people barged into the conference, and within a minute, they knocked over a dozen folks." Aladdin said disdainfully. "And what about the French Ministry of Magic's aurors? They were stationed outside. The woman from the United States who's supposedly in charge of the conference security is said to be extremely arrogant. She's the head honcho this time." Aladdin shrugged. "I guess the attack was bait to lure them." "Why do you say that?" Aladdin glanced around and lowered his voice. "You really want to know? Want to get your hands on some inside info? I paid quite a price for it." Ching ching dot. 4 gold galleons landed on the box, and Aladdin's eyes lit up. If the information doesn't satisfy me, don't worry. It'll be worth it. Then, he revealed a secret. Word has it that the attackers were audacious. They left a warning for that woman, a blood-stained badge. What kind of badge? Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Felix fell silent. Quite audacious, right? There are over 1,000 students there. Now they're in turmoil. 6 out of 7 Americans left the same day. No casualties, right? None. That's why I said they were audacious. Their purpose in coming seemed more like a proclamation. Exiting the magical black market, Felix looked at the bright sky. People in the distance were leisurely chatting, a young couple pushing a baby carriage, strolling under the sycamore trees. Something just doesn't feel right about this trip. Chapter 161, The Contemplation of a Magician. Felix Harp strolled along the streets of Paris, with the Seine River's southern bank just a few hundred meters ahead. The shoreline was adorned with various meticulously decorated shops, many exuding an exotic flair. Among them was a paper-cutting shop, its entrance adorned with all sorts of paper decorations. From colorful animals to intricate indoor ornaments, it was a dazzling sight. The shopkeeper, a young lady with colorful headgear, warmly engaged Felix as he stepped inside. In the end, Felix chose a colorful handheld windmill. With a week remaining before the conference officially commenced, Felix spent 2 days enjoying himself to the fullest. From the Musée d'Orsay to the Louvre, and even the world-renowned Notre Dame Cathedral, he immersed himself as a pure tourist, relishing in the local culture and exquisite cuisine of Paris. After all, his scheduled itinerary for the French Ministry of Magic was to arrive in Paris 3 days later. On a grand and splendid avenue, a crowd surged with tourists from various nations converging. Upon looking up, the landmark of Paris's 7th arrondissement, the Eiffel Tower, stood tall against the sky. A young couple, each holding a child and half an ice cream in hand, caught Felix's attention. "Mommy, Mommy, I want flowers, I want flowers," the young boy pointed excitedly to a spot not far away. The couple followed his gaze, about 10 meters away, where several children with their families encircled a young man. He appeared quite handsome, with a tall and slender figure and a gentle smile adorning his face. His black hair and light blue eyes, reminiscent of a clear sky, emanated a sense of purity. Felix raised his left hand behind his back and gently snapped his fingers. A bright yellow tulip suddenly materialized in his hand, which he handed to one of the children in front of him. "He's a street magician," the child's father remarked. "Seems quite impressive," the child's mother remarked, scrutinizing Felix's hand without detecting any trickery. The couple, along with their child, moved closer to the spectacle. Felix showcased his empty hands to the crowd, except for a green gemstone ring adorning his left hand. Amidst curious gazes, he clasped his hands together and made a praying gesture, producing a chorus of chirps and tweets from within his closed palms. "Wow!" Several children widened their eyes in exaggeration, even their parents wore expressions of incredulity. Felix slowly opened his palms, revealing a small bird with colorful feathers. The bird turned its head agilely, curiously observing its surroundings. Its small black eyes emitted an irresistible charm. As the bird preened its feathers, it took flight at the approach of a child attempting to touch it. All eyes followed its flight, tracing its path until it vanished into the sky. Felix bowed in acknowledgement, declined some coins and bills with a light-hearted smile, and departed gracefully. In the heart of Paris, Felix Harp wandered amidst the picturesque grounds of France's renowned Institute of Higher Learning. The scenery was idyllic, with many students of his age leisurely sitting on the grass, engaged in carefree conversations. 2 young girls observed him with curiosity. One, with grape purple hair, leaned in to whisper to her friend, "Look, that person is remarkably handsome. Which college do you think he's from?" Her friend responded affirmatively, "Definitely not from our school." "So, he's probably from another school or perhaps a tourist. Why not ask him yourself?" "Sure, why not?" The girl with the purple hair stood up and approached Felix's side. In somewhat casual French, she greeted him, "Hello, I'm Amandine Zoe." Felix turned to her and spoke kindly, "Hello, Miss Zoe. You can call me Felix, Felix Harp." Amandine paused for a moment, then replied, "Your eyes are quite beautiful, and by the way, you can call me Amandine." "Very well, Amandine." The girl named Amandine was extremely talkative, exuding warmth and cheerfulness. She assumed the role of a guide, introducing Felix Harp to her university. Here is the history lecture hall. This is the humanities section. Oh, I remember now, there's a very famous public lecture by a philosophy professor today. Amandine widened her eyes, her expression hesitant, as if she was weighing between Felix and the public lecture. May I go and take a look? Felix said with a smile. Of course. I thought you wouldn't be interested in philosophy, she said with a sigh of relief. I indeed don't know much about it, but occasionally listening in can be quite enjoyable. Amandine led Felix into a spacious lecture hall. Out of the corner of his eye, Felix noticed her friend looking at her with irritation. She chuckled awkwardly and guided Felix to take a seat. The public lecture began soon after. The light in the lecture hall dimmed, leaving a single beam of light illuminating the center. A formally dressed middle-aged man stood at the podium, his gaze profound, his tone measured. What is existence? What is the meaning of human existence? Before you were born, we experienced an age of crisis of faith. In Nietzsche's words, it was a time when we came to realize, like never before, that God is dead. We underwent a shift in thought, as wars made us contemplate the meaning of life. From Kierkegaard and Dostoevsky to the peak of Sartre and Camus after World War II, and to their quiet decline up to the present day. Some coined the term existentialism, but it can't be considered a systematic philosophical category. There's no academic discipline of existentialist philosophy, at most it's a label. Let me share some common reflections on existence with you. For instance, you are the result of your choices. Or, for example, time is the sole measure of existence. Many believe that existentialism was born in the left bank cafés of Paris, the concoction of a group of decadents. However, this is a gross oversimplification. Many silently practice commendable existentialist viewpoints in their lives. Suffering and adversity breed despair, which in turn prompts contemplation of the meaning of existence, leading to rejuvenation. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had passed. A student raised their hand to ask, under normal circumstances, we wouldn't contemplate the meaning of existence. This thought only emerges in times of pessimism and despair. Does this indicate that existentialism is inherently pessimistic? Are we studying existentialism just to prevent others from studying it? The professor responded with humor, interesting perspective. You can sign up for my graduate program. I must emphasize that existentialism is an optimism supported by reason and logic. Imagine your life plunged into darkness, wars, famine, the substitution of technology. In short, you can't find the meaning of existence. At this point, existentialism would tell you that despite the tragedy in your life, we must still strive to live, to choose our own meaning in life. You'll discover that your existence itself introduces variables to the world, both good and bad, constantly fluctuating. Many hands shot up. The professor pointed to Felix. Felix stood up. Professor, I'm Felix Harp. Among the viewpoints you mentioned in your speech, you propose that existence is about seeing, perceiving, and experiencing. But what about things distant or even those that may never appear in reality, like magic in movies? How can we perceive and experience them? His question elicited suppressed laughter from some students. Combining rational philosophical discourse with irrational magical topics seemed to challenge the classroom's decorum. 1 or 2 students even whistled, expressing their agreement with Felix's audacity. The professor chuckled, then replied thoughtfully, magic is a product of our imagination, existing currently only in imaginative mediums like films and novels. So, do they truly exist? Or are they merely products of thought, with our brains tricking us into believing they exist? But what if, someday, magic were to truly manifest in reality? Felix pressed on. The professor was amused. That's an intriguing hypothesis. Whether magic truly exists? Many philosophers have expressed their views, directly or indirectly. However, delving into each explanation would be quite complex. We can discuss this outside of class alongside the student who just expressed a pessimistic perspective. But I mean, if you'll forgive me, let's say we make a hypothetical scenario. There's a group of wizards who conceal their existence using various magical means, but one day, you discover them. Felix paused briefly. What would you do? Chapter 162, Uncle and Nephew. Felix Harp was indeed very curious, especially about the viewpoints of a philosophical professor. In the large classroom, a murmur of discussion arose as they all tried to immerse themselves in the scenarios he had set, collectively pondering a question they had never seriously considered before. If magic truly exists, how should we confront it? The professor observed the reactions of others and felt it was necessary to address this question seriously. He turned to Felix and inquired, "In your hypothesis, are there enough wizards?" "Not many, but they can't be ignored either." "Do they fall under the conventional definition of evil, from a collective perspective?" "Disregarding proportions when discussing groups leads to fallacies, Professor. My view is that they're equivalent to ordinary people." The professor and Felix engaged in a back and forth, avoiding sensitive topics like the overall power of wizards with vague responses, claiming they hadn't thought it through yet. Other students were drawn to the tug-of-war questioning between the two, alternating their gaze between the professor and Felix. Among the crowd, a young student with brown curly hair was sweating profusely, looking at Felix with a terrified expression. The professor's expression turned gratified. "It seems you've given this question a thorough thought, which will aid us in our upcoming discussions." Felix's explanation followed, "I plan to write a magical work, much like the Chronicles of Narnia." In order to complete his new book, he had deliberately collected a batch of fairy tales during the holidays, and was surprised to find that this series had been published as early as the 1950s. "Is that so?" The professor pondered earnestly for a moment, then looked up and said, "Leaving aside the philosophical aspect, as a scholar, my viewpoint is communication." "Communication?" Felix repeated, dissatisfied with this answer. "Professor, I want to write a realistic novel, one where the content can withstand scrutiny." "My answer remains the same. Regardless of the eventual outcome, the first step between two unfamiliar groups must be to deepen mutual understanding." The public class came to an end, and the students filed out. The young student with brown curly hair rushed into the restroom, accidentally bumping into someone on the way. Meanwhile, Felix politely bid farewell. Amadine shrugged with an air of nonchalance. "All right, if you ever get the chance to come to France in the future, you can find me here. I'll show you around Paris." As Felix walked out of this renowned institution, pondering beneath a row of plane trees, he keenly sensed someone had been watching him all along. He turned the corner of the street and entered a narrow alleyway. The young man with brown curly hair and a middle-aged man with a bearded face suddenly appeared, following directly into the alley. After taking 2 turns, they realized the path ended at a wall. The middle-aged man abruptly turned around, raised his wand with an imposing air, but in the next second, his wand slipped out of his hand like a short stick. A man with black hair and light blue eyes calmly stared at him, toying with a wand made of black walnut in his hand. Maxwell Colbert opened his mouth, watching his own oak wand obediently float in front of the young man opposite him. The unexpected happened too quickly, and without a sound. He didn't even have time to react. "Uncle," he vanished. "Did he use apparition?" The young man with curly hair stared at the empty wall in a daze. Seeing no response from his uncle, he turned around belatedly. "It was him, it was him. He's the one who exposed the magical world." The young man spoke rapidly in a muddled mix of languages. Felix Harp looked at him with amusement. "I'm sure I know the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy better than you do. So, which clause have I violated?" The curly-haired young man appeared very unconvinced. "I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. Don't think you can deny it." "Oh, uncle, why is your wand on the opposite side?" Maxwell Colbert, his bearded face stern, reprimanded, "Be quiet, Calamy." He looked at Felix. "I believe there's a misunderstanding here. You're the Muggle studies expert attending the conference, right?" "A misunderstanding?" "Yes, indeed. I am Maxime Colbert, an auror from the French Ministry of Magic, responsible for the security of this conference. My nephew is studying at Sorbonne in Paris, he must have been mistaken. I apologize. I might have misunderstood." Calamy mumbled slowly while reaching for the wand concealed behind his back. Felix raised an eyebrow and flicked his finger lightly, causing the young Calamy's wand to fly out of his hand. With large and small faces looking at each other, the man across them spoke with satisfaction, "Now we can have a proper conversation." A restaurant on the street in Paris's 5th district. Felix received the menu handed over by the waiter. 1 salad, a French fish soup, a plate of escargot and salt, the main course will be braised beef in red wine, dessert later. That's all. He handed the menu to the uncle and nephew across the table. "What about you?" Maxwell was still hesitating, but Calamy, his nephew, had already taken the menu. "Uncle, what do you want? How about this blue cheese?" Maxwell pointed at Felix and said to the waiter, same as his. Calamy ordered various odd dishes. I recommend pairing with a light white wine. The waiter suggested. Felix had no objection, but the other two had no clue. The waiter took note of the names and swiftly left. Maxwell Colbert looked complex. I'm starting to believe you're a Muggle studies expert, given your reputation. What's your name? Although it's a bit late, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Felix Harp, author of 2 books on Muggle studies. Maxwell fell silent. After a while, he spoke. Considering your reputation, I temporarily believe you don't have an intention to expose the magical world, but I will still verify. As for attacking an Auror. What Auror? I was facing a wizard with an unclear identity. Just after learning about the attack targeting Muggle studies experts, it's quite normal to be a bit on edge, don't you think? Maxwell's expression turned serious. You know about the attack? How did you find out? Emerson Kane, Alice Alpha, Goresworth Moore. Felix listed a string of names, and Maxwell Colbert's expression grew darker and darker. These were the names of officials in the French Ministry of Magic. I have a broad network of information, Felix said as he picked up his cutlery, flashing a gentle smile. Perhaps I could recommend 1 or 2 of them to you. Throughout the meal, Maxwell Colbert appeared downcast, eating in silence, unable to taste the flavor. Calamy quickly became familiar with Felix. You're studying at Sorbonne? What's going on? Felix brought up a topic he was curious about. Calamy explained, it was arranged by my mother. Oh, I'm a half-blood, just an auditor, without a certificate. Felix understood. Exiting the restaurant, Calamy was sent away, and using apparition, Felix brought Maxwell to the Fontainebleau Square in Paris. This was the location of the French Ministry of Magic. In the center of the square, 4 ancient trees guarded a bronze statue. As they entered the range of the ancient trees, their figures magically disappeared, while those around paid no attention. Standing beside the statue, the roots of the 4 ancient trees suddenly came to life, intertwining to form a birdcage-shaped elevator. Felix felt a slight tremor under his feet, and the elevator started descending. He glanced at Maxwell and returned his wand to him. Thank you, Maxwell said sincerely. He didn't want anyone to know what happened today. He planned to keep these embarrassing experiences to himself forever. Chapter 163, Eavesdropping. The elevator descended rapidly, and after a brief darkness, Felix Harp caught a glimpse of the growing light beneath his feet. A cacophony of noises reached his ears as they arrived at a vast underground structure. Felix surveyed the patterns and murals on the arched ceiling. Maxwell noticed his gaze. We've adopted a new style, constellation patterns and some historical events. Have you seen that big sphere up there? He pointed to the silver-white sphere hanging in the dome above, emitting a soft light that bathed the entire entrance hall as if it were daytime. It wasn't here before, thanks to the former minister. As the elevator reached the ground, Felix stepped out of the birdcage. He looked around the circular hall, divided into 2 levels. He stood on the lower one, and in the center of the open space were several long desks, most of which were occupied. People hurriedly moved about, going to and fro. The upper level was supported by columns and featured a railing along its edge. Felix saw someone standing by the balustrade, looking down from a height. The architecture here is laid out horizontally. Felix inquired. What? Oh, yes, it is. Similar to a spider's web, and we're standing at the center of the web. Maxwell explained. Quite different from the British Ministry of Magic. I heard you've bored through more than 10 levels downward. To my knowledge, it's 10 levels, Felix replied. Next, Maxwell led Felix out of the entrance hall and down a wide corridor to a small office. A piece of paper was affixed above it, temporary registration point number 2. I brought you here directly to save you from queuing at the front desk. It's always a long line. Maxwell pushed the door open. Good afternoon, Willie. I'm bringing a friend for registration, attending the Muggle Studies Conference. A wizard with light-colored hair raised his head. Of course, so many newcomers recently, I don't even have leisure time. He suddenly looked at Felix. Do you enjoy exploding snap? Impatiently interrupting him, Maxwell said, Willie, we're short on time. We still need to go to the hotel later. Just the thought of that American woman gets on my nerves. Ha! But you follow her orders, don't you? The wizard named Willie registered Felix's wand while handing over a form. Just fill it out casually. Mainly name, country, and purpose of visit. Maxwell's stubble twitched. I follow the minister's orders. Felix quickly filled in the basic information on the form, ignoring the section about magical expertise. When he handed it to Willie, the wizard didn't even look at it before tucking it into a drawer. He then turned to Maxwell with a gleeful grin. But you do obey her, don't you? Has that woman had you doing servant's work? Maxwell responded with a rude gesture. As they left the office, Maxwell explained, this conference was applied for by the American Magical Congress to the International Confederation of Wizards. After the committee's unanimous approval, we were assigned to host it. Why not hold it in the United States? They insisted on it. Who knows what they're thinking? Maxwell clearly didn't want to delve further into the topic. Felix speculated that it might have to do with the woman he referred to. The two arrived at a fireplace. We'll travel through the Flow network, a temporarily set up connection. Bursley's hotel, remember? Please, after you. Felix grabbed a handful of Flow powder, and amidst the emerald flames, he called out clearly, Bursley's hotel. His figure vanished. Stepping out of the fireplace, Felix found the hotel's interior adorned predominantly in red and gold. The most conspicuous elements were the red carpets and the golden pillars, which reminded Felix of Gryffindor House at Hogwarts. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Soon, Maxwell appeared from the fireplace, ushering Felix Harp into a room before hastily departing. Felix pushed the door open. The furnishings inside were simple. After casting protective charms, he began to explore the hotel. The hotel had a total of 7 floors. Felix strolled to the first floor, exchanged a few words with the front desk attendant, and quickly surmised that it was a Muggle hotel, located in quite a remote area. Your travel group is quite peculiar. Visitors flock here in autumn for the flowers and scenery. Now, everything around is bare. And once you're in, they don't allow us to clean the rooms and have all sorts of odd demands. Felix made a few casual responses. He didn't know the details of the negotiations with the French Ministry of Magic and didn't wish to elaborate further. 2 men stood by the entrance, one hand casually resting in their pockets. Their demeanor was quite similar to Maxwell's, and Felix guessed they were ministry guards. Felix inquired with the attendant whether a guest named Karidi Buabeji had arrived. After checking the guest list, the attendant replied, no, her room is 203, and it's still vacant. We cleaned it just this morning. After a polite thank you, Felix began ascending from the first floor, inspecting for traces of dark magic. He encountered several wizards from different countries along the way, all invited experts. Felix exchanged a few words with them. Despite the language barrier with some, most were friendly. On the 4th floor, he discovered a massive auditorium with hundreds of seats. It seems the conference will be held here. The 5th and 6th floors were empty, but Felix went through them one by one until he reached the 7th floor, where he heard some noise. Have I really stumbled upon something? Or is it just hotel staff? Felix's figure gradually melded into the surroundings. His footsteps were nearly inaudible. Finally, at the door of room 705, he stopped. The voices inside were soft, but Felix used a charm to make the wall softer where his wand touched it. He could hear the conversation clearly. Still no luck with the list. It was a woman's voice. No, he's stubborn. A deep male voice responded. Can't you just? The woman's voice suddenly halted, as if silenced by a spell. You've recognized the problem too. We can't use force, at least I refuse to. The woman muttered something under her breath. After a pause that felt quite prolonged, just as Felix thought the conversation was over, the man said despondently, this is an utter disaster. Footsteps followed. Felix swiftly withdrew. Inside the room, he pondered the incidental information he had acquired. It seemed that one of the attackers from the previous incident had been caught. Based on their conversation, the attacker's identity was still quite special, which made them cautious. Was it a relative of some official? Felix suddenly felt that the galleons he had spent weren't worth it. The information he gained was less valuable than what he had overheard standing by the door. Chapter 164, Ambush. As the evening descended, peculiarly dressed wizards emerged in various corners of the hotel. Felix Harp stood in the hotel garden, observing a group of wizards climbing a small hill. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Maxwell and a stern-looking woman engaged in conversation, the former appearing quite impatient. This is France, Celestine. Not America. You can't command me in the name of your legislature. The woman called Celestine had an exquisite and serious countenance, meticulously dressed from head to toe, without a hint of imperfection. She seemed like a capable government official who had just rushed over from a Muggle government building kilometers away to attend a charity event in the slums. Especially notable were the several wizards standing beside her in pleated robes and cornet hats, solemnly gesturing and pointing at an automated sprinkler, further adding to the persuasiveness of her identity. In this moment, flames seemed to flicker in her grey eyes, and though she pursed her lips, restraining herself from saying anything hurtful, her response remained steadfast. The law is an inviolable boundary, we must take action. We will handle it, Maxwell retorted stiffly. He emphasized the word we, seemingly reminding the woman across from him that their understanding of the term greatly differed. The two soon parted ways. Felix walked over, the anger of the French auror still apparent on her face. She's far too arrogant, thinking I'm her subordinate. Who is she? Felix inquired. A formidable woman, no, Elle Celestine, the foremost figure of the American Wizarding Congress. What does she want? To have American aurors dispatched here, under the pretense of assisting in apprehending potential criminals, Maxwell said with a stern expression. Felix clicked his tongue, genuinely surprised by such a demand. He almost wanted to outright point at the French Ministry of Magic and berate, "You're utterly rubbish, I don't trust you. I'll send my own people." If she's so distrustful, why didn't she just hold the meeting in America from the start? Felix asked, raising a similar question he had posed earlier. Factional struggles? Hidden agendas? Well, from what I gather, many oppose her. Sensitively, Felix asked, who opposes her? I didn't remember, Maxwell revealed an embarrassed expression, muttering under his breath, the department prepared some documents for me, including various clippings, left in my room, but I didn't look closely. Do you want to see? If it's convenient, thank you, Maxwell. I suppose we're practically acquainted now. And you have a taste in food that resonates with mine, I love that dish of red wine stewed beef. Maxwell joked. The lingering resentment dissolved in that moment. The next day, on the eve of the official start of the conference, more wizards arrived, their numbers exceeding 100 by a rough count. One consequence of this was the odd looks the hotel staff gave them. Tell me, are you part of some peculiar organization, like eccentric dress fetishists or something? The hotel receptionist chatted with Felix. Among these individuals, only a few were dressed normally, and among them, Felix was the youngest and most handsome. You could say that, he replied, so you don't really figure it out and end up getting hit with an obliviate charm. Soon, he spotted the figure of Professor Bobage. He went to meet her, taking the small box from her hand. You arrived a bit later than I anticipated. Bobage sighed, I revised my presentation for the conference, I've been preoccupied these past few days. Felix accompanied Professor Bobage to her room, and the two chatted along the way. Do you propose marriages between wizards and werewolves? Felix Harp asked in astonishment. Not only werewolves, Professor Bobage corrected, I see the advantages of crossbreeding. I suggest unions between purebloods and half-bloods, muggles, and even some humanoid magical beings. Felix's expression grew rigid. He leaned against the door for a while before speaking, do you have any theoretical basis for this? Professor Bobage said, it's an inspiration I gathered from Muggle literature. Although that Muggle named Mendel used peas for his experiments. But I've also researched a lot of wizarding data, and it's true that half-blood wizards have achieved more in the past century. Felix felt a headache coming on. He didn't know how to advise his colleague. Once her theory was thrown out, it was akin to detonating a nuclear bomb. Moreover, the theory's correctness was still questionable, but it would undoubtedly face frenzied resistance from pure-blood families all over the world. Professor Bobage, Felix said tactfully, given the current sentiment in the magical world, most wizards are not mentally prepared to accept this theory. Perhaps we can modify the topic slightly, approaching it from a safer angle. Professor Bobage looked at him and softly asked, what's your suggestion? With the current tendency of the magical world to isolate itself, advocate for various magical governments to focus on the outside world Muggle technology, novel theories, and even limited cooperation with Muggle governments. Or, start from the perspective of ordinary wizards, encouraging young graduates to engage in practical experience in the Muggle world. At least they can accumulate work experience. Most wizards have long disconnected from society. Felix used Caraway as an example, after graduation, he entered a Muggle institution of higher learning. Perhaps in a few years, he'll be an authority on Muggle issues in the French wizarding world. Professor Bobage pondered. Felix persuaded, this aligns with the theme of the current conference, and once the snowball starts rolling, even the most stubborn pure-blood families will be swept along by the tide of the times. But Professor Bobage wasn't entirely satisfied with this perspective. Although she was a Muggle studies professor, she didn't believe that the two worlds could cooperate or that cooperation was necessary. She merely saw the irrationality of the pure-blood ideology in the wizarding world and proposed her solution. The next day, July 20th, the conference officially began. No, L. Celestine, as the representative of the International Confederation of Wizards and the initiator of the conference, presided over the entire event. However, she seemed distracted. She kept looking in one direction, where a tall, weathered-looking man stood. Every few minutes, he would step out and return, making a gesture towards her when he did. Delegates from each country took the stage to speak, and Felix Harp found himself growing drowsy. It was hard to imagine that these outdated notions were coming from the mouths of the most renowned group of Muggle issue researchers. The only amusement came when a wizard proposed the Muggle threat theory, and a German wizard berated him as a Grindelwald sympathizer, throwing a shoe at him. Perhaps Bobage's perspective would be drowned out in this flood of verbose speeches. Felix thought. Professor Bobage, what's your speaking order? I have 2 wizards ahead of me. Soon, Professor Bobage stood on the platform. She cleared her throat, her face displaying a poignant expression. Felix knew she hadn't heeded his advice. But at that moment, the weathered man rushed in, shouting, "Attack!" Boom! A massive explosion rang out behind him. Chapter 165, Clash of Wands. The solid wooden doors of the Great Hall shattered into countless pieces, amidst a swirl of smoke and dust, as crimson beams of light, reminiscent of laser-like streaks, swept through the entire room. Felix Harp casually flicked a spell away, a stunning charm. Weak magic, he mused with surprise. But in the next second, a red beam of light came straight at him, colliding against an invisible barrier, producing a deep rumble. Felix smirked, his lips curling. Now, that's more like it. He pulled Professor Burbage along as he gracefully sidestepped, the professor frantically pushing aside her ginger hair that had fallen in front of her face. What's happening? What's going on? Felix didn't reply. The combined effects of the sensory charm and memory acceleration had slowed everything around him. Burbage's questions seemed drawn out, and the swift arc of spells in flight appeared slightly sluggish. Before a dozen spells could reach him, he was already prepared, conjuring a shield charm to ward them off. TCH. With a soft sound, Felix used a disillusionment charm to transport himself and Professor Burbage to the 7th floor of the hotel. Professor Burbage, I've checked before, nobody resides on the 6th and 7th floors. They aren't likely the attacker's target. Find a room to hide in. This was confirmed based on his previous investigations. Earlier, Celestina and that weathered-faced wizard had sought a quiet place to discuss private matters. All right. Burbage nervously swallowed, still shaken by the intense scene. She had never witnessed so many spells all at once before. Felix's earlier advice echoed in her mind. Felix's form twisted and vanished, leaving behind a faint trail of black smoke. The next instant, he emerged from the air of the Great Hall, appearing on the balcony of the 2nd level. After narrowly dodging a Misa-aimed red arrow, he stood elevated, looking down below. The room had turned into a mess, doors blown open, tables and chairs scattered, scorch marks everywhere. The attack had come suddenly, and most of the Muggle studies experts were sprawled on the ground, but from their condition, they seemed only unconscious. Hey, these attackers show some restraint, don't they? His gaze rapidly scanned the scene, his mind working at lightning speed to process every detail in the room. This was the initial requirement of swift assault tactics to read the battlefield and gather useful information. The opposing sides consisted of 3 factions: Celestina, the weathered-faced man hiding behind the lectern, they belonged to the American Magical Government faction. Maxwell and 2 unfamiliar young Aurors stood near the stone pillars, probably guards assigned by the French Ministry of Magic. The remaining dozen Muggle experts from different countries were sporadically positioned around, struggling to defend themselves. The other side consisted of the attackers, all dressed in black robes adorned with white star decorations, wearing masks. There were 27 of them, and more were continuously pouring in. Norwell Celestina. Show yourself. one of the attackers shouted. As they spoke, the windows of the fourth-floor hall shattered, and 7 or 8 black-robed wizards on broomsticks burst in, soaring above the ceiling and casting spells downward. Felix swiftly swung his wand, knocking 2 wizards attempting to hex him out of the air, sending the rest of them veering away in fright. Celestina was hiding behind the lectern. Fierce as a lion, she retorted, "It was abolished in 1965. Do you know what you've done? Defying the magical Congress." She seemed to be explaining something, but it only further ignited the attacker's rage. Liar! This is deception. These attackers were organized with distinct roles, forming 4 squads: front, back, left, and right. Within each squad, some were in charge of offense, others of defense, mutually supporting and advancing, seizing over half of the Great Hall and almost cornering the Ministry of Magic team against the wall. What was even more dreadful was the constant influx of black-robed wizards into the room. The enemy's numbers seemed boundless, which made Maxwell feel a sense of despair. Last time, there were only 5 attackers. This time, it looked like that number had multiplied tenfold. The French Ministry of Magic had already exercised great caution, sending out a total of 12 warriors, forming 2 combat teams. That strength would have sufficed to sweep through a black market. However, this time, they were suffering a brutal defeat, with 7 being taken down with a single blow. There was only one reason: there were simply too many of them on the opposing side. Spells were coming from all directions, leaving no room for evasion. Maxwell gritted his teeth and glanced at his comrades beside him. Including himself, there were only 3 left. The remaining 9 had fallen into the hands of the enemy. He could only pray that the ministry would soon discover the anomaly and send reinforcements. Felix Harp was getting somewhat confused. The attackers had a straightforward objective: to capture Norwell Celestina. And it seemed Celestina knew she was their target, even who they were. Because, from behind 2 stone pillars, she was shouting to Maxwell, "Do not use lethal spells." But the battlefield was not something she could control. And in the midst of a battle, showing mercy was not a good idea. A red light struck Maxwell, causing his body to stiffen, followed by 7 or 8 more red lights. Amid his shocked expression, the spells sent him flying and slammed him into a pillar behind him. Maxwell! A young warrior's eyes went red. He gritted his teeth and cast a black spell, conjuring a sharp dagger from the swirling black mist in the air. With unstoppable momentum, the dagger pierced into the chest of an attacker on the other side, blood spurting from his chest instantly. Bethany! A mournful cry came from the opposition, followed by a sharp escalation in their spell casting. Though not completely understanding the situation, Felix felt he needed to intervene before things became irreparable. Raising his hand, he unleashed a bursting hex. The spell hit the chandelier on the ceiling, causing it to shatter along with half of the ceiling itself. Dust and debris rained down. The crimson lights in the air weakened considerably. Felix's figure suddenly appeared conspicuously in the center of the hall. Calmly and precisely, he swished his wand, sending stunners streaming like water from its tip. The smoke cleared, leaving 7 or 8 attackers lying on the ground. All hexes end. Felix reversed his wand, plunging it into the ground. A wave of red light surged out like a tidal wave, emanating from him. Attackers, Muggle experts, warriors, and officials from the American magical government were sent flying like straws. The spells they were about to cast fell into silence. Everyone's gaze turned to this suddenly appearing figure, watching as he slowly rose, holding his wand expressionlessly. The hall was so silent that you could hear every breath. Several seconds passed. "Take him down." A composed voice among the attackers spoke. But a dozen spells struck only the black smoke he had left behind. Then, everyone present witnessed a scene they would never forget. Felix's figure kept flickering, every appearance accompanied by a dazzling red light. The most astonishing moment was when they simultaneously saw 7 shadows of Felix. Pushing through the attacker squad that had managed to advance closer to the front of the hall, they were almost instantaneously scattered within 1 or 2 seconds. The other 3 squads crumbled into chaos. So weak, Felix thought, his puzzlement deepening. Despite their organized formations, their individual skills were terribly lacking. They lacked the essential self-defense awareness even within the protection of their team, akin to bullying children. Felix didn't feel the exhilaration of spellcasting, instead, his confusion grew. If he had to compare, some of them didn't even measure up to Percy Weasley in terms of spell power. The disparity in individual strength among the members is huge, they aren't accustomed to using killing curses and dark magic, their combat experience is lacking, and their spell power is weak. Where did these attackers suddenly appear from? Chapter 166, Unleashing Waters. Felix Harp pondered ceaselessly about the origin of this group of attackers. Suddenly, he recalled the intelligence from the dark wizard Aladdin. It is said that these attackers are extremely audacious. They warned that woman and left behind a blood-stained emblem. What emblem? Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Was that emblem truly a warning, or an accidentally lost item? At this moment, Felix had disrupted the formations of the attackers, leaving only 5 or 6 individuals who could still rise from the ground. Among them, the leading squad had been reduced to just one lucky diminutive wizard. However, luck was the last thing the diminutive one acknowledged. He wished he had lost consciousness, for less than 2 meters away stood a figure that resembled a devil, calmly observing him. Felix advanced step by step towards the short wizard before him. His pace was deliberate and steady, a strategy to ease the dizziness brought on by the successive illusions of disapparition. To others, his footsteps seemed like a leisurely stroll, his gaze seemingly gentle, yet it was akin to a released dragon, bristling with menacing spikes. The air seemed to solidify, freezing the struggling attackers, the young and proud Arrow, Silas trying to maintain his composure, and the man who appeared world-weary. They all appeared as if a pause button had been pressed. The short one's eyes brimmed with fear. He instinctively turned to flee, only to be tripped by his unconscious comrade's body, his forehead hitting the gravel, blood seeping slowly. By the time he managed to get up, Felix was already standing before him. "Let me see who you truly are." Felix extended a hand towards the mask. In the eyes of the short wizard, that open hand seemed to contain magical wonders, rendering him immobile. He desperately urged himself to run, but in the end, he became akin to a cold statue, his spirits plummeting. His lips trembled. "Don't! Don't!" 2 voices overlapped, the latter unexpectedly from the mouth of No, El Celeste, her grey eyes reflecting an uncharacteristic panic. Yet, Felix did not halt. Resolutely, he lifted the mask. For an instant, Felix froze, the hand grasping the mask remained suspended in mid-air. He had assumed a witch would be beneath the mask, not only due to the individual's diminutive stature but also the high-pitched voice. All these characteristics led him to associate the figure with a female identity. However, beneath the mask was the blood-stained face of an overly young boy, a mere 15 or 16 at most, appearing even younger than Percy Weasley. The short one gazed blankly at him. Suddenly, the expression on the other's face grew enigmatic, impossible to fathom. Summoning his courage, the boy snatched the mask, stumbling backward. Felix remained in place, refraining from pursuit. Thud! 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 A dozen more black-robed wizards stormed into the hall. Among them, one excitedly exclaimed, "Someone's been rescued, we can withdraw now." Did Silas Celeste, that old hag, get captured? However, the scene on the field wasn't what they had anticipated. The newcomers hesitated, their gaze falling on Felix, who had just lowered his wand. Surrounding him were a dozen or so companions. Less than a third were awake, with a few having been just awakened by magic, sporting bewildered expressions. "Run, quickly," the short male wizard croaked. "What? Run, quickly." But the leading wizard was unwilling to leave these individuals behind. He raised his wand, and the others chose to follow suit. Several beams of red light surged toward Felix Harp. The newcomers were clearly elites, their scorching spells resembled lasers. However, all of them were blocked before Felix, forming a faintly visible ring-shaped barrier. Air was painted with intricate interweaving lines of silver and gold. As the incantations striking it grew stronger, the barrier's form became clearer. It was an enlarged half-body armor, illusory yet vibrant with magical flames. The armor, constructed by the iron-clad charm, encased him entirely, rendering him impervious to these assaults. The black-robed wizards launched attack after futile attack, their spirits inevitably sinking into despair. "Leave this place before I change my mind," Felix declared. After a brief silence, the attackers spoke. He's trapped by his own magic. Hurry, take the unconscious ones away." The leading wizard fabricated reasons haphazardly, but whatever the rationale, it seemed this formidable adversary had no intentions of continuing the onslaught. Others caught on, using levitation charms and transfiguration to carry away their fallen comrades, rapidly retreating from this perilous location. During this short yet prolonged minute, no one spoke. Silas Celeste, the weathered male wizard, the French Ministry Aurora, even the Muggle researchers all unusually remained silent, implicitly endorsing Felix's actions. Felix's gaze settled on the few who remained, running while casting glances back at him, their eyes full of inquiry. "Don't stare, hurry," one of the black-robed wizards said. The attackers departed, leaving the hotel in ruins. 3 or 4 Muggle experts on the field gazed around, as if they had experienced a bizarre dream. From a tranquil meeting to an unexpected attack, and then a battle concluded by a powerful young man in less than 30 seconds. Wasn't this all a dream? Felix approached Maxwell beside him, carefully assessing his condition. Unconscious, his face covered in clusters of small bumps. "This, sir? Is he all right?" the young Aurora asked cautiously. "Not too serious, hit by too many stunners, with the nasty hex mixed in," Felix remarked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. The hex seemed to mock everyone present. Silas Celeste emerged, disheveled and covered in dust, accompanied by the weathered male wizard. "You?" She hesitated. "What exactly are the attackers' identities?" Felix asked straightforwardly, already having a guess. "I'm not certain. They might be remnants of the Purifiers or Grindelwald's devotees," Silas replied. "I believe you are trying to deceive me, Madame Celeste." Felix took a step forward, silvery radiance now completely consuming his formerly light blue irises. "Look into my eyes." Her expression immediately froze. Rapid flashes of scenes swept by. Confidential reports indicate that minors have joined the innovators. Our magical society is further divided because of that damned law. Cecil, we can't compromise, giving in now means yielding 10 or 100 steps. But even wizards born into Muggle families are part of us, and our laws are hurting them. Since 1965, more and more feel deceived, Silas. This patience has reached its limit, hence the birth of the Innovators, an organization that humiliates us all. Our gentlemen in Congress sit atop a giant magical firework, sipping red wine with smug satisfaction. The council families won't support it. So you're just covering it up, Silas? We're a legislative body, we should be responsible for the laws of the American wizarding world. What should I say, esteemed Mr. Representatives? Because of our utterly foolish laws, Ilvermorny students and alumni have conspired to establish the Innovators, preparing to resist the American Magical Congress. I must remind you, Silas, that this is already a fact. I can't appear like a fool in front of the representatives, at least, I need a list. How do you plan to do that? Patience, Cecil. By summer break, I'll set a seemingly harmless yet alluring trap. Catch 1 or 2 people, and we can unravel a string of names. Silas, you yourself are a brilliant bait. They've set their sights on you. Thank you, Cecil. I'm not praising you. Cecil, when the time comes, remember to have the New York Ghost spread the news. Chapter 167, Healing. Cicely's eyes trembled uncontrollably as she resisted Felix's intrusion into her memories, while Cecil hesitated, wand at the ready. Felix's previous actions had been too dramatic, he had no certainty in this situation. But Felix had already obtained what he wanted and spoke softly, Ilvermorny. Ilvermorny students, just like this. But why? What kind of laws have led to this discontent? Cicely's face turned pale, and she tightly shut her mouth. However, Felix had a knowing look. Yes, the Rappaport law, but I remember that law was already abolished. Is that what you mentioned just now? In the heat of battle, Cicely had angrily exclaimed, it was abolished in 1965. Her outburst was met with scorn and insults, labeling her a liar. This seemed to be the crux of the issue. The wizard named Cecil muttered, only a small portion of it was abolished. Felix's gaze shifted, and Cecil turned aside, explaining in a low voice, the remaining clauses were merged into other laws, especially those regarding intermingling with no-mages. Restrictions are still stringent. Wizards born to no-mage parents and first-generation half-bloods must report their relationships and undergo regular inspections by specialized Ministry of Magic personnel. We even have a dedicated memory modification team ready to erase superfluous and dangerous memories at any time. Cicely murmured quietly, to prevent the exposure of the wizarding world. How many students fall into this category? Felix asked Cecil. It depends on your perspective, but most are certainly of mixed blood. But which way do you think they lean? So, you're fighting a losing battle, aren't you? The wizard closed his eyes in anguish. Felix didn't say anything further, this was not his concern. He was just feeling a bit irritated all of a sudden. As his gaze swept over a pile of rubble, his expression suddenly changed. He waved his wand, and bricks, dust, and broken tables and chairs floated into the air, leaving others puzzled. At the edge of the rubble, the silhouette of a wizard in black robes emerged, blood staining his chest. "Who is that?" Sisley screamed in fear, muttering under her breath, "Please don't let it be a student, please don't let it be a student." The young Auror who had been looking after Maxwell appeared dazed. Could this be the magic he had used? Felix strode forward and crouched down. He removed the black mask to reveal a pale-faced witch who appeared to be of a similar age. Others anxiously huddled around, and her face was devoid of color. Her chest no longer rose and fell, and the blood mixed with dust on the ground made her look like a freshly unearthed corpse. I killed someone? Or a student?" the young Auror muttered in confusion. "It's all over, everything's over." Sisley collapsed on the ground. A few Muggle studies experts wore solemn expressions, and one of them removed her iris hat. Felix remained silent, carefully examining the young witch. He touched her wound gently, and a black mist spread along his fingertips, quickly staining his fingertip black. "Is this a curse, dark magic?" Felix asked the young Auror. "Why, yes." Felix nodded, taking various vials and bottles from his ring. "Is there any hope for her?" the young Auror asked with hope in his eyes, looking at Felix as if he were a devout believer. "Can you bring her back to life?" Everyone present looked at Felix with hopeful anticipation, yearning to hear a positive response from him. In this moment, they hoped for a miracle. "No, I can't," Felix said cruelly, but in the next moment, he changed the direction of his words, "but she hasn't died." He picked up a small black bottle and dripped the potion onto the witch's chest. The wound sizzled and emitted thin wisps of black mist. Then, Felix took out a small white bottle and dropped its transparent contents onto the wound, which quickly began to heal. She's coming back to life," Sisley stammered. Felix waited quietly, and after about half a minute, the witch's chest moved slightly. He breathed a long sigh of relief. "You did it! You did it! From now on, you're my most admired person!" the young Auror exclaimed in an excited and incoherent manner. Felix smiled and said, filled with emotion, "You have to thank my friend, a master in potions. He was a great help. Of course, you should also thank me for accompanying him on this adventure." The main ingredient in the black potion in the small bottle was the black root he and Democles Belby had discovered during their expedition in the Forbidden Forest. At that time, Belby had told him that potions made from black root were remarkably effective in healing dark magical injuries. Upon their return, he had given some of the materials to Belby, and Belby had returned the favor with a small bottle of the potion half a month later. "Sir, your, finger," the young Auror said. "Oh, right, I almost forgot about this." Felix looked at his blackened index finger, gently flicked it, and extinguished a wisp of black mist with his fingertips. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Figures appeared, reinforcements from the French Ministry of Magic. "Mr. Moore," Felix greeted one of them. "Mr. Hepburn? It's good to see you. Please wait, I need to attend to some official business first, and then we can catch up later," the middle-aged man with golden curls said. He turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Inform the medical team and memory modification team to check the nearby nomages. And what about Colbert? Have him come see me." Maxwell, who had just awakened and been pulled aside to explain, angrily berated Sisley. His calm French was punctuated with various expletives. Sisley stood by with a dark expression. 10 minutes passed, and Goslow Moore, the director of the Magical Law Enforcement Office, strode over. He warmly shook Felix's hands and said, "Thank you very much for everything, Felix. Our young man can be impulsive at times, but it's not entirely his fault," he added, glancing awkwardly at Sisley and Cecil. "If it weren't for some people's antics, we wouldn't have been in the dark from start to finish. I'll provide a detailed report to the International Confederation of Wizards about this matter. I'm certain Dumbledore won't tolerate such incidents," Moore continued. "We are trying to combat criminals, Mr. Moore," Sisley said, taking a deep breath, explaining herself. Moore stared at her with amber eyes and loudly demanded, "Are you calling students criminals? Do not think you can deceive me, I know more than you might think. Secret meetings, recruitment, distributing pamphlets, running private newspapers, and sending anonymous letters. Perhaps you've thrown all those letters in the trash without even a glance. That's why we're in this situation today, isn't it? Felix had no interest in their argument. He bid them farewell, and more readily agreed. They arranged to meet later. The next moment, he appeared on the 7th floor of the hotel. Professor Bubeji. He called out in the corridor. After a short pause, a door opened, and Bubeji peeked out. When she saw it was Felix, she smiled, "Thank goodness you are finally back." "The attack is over," Felix said gently. Chapter 168, The Mastermind Behind the Plan. Have the attackers been caught? Are there any casualties? Professor Bubeji asked urgently, completely unaware of the events outside as she had been under protection from the very beginning. "We've got some leads," Felix Harp's eyes flickered with an odd light. "Professor Bubeji, I might need to temporarily depart." In the next moment, his figure twisted and vanished, reappearing in a patch of woods outside the Bursley's Inn. "Reveal the footprints." Felix waved his wand lightly, and from its tip emanated large wisps of golden mist. Chaotic golden footprints appeared on the ground, pointing diagonally in a specific direction. Though the area covered by the golden mist was not vast, it was enough to indicate the direction. Besides this, Felix retrieved a few strands of brown hair, sourced from the boy whose mask he had lifted. He murmured softly, "Reveal your trail, owner of the hair." Then, he crushed a strand of hair between his fingertips, turning it into a burst of golden light that blended into the mist, forming the illusion of a flustered young boy. He witnessed a brief scene. "Wait for me, Uriah!" the boy shouted. "Put on your mask, Burns!" a stern voice admonished the boy. The illusion disappeared after, leaving Felix in a pensive state. "Burns, is that the boy's name? And who is Uriah?" From behind, "He somewhat resembles the student leader who led the organization's retreat." Felix hastened his pace, piecing together the puzzle of the entire incident. Why did the initial attack scene leave behind an emblem of the International Confederation of Wizards? Was it truly the threat spoken of by the black market information dealer Aladdin? Why did the head of the American Legislative Council, Silister, repeatedly request reinforcements for defense? And why were there both strong and weak assailants, even including underage children? All of these now had explanations. The root of it all lay in the convoluted legal system of the American Wizarding Society, a system that was severely restrictive to prevent exposure of the magical world. The original Rappaport's law strictly prohibited all forms of interaction, including friendships, marriages, and even the need to conceal one's wizarding identity from the closest of people. By 1965, this law was officially repealed, but its legacy endured, with many of Rappaport's provisions absorbed into other laws. This left many wizard families with mundane backgrounds and first-generation half-bloods disillusioned, feeling deceived by the Magical Congress of the United States. As time went on, this gave rise to a resistance organization, the Renewal Society. The Renewal Society was a relatively moderate secret group, but its members strongly opposed the Magical Congress of the United States' practice of closely scrutinizing the friends and relatives of wizards to keep the magical world hidden. In Felix's estimation, the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was likely the headquarters of the Renewal Society, continually supplying fresh recruits. How many years had the Renewal Society been growing? And how many members had quietly infiltrated various professions? For instance, were there members of the Renewal Society within the American Magical Congress? An intriguing question indeed. This was why Felix had told Silister, the leader of the Legislative Council, that they were fighting a destined-to-fail war. One representing the present, the other representing the future. How could victory be achieved? Felix pondered the role he should play. He didn't intend to lead the fledgling Renewal Society in a counterattack against the Magical Congress of the United States, even though with a few years' effort, he could extend his influence throughout the magical world. But what purpose would that serve? Cresting a hill, Felix heard heated arguments. Silently, he cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and blended into the crowd. Before him were only a dozen or so black-robed wizards, which struck him as odd. Had they divided themselves into groups? Had they set up more than one hiding place? Felix became even more convinced that the Renewal Society was not merely a pastime of Ilvermorny students, at least, adult wizards similar to Alastair Moody were involved. "It's not over yet." Bethany stayed at the scene. "Uriah, you're closest to her. What do you suggest we do?" said the short boy whose mask had been lifted by Felix Harp, Burns. Felix was less than a meter away from him, and it was through his hair that Felix had found this group of attackers. Felix scrutinized Burns' young face. It was marked with bloodstains, his brown hair turned blood red. Student leader Uriah surveyed his downcast companions, his voice laden with difficulty. "We can't go back. That person, that gentleman, he's too powerful. We don't stand a chance." "Your sister." He couldn't continue, his eyes filled with sorrow. Felix listened in silence. So, the girl who was severely injured by dark magic Bethany and Burns were siblings? First, he revealed Burns' face, exposing him completely, and then he healed Burns' gravely injured sister, Bethany. Felix was at a loss trying to comprehend their relationship. Others chimed in, trying to console the tall boy. "Burns, Uriah is in a tight spot too. If that gentleman hadn't refrained at the end. None of us can run away." Someone interrupted. "At this point, the American Aurors from the Bureau of Magical Law Enforcement are surely here," a student said impatiently, removing his mask to reveal a round face. "Can we contact Daniel?" someone suggested. "He must know something." Uriah shook his head. "His communication is restricted. Before the operation, I only told him the timing and the hiding spot." Felix keenly noted the new name, Daniel. Combining the context of their conversation, it was likely that this Daniel was an official of the American Magical Congress and quite possibly an Auror. However, he had heard Maxwell mention that they had explicitly denied entry to American Aurors. So, did this Daniel sneak into France? Burns wiped away a tear of faint red and trembled as he said, "My sister, she's hurt badly. Will they treat her, Uriah? I'm worried about her. I don't even know if she's alive." Others removed their masks too, revealing faces edged with worry. Burns continued, his lips quivering, her injuries. "Will they take care of her, Uriah? I'm so worried about her. I don't even know if she's alive." As everyone's faces reflected concern, Uriah bit his lip. "It's all my fault." Just then, an unfamiliar voice interrupted, "Uriah, you've been reckless with this operation." The group turned their heads, expressions lighting up with surprise. "Daniel!" they exclaimed in delight. Two adult wizards appeared in the hollow, a tall figure with fiery red hair and a slender build, and a sturdy, short wizard with deep brown hair. Everyone surrounded the two wizards, asking questions left and right. "Daniel, do you know how Bethany is?" "She's my sister. I'm very worried about her safety." Burns spoke. "Yet, has she received treatment?" At Daniel's fiery red hair, his expression turned grim. "I'm not entirely sure of the situation. According to the plan, we pretended to be led away by you and even spread false information to others. We never went to the Bursleys Inn at all. But Bethany, as long as she's alive, nothing bad will happen to her. Silister won't be able to bear that cost." Burns eased slightly, then had a thought. "Can you guys check on my sister's condition now? Officially, you're Silister's bodyguards, right?" American Auror Daniel appeared apologetic. "Burns, our entire team snuck in. We can't show up before the French Ministry of Magic. It's all the fault of those pure-blood Aurors in your team. It's because of one of them that Matt was caught." "Absurd!" Daniel reprimanded. "Matt dared to attack a high-ranking official of the Magical Congress and got caught. And he's blaming someone else." The crowd lowered their heads in silence. Felix's mind stirred. Matt? Was that the member of the Renewal Society Silister mentioned was captured? He had indeed heard these people mentioned during their retreat. "The person has been rescued, we can withdraw." So, this Auror had provided the information. No wonder they could quickly determine where Matt was being held. On the other side, Daniel, an adult and an Auror, spoke more gently now. He looked at Uriah. At that time, the situation was urgent, and communication wasn't smooth. "I didn't have time to inquire in detail. How did you manage to create such a big scene? I don't remember passing any information to you. Was it from others in the Renewal Society? Fury? Herman? Kelly?" Others looked to student leader Uriah, who had initiated the operation. "It was from the New York Spectre, Daniel," Uriah confessed. "Matt saw from there that Silister was attending a meeting in Paris, and he privately contacted a few people, all graduates. We thought we were strong enough and didn't tell anyone. We plan to abduct her and get evidence of her crimes and some intelligence on high-ranking Congress members from her. Daniel looked at him with an appraising gaze. Uriah continued candidly, it went smoothly at first. We found the perfect opportunity to strike. Celestia and her entourage were no match, let alone those Muggle studies experts. But then, 2 Congress Aurors suddenly appeared, and they were strong. We retreated, but they pursued relentlessly. Matt was caught in his effort to give us a chance to escape. As Auror Daniel spoke from his perspective, Uriah listened with fascination. He only knew that Matt was captured and that he had rallied everyone to rescue him. He had no idea there were so many twists and turns. Reading tip: recently introduced characters in the past few chapters. Bethany, heavily injured, treated by Felix Harp, the catalyst for the events. Uriah, student leader. Daniel, American Auror, a member of the Renewal Society, secretly passing information. Burns, Bethany's brother, whose mask was lifted by Felix. Matt, heard in eavesdropped conversations, a captured attacker. Others are temporary characters. Chapter 169, Perspectives and Decisions. Daniel continued to explain. At this point, Celeste began to make mistakes. Her first mistake was underestimating that the French Ministry of Magic would not agree to send reinforcements to assist in defense, which meant that our 7 American Aurors couldn't openly appear. Thus, even though the French side sent extra manpower, there were vulnerabilities in her own power and information channels. But she had a plan to make up for it. First, she dispatched Cecil Orr, as you know him, Celeste's sidekick, to communicate with us 7 and establish a link. Second, she arranged for us to hide in the shadows, taking turns to monitor the hotel's activities, especially on the day of the meeting today. However, her second mistake followed. Daniel chuckled. She didn't realize that Felix Harp and I were present, which gave us the opportunity to make a move. In truth, we did only 3 things, and fortunately, they all succeeded. First, we discovered where Matt was being held captive in the basement of the hotel. Second, we managed to establish contact with Uriah, but we encountered a problem similar to Celeste's communication barriers that were even worse than hers. He glanced at Uriah and continued, otherwise, I would have advised you to cancel the second assault and find another opportunity. Nevertheless, we shared the most crucial information with you, including our watch from 2 to 5 p.m. today and Matt's confinement location. The third thing was that Felix Harp and I pretended to have spotted your tracks at the agreed upon time, taking away other individuals with us, providing you with time for action. It was only 5 minutes, but those 5 minutes were crucial. As for Celeste's third mistake, Daniel's expression turned serious. This one is also your mistake, Uriah. As a student leader, you should have been more level-headed, but there's fault on both sides. She clearly underestimated the recklessness in you. She never expected that you would organize a rescue team of more than 50 people. Uriah, this is something you need to deeply reflect upon. Most of the individuals following your lead are still students. Have you thought about how irrational your actions were? Have you considered the consequences if there were casualties? He said sternly. Uriah lowered his head in shame. As the leader of the Progressive Society, he indeed should have considered more. Beside them, Byers stubbornly interjected, we were prepared long ago. Besides, they're going to erase my parents' memories, aren't they? Daniel looked at the tears welling up in Byers' eyes, torn between saying something and holding back. Uriah tugged at Daniel's arm, it truly is my fault. I shouldn't have involved you all, and I certainly shouldn't have acted without thorough investigation. If it weren't for the mercy of that man, we would have suffered a total defeat. Curiously, Daniel inquired, are there experts among the French Aurors? Uriah replied with bitterness, no, it's a Muggle studies expert. I can't even describe how powerful he is. Daniel found himself intrigued by Uriah's mention of a Muggle studies expert. Were there specialists in that field as well? But he knew this wasn't the right time to inquire. The others listened to the entire account with a somewhat dazed expression. The complexity exceeded their expectations. Brother Daniel, did you come directly to our side? Uriah asked. You provided me with 3 concealed addresses, I've already been to the other 2. Matt is fine, he told me he didn't reveal a single word, Daniel said with a smile. Nicely done, Matt. Well done. These young students praised their companion's heroic feat with passionate words. Brother Daniel, Uriah asked with concern, now that Matt's exposed, do you think Celeste will go after him? Daniel pondered for a moment. I don't think so, but he'll definitely be under surveillance. You shouldn't try to contact him for a while. The group exchanged glances, their previously excited hearts now dimmed. Uriah remained silent, lost in thought. This series of events had caused him to grow significantly. After a while, he suddenly lifted his head and addressed the group, I'm going to turn myself in. What? No, Uriah. Think about what we're fighting for. They started to clamor and discuss among themselves. A burly wizard angrily shouted, why don't we gather everyone and charge right back at them? Two adult wizards exchanged glances, and Daniel cautiously said, if you want to confirm Bethany's condition, it's not urgent at the moment. There's no need to put yourself in harm's way. No, Daniel, Uriah said calmly. He looked around at everyone and spoke when they all fell silent, companions, this might be an opportunity. Uriah raised his voice, think about it, Celeste went to great lengths to hide her intentions. She saw our progressive society growing stronger and tried to secretly capture and get a list of our members. But her two traps were foiled thanks to Brother Daniel's advance notice. She panicked. This time, she was prepared, and in a way, she succeeded. She captured Matt. The other's gaze fixed on him, following his pacing form. But she also failed, as Daniel said. She may have anticipated a rescue attempt, but she never expected so many people to come, nor that among the French aurors assigned to her, we'd have our comrades. Uriah continued to organize his thoughts, sincerely addressing everyone, so, this is an opportunity, a chance to escalate matters completely. You'll write to the French Wizarding Gazette and the Spectre Observer. I'll turn myself in. If I'm guilty, let the law judge me. Let my actions be remembered by the world. In the end, everyone was convinced. They left their hiding place and began to act according to the plan. In the sheltered mountain hollow, the figure of Felix Harp gradually materialized. He clapped his hands and admired, a bold and imaginative plan, Uriah. You've left a lasting impression on me. The gains he took away from this meeting weren't about acquainting himself with Muggle studies experts but witnessing a group of vibrant young individuals. He liked their radiant commitment to ideals. Though their paths diverged, Felix acknowledged Uriah's choice. He whispered, if you're imprisoned for this, I'll save you once. In the next moment, his figure abruptly vanished, leaving no trace behind. Felix was tidying up his manuscripts in the room. He suspected that the meeting wouldn't continue. A minority of Muggle studies experts had vanished the instant the attack occurred. The unfortunate ones left were either sent to hospitals or, upon awakening, were demanding explanations. The French Ministry of Magic was undoubtedly in a frenzy and still hadn't found peace. Moreover, half of the hotel had collapsed. How could the meeting proceed? Luckily, no one had died. Celeste's troubles were even greater. Although she managed to avoid the worst outcome, the girl named Bethany's death, this matter couldn't be suppressed any longer. She was likely to face accountability from the public, the French Ministry of Magic, the American Wizarding Congress, and the International Confederation of Wizards. Fourfold accountability. Felix picked up a stack of clippings from his bedside. Maxwell had given them to him. Most of them were about Celeste herself, her political views, public statements, and formulated laws, a myriad of information. Especially in one headline, she held her wand aloft, delivering an impassioned speech. The title featured her words, "The law is the cornerstone of order, and we are the cornerstone of the law." Felix tossed the clippings into the air, watching them turn to ashes, a sardonic smile on his lips. A sudden commotion echoed from outside, panicked shouts, running footsteps, the sounds unusually distinct. Felix's expression turned into one of amusement. He stepped out of the room and descended to the lobby. Officials from the French Ministry of Magic wore expressions of incredulity. Felix caught the arm of a young auror. "What's happened?" "Mr. Harp," he stammered, "something significant has occurred. Reporters have arrived, along with Muggle studies experts from various countries who are watching." "Watching who?" "The attackers. Or rather, two students from Beauxbatons and Dumstrang." "Ah, intriguing." Chapter 170, The Snowball of Time. The situation had truly escalated as per Uriah's plan. Felix Harp emerged from the hotel, the flashes of magical cameras dazzlingly flickering, emitting wisps of purple smoke. The journalists from the French wizarding world were as excited as if they had ingested a dose of wild elixir, their cheeks and necks flushed abnormally. Two black-robed wizards stood in the courtyard, an open space around them. People seemed to have conflicting feelings, wanting to get closer for a look yet harboring a sense of unease, resulting in a rather awkward positioning. Their masks had been removed, revealing two young faces. One was the student leader Yuria, and the other was Bernie's younger brother, Burse. Burse, you didn't have to come, Yuria whispered. I've already been seen anyway, what's there to fear? I just hope I can catch a glimpse of Bernie before they lock us up, Burse said nonchalantly. You might regret it. At least not yet. Why haven't they arrested us yet? The reporters have been snapping photos for quite a while now, to be honest, the flashes are making me dizzy. Yuria spoke rationally, the longer they delay, the better. See there? Celestia is dumbfounded. Indeed, Celestia was dumbfounded. She was using a commanding tone to warn Moore, who was incessantly wiping his sweat, Mr. Director, you can't let the reporters in like this, it involves diplomatic relations between two countries. Moore let out a string of vague French words, I can't control them, reporters have that right. At least take these two students away. I can't decide, it involves the diplomacy of both nations, Moore retorted with the same phrase. I've informed the minister, I won't do anything until he arrives. Maybe you can take matters into your own hands. Celestia certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to act on her own. Didn't she see that the reporters outside were about to explode with excitement? Was she trying to add fuel to the fire? What would her reputation be like tomorrow? Celestia felt once again that she was losing control. She walked over to Cecil's side and squeezed out a sentence through her clenched teeth, what about our people? Taken away by the members of the Reformist Society. When they came back, the attack had already ended. They're out trying their luck now, looking for the targets. No news yet, Cecil said. Summon those fools back. What's the point of going after them now? They've practically delivered themselves to us. Celestia said in frustration, feeling like her chair in the Woolworths building office had grown legs, and her hat had sprouted wings. Everything seemed to be slipping away from her. Sorry, I can't get in touch, Cecil shrugged. Quick, look outside. More people are coming. A short journalist exclaimed. The minister? Asked a journalist next to him. It's more members of the Black Robes Army. The short journalist had eagerly attached new names to Yuria and his companions, ready for tomorrow's front page headline. No, it's tonight's headline. Dozens of journalists rushed out carrying their black cameras. Amid their excited expressions, dozens of black-robed wizards appeared at the Brasses Hotel. They wore masks on their faces, walked in silence, their footsteps perfectly synchronized, a display that drew the reporter's attention. Maxwell inquired, Director, what should we do? Moore looked up at the sky, engrossed in studying the shape of a cloud, as if it held some great revelation. Thus, under the gaze of the French Ministry of Magic staff, the students of IFA Mooney walked into the courtyard without any hindrance. Yuria and Burse stared blankly at their audacious companions until they stood before them, still not having fully recovered. Why did you come? Weren't you supposed to leave? Just write a letter. Hey, Yuria, we've completed the mission already, but before we left, we calculated and felt that we shouldn't miss this commotion. A passionate voice spoke up. Matteo. Yuria whispered. It's me. The speaking wizard removed his mask, revealing a bright smile. And me, Yuria. A witch with a ponytail removed her mask and winked at him. Haha, we can't just leave like that. A hardy wizard laughed as he took off his mask. That's right, he's right. I'm not content to leave like this either. Coincidentally, I feel the same way. One by one, the black-robed wizards removed their masks. They were of different genders, heights, sizes, but all radiated youthful energy. Seeing this scene, Celestia was utterly dumbfounded, her lips moving silently, her expression stunned. It wasn't just her, Moore, Cecil, Maxwell, Bubeji, the reporters and the Muggle researchers all present were captivated by this sight. After a brief pause, the hotel's courtyard erupted into a frenzy. The shutters of magical cameras clicked in unison, creating a cacophony that buzzed like bees. Overhead in Paris, owls glided across the sky. Faced with this situation, a mere director of law enforcement was utterly powerless. The French Minister of Magic was the first to arrive, but even he found it perplexing. Hesitating between arresting or not, at that moment, figures started to appear through apparition. Americans! The French Minister of Magic exclaimed in surprise. A woman strode forward, Greetings, Minister. I'm here on behalf of the President. He'll be a little late due to appeasing our Congress, as you know. Have you received the news? The woman said helplessly, that's one of the matters we need to discuss. My, they do possess quite some connections. We're the first batch using reserve port keys and apparition. There might be more wizards closely watching this situation coming after. Her words were somewhat conservative, it was definitely not just some enthusiastic people. A few hours later, people who had received the news had filled up half of the valley. The French Minister of Magic urgently dispatched a third of his staff to take over security around the hotel. Vacations were cancelled, slacking off was prohibited, and overtime was mandated. All kinds of concealment and protective spells were cast, causing the Brasses Hotel to temporarily vanish from the eyes of ordinary people. Felix Harp stood silently in a corner, observing. He didn't know how this would ultimately unfold. But that girl named Bernie, and these young leaders, were likely to be recorded in history. Even though he was merely an outsider, he couldn't help but anticipate the course of events, especially after witnessing how these students made their decision. Prominent figures continued to arrive. The president of the American Wizarding Congress, the headmistress of IFA Mooney School, a member of the International Confederation of Wizards, and a familiar figure Albus Dumbledore, who was the president of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dumbledore, you've come too. The president of the American Wizarding Congress, Marcus, walked up briskly. Marcus, I had to come. The commotion has reached my not-so-sharp ears, so you can imagine the extent of its impact. No one anticipated, the senators are furious, they want to severely punish these students. What should we do? Lock them up in prison. Dumbledore's expression was very serious, his silver-white beard trembled slightly. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, Marcus, but any action you take now will influence the future of the next few years, or even decades. Eventually, it will directly reflect back onto you, no one will escape. Yes, I just got updated on the situation. They did commit a crime, but it's not particularly grave. The most critical issue is the significant impact. If not handled well, by next Monday at the latest, these people outside will storm Woolworth's building and overturn the entire Wizarding Congress. Look, Dumbledore, there are nearly 1,000 people outside. Felix didn't pay much attention, he walked out of the hotel, looking at the crowd that was still converging, with over half being visitors from the United States. With these enthusiastic individuals here, the hotel wouldn't come to a conclusion unless the big shots emerged. A French staff member in charge of maintaining order grumbled, in fact, they could all be considered illegal immigrants, it's just that given the current situation, no one's bothering. But I hope they get fined heavily afterward, those bunch of Americans. Felix stood on a small hill, gazing from a distance at the hotel. From this angle, the surging crowd had a peculiar sense of detachment, which inclined his thoughts toward rationality. Ministry of Magic, ordinary wizards, students. Uria's actions had given him a completely new understanding of the organizational structure of the wizarding world. Someone beside him struck up a conversation, never thought I'd live to see such a scene. Felix had already noticed someone approaching. He turned around and saw an elderly man shakily making his way over. His face was very pale, as if it had been coated with a layer of white paint. It was hard to say whether his hair was whiter or his complexion. Felix hurried over and grabbed his arm. Ouch! The old man let out a painful cry. I apologize. Felix looked at him puzzled. It's all right, I'm getting old, and my bones are a bit brittle. Felix gave him a strange look, wondering if he should suggest he take some calcium tablets. Speaking of which, do wizards benefit from taking calcium tablets? This scene is almost concluded, its main purpose was to expand the world building and won't involve politics in the future. Back to school tomorrow. Chapter 171, Nicholas Flamel? The old man spoke a few words and then took a moment to catch his breath, his nostrils emitting a faint humming sound. You don't look too well, yet you've come to join the festivities. Felix Harp cast a glance at him, tinged with admiration. I live nearby, otherwise I wouldn't have come. Can't stand the torment of apparition, the old man waved his hand, his arm emitting a crisp click sound. Felix suddenly felt a pang of jealousy, he pouted and instinctively stretched his own arm. In the distance, a commotion arose as an irritable wizard set off fireworks inside the hotel. His actions triggered a flurry of imitations. Both of them wore expressions of keen interest. Quite amusing, isn't it? The old man said cheerfully. Indeed, I like the pattern of that Thunderbird. I guess it might be from Ilvermorny's Thunderbird House, Felix said, the one founded by Isolde Sayer and James Stewart. The old man's gaze followed the firework that resembled a hawk and said somewhat nostalgically, I haven't moved around much in the outside world these years, but now I feel the urge to explore. There's always so much novelty outside. The old man agreed at first, then shook his head, saying, people may be different, but events tend to repeat themselves. Is that so? I tend to believe that everything I experience is unique, Felix replied. The old man chuckled heartily, the vigor that belongs exclusively to the young, the habit of defining the world with your own eyes. But as one grows older, rules become more like bonds, embedding oneself into a particular place in the world. Rules. Basically, it's a set of self-imposed principles. After experiencing certain things and meeting certain people, you tell yourself what you can or cannot do, and you adhere strictly to that. It's a bit like signing a magical contract, but the recipient is your future self. What's the point of that? Felix inquired. I'm not sure, the old man replied, but it at least keeps my spirits uplifted. By restricting oneself. This is the philosophy of survival I've gained from a long life, the old man said. Felix didn't quite endorse this approach. He disliked being confined and constrained, especially by self-imposed limits. The old man fumbled through his pockets, and after about half a minute, he pulled out a copper pocket watch. Click. The pocket watch opened, one side displaying the time, the other side showcasing a photograph. The photograph depicted a young couple. The old man murmured, she's Pernell, my wife. We met back at Beaux Batons, both students. A fine young woman, 3 years my senior. I can still vividly recall the first time I laid eyes on her. It was amidst a sea of flowers, and she stood out. Felix blinked, it's evident that your marriage has been a happy one. Yes, indeed. His voice barely audible. For a while, neither of them spoke. The distant fireworks display had already been halted by Ministry of Magic personnel. Do you think they'll reach an agreement? Felix changed the subject. To be honest, I find it difficult. I've dealt with these people before. The American wizarding world suffered greatly under the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. They won't compromise easily, the old man said, they're quite stubborn in this regard. Felix chimed in optimistically, someone will eventually compel them to change their minds. If not this time, then the next. Their adversaries are still young. You're right. These youngsters have a natural advantage. I'm about to leave. After a while, the elderly man said, just before parting, he gave Felix Harp a small gift. This is, a sneakoscope. Yes, indeed, an intriguing little gadget. I've been sending out many gifts these days, perhaps due to my dwindling time, the old man chuckled. Wizards can achieve longevity, you know. I know a witch, she should be around 130 or 40 years old, maybe even more, but her health is still robust, Felix comforted the old man. He was referring to Professor Griselda Marchbanks from the Wizarding Examinations Authority. She had invigilated Dumbledore's Newt's examination. The old man smiled, maybe it's not suitable for me. It's been a pleasure chatting with you, Felix Harp. You know me? Felix looked at him in surprise. Ha, a friend of mine recommended your book to me. Quite interesting. The magical world needs a pair of eyes that look outward. The old man waved his hand and left, trembling. Felix returned to the hotel. The previously dilapidated hall and scorch marks had all vanished, the hotel unscathed, as if the attack had never happened. He noticed a Muggle studies specialist gazing absent-mindedly at the statue in front of the hotel. Its head had been smashed flat. Felix encountered no trouble from the staff and smoothly found Maximilien Marchand, the French Minister for Magic. Right now, he was like a guardian at the entrance, flanked by 3 other French aurors. Are they still inside? More accurately, still arguing, Marchand said. Seems pretty quiet. Just wait, he said with experience. 3, 2, 1. Here it comes. A burst of exaggerated roaring came from the hall. Marcus. As the president of MACUSA, aren't you supposed to be responsible for the actions of your subordinates? Look at the mess they've made. I'm embarrassed for you. See, I told you, Marchand gave Felix a satisfied look. I love the minister. He's been berating that American fellow for half an hour. Felix stared at him, somewhat speechless. After the jest, Marchand got to the point, the meeting has been cancelled. The other participants in the hotel have been informed to leave. This place will serve as the temporary meeting point to discuss the current series of troubles. Meaning, I need to pack up and leave. No, no. It's your colleague. She left first and asked me to pass on the message. Lucky fellow, you've gained the friendship of both the French and American magical communities. Although the latter isn't much use, but at least, no one can drive you away. You could even request to observe the entire negotiation process. Felix guessed that Celestia hadn't mentioned his memory probing. But even if she did, it wasn't a big deal, and he had plenty of reasons to defend himself. On the surface, he was the hero who prevented the attack, preventing things from spiraling into irreparable disaster. He also saved the life of a current student at Ilvermorny. From this perspective, from the president of Macusa to the headmistress of Ilvermorny, they all owed him gratitude. The French Ministry of Magic was no different. Felix had been invited to the meeting and unfortunately ended up as part of the unfortunate group attacked. However, he single-handedly turned the tide, and he couldn't ask for more. Forget about it, Felix declined with a single word. He wasn't interested in this, it was quite chaotic inside, and he was starting to sympathize with Dumbledore. What about the students? They're being watched by 2 professors from Ilvermorny. Felix didn't want to linger, waiting for concrete results could be grinding, and it might not even conclude before the end of the summer. He prepared to go back to his room and pack, there was a pile of matters to attend to at Hogwarts. But as he was clearing his room, he suddenly thought of something. What is it? He quickly recollected. He rewound today's experiences from now, starting with his conversation with Marchand, to the Muggle studies specialist in front of the statue, and then the encounter with the intriguing old man. Pernell, I feel like I've heard this name somewhere. Felix pondered. No, the focus isn't on that, the name is quite common, but I sense something peculiar. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Scenes from his conversation with the old man kept replaying in his mind. After a while, he suddenly sat up and, in an uncertain tone, said, Nicholas Flamel. Chapter 172, Jest of the Mirror. In the glow of the lamplight, Felix Harp carefully examined the mirror on the table. It resembled a spinning top, turning leisurely. As one of the most commonly used magical surveillance devices, if there were any suspicious individuals nearby, it would light up and spin rapidly. Certain special mirrors would even emit piercing alarm sounds. In truth, Felix was no stranger to this alchemical creation. The very first book he saw upon his return to Hogwarts, Secrets of Ancient Alchemy, introduced the crafting methods of 7 types of mirrors. Functioning as detectors, they contained detailed instructions on crafting mirrors specifically for detecting dark magic, lies, and even particular groups of people. At this moment, what puzzled him was whether this pocket-sized mirror was just a casual gift from Nicholas Flamel or if it held some deeper meaning. Should I dismantle this thing? He twiddled the slowly spinning top, his mind filled with questions. Nicholas Flamel clearly recognized him and mentioned having read his books through a friend's recommendation. Who could that friend be? Dumbledore? Or some other old acquaintance? Did the friend only read his Muggle studies work, or also his explorations of ancient magical texts? Did Flamel find him by chance, or was it intentional? Could it be some sort of covered assessment? Felix believed that if Nicholas Flamel was entertaining the idea of finding an heir, he fit the bill perfectly. Alchemical creations and magical text creations had deep connections, and as the most famous alchemist, Flamel could surely discern this connection. In fact, Felix even suspected that Flamel might possess a far greater understanding of practical ancient magical texts than he did. With these thoughts, Felix felt a twinge of excitement. Yet, Flamel simply departed without saying much, leaving behind only a mirror. What did it mean? Could it be that the mirror glowed during their conversation? Felix. After some hesitation, he finally made up his mind. Half an hour later, he stared at the components on the table, lost in thought. There was no hidden magic, no concealed note, nothing at all. Did I guess wrong? Is he just an ordinary, frail old wizard? Now, he had only one way to confirm. If the old wizard was Nicholas Flamel, there was one person who would definitely know something. In the evening hours, Felix intercepted Dumbledore as he exited the Great Hall, appearing somewhat weary. Felix inquired, Headmaster Dumbledore, any progress in the discussions? You could almost consider this thing non-existent. Descending the steps, they arrived in the courtyard, gazing at the stars above. Dumbledore continued, all I've heard these past few days are complaints and excuses. There are too few who can truly shoulder the responsibility. Felix wasn't entirely understanding. Where's the problem? In theory, the goals of the Reform Society are quite clear, whether to amend the laws or not. If amendments are needed, which specific sections, and to what extent? There shouldn't be no progress at all. Dumbledore patiently explained, you're oversimplifying things, Felix. Everyone has different demands, and the matters up for discussion are equally diverse. Whether to modify the laws, whether the Reform Society should face consequences, whether the American Magical Congress should offer compensation. Even Fudge wrote from miles away, implying I should aid the French ministry, seeking greater advantages. Surprised, Felix remarked, what's it to do with him? He can't even scrape together a single nut. He has you and Credence, Dumbledore wisely pointed out. Furthermore, money isn't always the most important factor. Throughout recorded history, official communication between the magical worlds of America and Europe has been nearly non-existent. They hope to break America's current magical status quo. Felix asked, how will they do that? Starting small, like student exchanges or CO hosting major events, looking at the bigger picture, it's about radiating influence beyond our own country and gaining various benefits. Felix Harp shook his head. That was certainly beyond his thoughts. I'm quite hopeful about that student named Uriah, he changed the subject. Ah, he does have a lot of courage, Dumbledore said. I will do my best to seek clemency for him. Felix curved his lips into a smile. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Headmaster Dumbledore, I think I saw Nicholas Flamel today. Dumbledore looked at him, his gaze calm. I mentioned you to him. In recent months, his interest in you has clearly risen. Why would he be interested in me? Felix's heart suddenly raced. I believe, Dumbledore blinked and offered a smile, it might be related to exchanging knowledge about alchemy with you. Really? But he didn't leave any contact information. That's to be expected. Nicholas rarely goes out, most of his time is spent in his safe house. There are only a few who can contact him. Dumbledore retrieved a photograph from his pocket and handed it to Felix. He left this for you. You can communicate through pictures of Nicholas. Felix took it, finding it blank. He's not currently present, Dumbledore explained. At the end of the conversation, Felix couldn't help but ask, Dumbledore, do you know what it means to give someone a mirror as a parting gift? Dumbledore chuckled, perhaps, it's just that he had nothing else in his pockets to give. Felix returned to his room with a dark expression. He glanced at the mirror parts on the table, almost tempted to cast a smashing spell on it. But I won't. Through gritted teeth, he said, one day, I'll give you a mirror too, and let you guess my intentions. Oh? That's quite a good idea, a mirror. It's a magical creation with a very low minimum and a very high maximum. There's a lot of subpar junk on the market, but even Gringotts wouldn't refuse to use high-quality mirrors. Mirrors are somewhat similar to magical puppets in certain aspects. They could supplement courses or be part of the curriculum for the Magical Texts Club. Felix's thoughts started to branch out. By the time the new school year began, in addition to regular classes, he would also have the Dueling Club and the Magical Texts Club to manage. It seemed like his plate was getting fuller. I should invite another professor to teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts class full-time. It's usually just me and Severus. After the school year begins, the pressure will be substantial. Who should I invite? Flitwick? McGonagall? Or perhaps the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor? I haven't heard Dumbledore's choice yet. Early the next day, Felix bid farewell to everyone. It was his first time meeting the president of MACUSA and the Minister of Magic from France. They exchanged polite pleasantries, and the French minister even hinted at recommending him to join the Order of Merlin, which he politely declined. Felix apparat directly. As Hagrid's cabin appeared in the distance, he felt a long-lost sense of calm and joy. Chapter 173, The Miniaturized Wand Tree. The July breeze brushed through the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, and the green leaves swayed, forming a gentle lullaby. Felix Harp felt as though his mind was being caressed by a pair of hands, and his entire being relaxed. Passing by the Whomping Willow, he briskly made his way to Hagrid's hut. Fang, he called out, and the black hound happily wagged his tail, barking enthusiastically at him. Hagrid swung open the door, his large hand propped on the doorframe, a smear of red sauce on his lips. "Felix? I'm having a bite, come on in, it's a bit of a mess." He hurriedly wiped his mouth, his face turning a shade redder. In the evening, in his office, the blank photograph on the worktable flickered. Felix looked at the sudden appearance of an elderly man in the photo and gently greeted, "Hello, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington." Late July. Felix gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Beneath his blue casual suit, he wore a light checkered waistcoat, covered by a dark double-breasted overcoat, left loosely unbuttoned. He lightly touched his chest, and the overcoat shimmered with sparkling magical light. The coat made from dragon hide mixed with serpent skin is quite comfortable, and the snakeskin waistcoat as well. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his raven black hair, enhancing the brilliance of his attire. End of July. Felix reviewed the data on young wizards' magical studies, attempting to derive some useful conclusions. Knock knock. Professor McGonagall brought the course enrollment list over, and when he saw the densely packed names, he froze in place. "Miliwa, is there some mistake?" Professor McGonagall chuckled as she handed him the list. "You should be pleased, Felix. The students are fond of you." On a day in August, Felix counted the magical symbols in the Room of Thought, not once, not twice, but thrice. Finally, he confirmed an accurate number. 1,300. In the span of a year, with the help of Hogwarts' vast library, he had increased the count of ancient magical symbols by nearly 1,000. And in the foreseeable years, this rate of progress would only accelerate. As he mastered more magical symbols, his understanding of ancient magic was no longer at a distance. Often, he experienced flashes of insight. The most striking example was when he made significant progress while studying the fragmentary ancient magic gifted to him by Flitwick. Hagrid could attest to this. Under Hagrid's astonished gaze, the branches of a wand tree vigorously shook, rapidly shrinking from a height of 17 to 18 meters. 10 meters, 7 meters, 3 meters. It left behind a brown crater on the ground, and over 100 bowtruckles fell to the earth, showing their teeth and grimacing at the two. Without a hero charging ahead, these little beings hopped and climbed onto the adjacent wand tree, gesturing their displeasure. "Where's the tree? Such a big tree, where is it?" Hagrid reached out, outlining the shape of a tree in mid-air. Felix extended his hand, "The wand tree's here." A 1-foot-tall sapling flew out from the unsightly pit, caught in his grasp. Hagrid took it, the thing was no bigger than his palm. This is the same tree from before. Yet, one of my spells has improved. It can do things it couldn't before." Felix was rather satisfied with the spell's result. The wand tree possessed magic, but it still couldn't withstand his magic. In the next exchange, Phileas will surely be amazed. Hagrid glanced at Felix's harp, then back at the sapling in his hand, speechless. After a while, he suddenly had a magical idea. "Felix, if you were to use this spell on Fluffy, would it also shrink? Could I keep it in the yard?" Cough cough. Felix cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Hagrid, this spell hasn't been tested on magical creatures yet. We don't know the exact effects, especially on creatures as large as a 3-headed dog. If something goes wrong..." He didn't finish, but he was concerned that the spell might have irreversible consequences. Hagrid said somewhat regretfully, "No go, then? Fluffy's been so lonely, and I was hoping it could keep Fang company. There will be opportunities in the future, Hagrid. Let me refine it further." Hagrid sounded interested. "Do you need my help? I could provide some less important magical creatures like Billywig, Chameleon Gnat, Gnarl, Fwooper, Grindylow, and the like. They might be useful to you." Felix's eyes lit up. "That would be fantastic. I believe what this spell needs most now is practical data. But, Hagrid, I must remind you, magic has a duration. Even if I try to extend the effect as much as possible, the expected duration is only a few hours." Hagrid pouted, "That's fine. At least I can still hold it. Poor Fluffy, ever since it grew bigger than my house, I haven't been able to let it put its paws on my shoulders." The two crouched down, carefully observing the small wand tree. It was covered in flowing green magical lines. After about half an hour, it grew from 1 foot to 2 feet. But in just another 10 minutes, it had grown to 2 meters. And its rate of growth was getting faster and faster. "Hagrid, step back. I'm going to put it back in the pit." Hagrid stepped back 2 paces, and Felix tossed it back into the hole, adjusting its position with magic. Then, he saw the wand tree rapidly expand. It was a magical sight. Just like Felix had read in books, when an inexperienced wizard performed the animagus reversion charm, the process often proceeded painfully slowly, with some body parts reappearing before others, creating a bizarre scene. This wand tree was no different. The reversion process was far from graceful. A branch awkwardly extended, and then the trunk bulged outward, like one of Hagrid's enormous pumpkins. Then it contracted again, but overall it grew by a foot. After half a minute, this unfortunate wand tree had finally returned to its original state. However, it looked rather woeful. The branches drooped, and more than half of its roots were exposed. Felix used magic to carefully bury them back into the soil, one by one. Finally, he poured a bucket of nutrient solution, and the wand tree's condition seemed to improve slightly. Felix examined it closely. After a while, he turned to Hagrid. "Do you think it's a bit crooked?" "Is it?" Hagrid couldn't tell. "Look here, I remember it being straight, but after reverting, there's a bulge." Hagrid thought of how his Fluffy had a big lump on its back after reversion, and shook his head repeatedly. Felix gave him a sidelong glance. "You didn't notice?" "From my angle, it's quite obvious." In the evening, Felix received a copy of the Daily Prophet. The headline for the night was, "The closure of the Busrus Hotel Conference marks the beginning of a new era." Chapter 174, Newspapers and Letters. Felix Harp scrutinized the article with care. Beneath the headline was a massive photograph of Cornelius Fudge standing in the center, his plump hands clasped with those of the President of the American Wizarding Congress and the Minister of Magic for France, their smiles exceedingly radiant. He was dressed in formal attire, his robes stretched tautly, even his protruding belly seemed to have shrunk a bit, albeit with 2 visible dents. When did he get involved? Felix wondered. With a questioning gaze, Felix sought answers within the text and stumbled upon extensive descriptions about Fudge. Minister Fudge has been closely monitoring the progress of the cross-channel conference and has been exchanging views through correspondence. 3 days ago, Minister Fudge personally attended the conference. Through his mediation, the shocking international event involving the student protests at the Busrus Hotel has yielded favorable results. The impromptu Busrus Hotel memorandum to be signed will play a substantial guiding role in the development of the entire incident. The American Wizarding Congress plans to revise key laws, including Sections 3 and 4 of the original Wizard-Chicken Relations Registration Act, abolishing the periodic home visits surveillance method in favor of magical contracts with wizards. Noteworthy is Minister Fudge's provision of a wealth of his personal experiences and advice in governing the British magical community, which has played a pivotal role in the smooth proceedings of the conference. In an interview with this paper, Minister Fudge claimed that the 3 nations will embark on broader collaborations in the future. He hinted that, as per the existing work plans, an enigmatic grand traditional event is in the works. However, when pressed for more details, Minister Fudge declined, stating that everything is still under negotiation. Moreover, the name Felix Harp is also one to be remembered. At the onset of the event, he decisively put an end to the irrational actions of Ifarni students and effectively treated a severely injured female student, ensuring that the entire dialogue unfolded within a peaceful and friendly atmosphere, devoid of leaning towards more violent conflicts. Our reporter believes his merits are worthy of a Merlin Medal. Additionally, worth noting is the young witch named Bethany, who expressed her gratitude and admiration for Mr. Harp during an interview. Felix chuckled softly and turned to the end of the article, unsurprisingly spotting the name Rita Skeeter. After a few quiet months, she was once again in the limelight. Her articles were always imbued with a strong personal touch, containing a plethora of facts-twisting descriptions and provocatively worded phrases. She had a penchant for celebrity gossip. Reading her work, one would think that Cornelius Fudge played a grand role in all this, and Dumbledore's name appeared only cursorily, merely in places where it was necessary to be mentioned. She's quite the clever one, but I still find it hard to convince myself to like her, Felix mused. He flipped through the pages of other articles, where the content was much more impartial and objective. Dumbledore's name appeared multiple times, tucked away in corners, and there he found the content he sought. It is worth noting that Uriah, the student leader who triggered this event, will be confined to Ifarni School of Magic, under the personal supervision and education of the headmaster. The specific measures of his punishment remain undisclosed, but he has undoubtedly become an idol among young American wizards, who gathered spontaneously at Greylark Mountain to cheer and celebrate. In the days that followed, Felix obtained additional information from other sources. For instance, there was a message from Beauxbatons Xavier Colbert that included information not covered in the newspapers. Dear Felix, Celestina, that woman has been demoted. The American Wizarding Congress paid a hefty sum. Regretfully, you didn't witness the expression on her face. It was a sight to behold. Every pore on my skin is radiating joy. But the director of international exchange isn't too pleased, as that woman's new position coincidentally connects with him. But who cares, really? The fish soup at that restaurant is still as delicious as ever. I've tried it twice again. Enclosed are relevant clippings. And more. What surprised Felix Harp the most was receiving a bulky letter a couple of days ago from Uriah, whom he had just read about in the newspapers, supposedly in reflection at Ifarni School of Magic. Dear Mr. Felix Harp, please pardon my audacious letter. I obtained your address from Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. He's a very kind person. Through various channels, we've pieced together what you've done, and we have belatedly become aware of the truth. The following content was composed under the witness of 52 students, with me as the principal scribe. Bethany, Mr. Harp, I have fully recovered, completely healed. Based on the information I received from the healers, they thought I was gone, and it was you who snatched me back from the clutches of the Grim Reaper. Knowing that you are a professor, I hope you come to visit America next year. Biles, Mr. Harp, first and foremost, thank you for saving my sister. Secondly, I must ask, are you always so serious? I admit I was quite frightened by you and even had nightmares. A strange feeling indeed. I'm thankful to you when awake, but all that remains in my dreams is fear. XXX, don't listen to Biles' nonsense, Mr. Harp. I don't have that feeling at all. Perhaps you've unveiled his facade. Haha, but your magic is truly astonishing. I asked a few professors, they all said they couldn't accomplish the same thing. I'm very curious. Felix rubbed his forehead, attempting to read through a letter pieced together by 53 individuals. It was undoubtedly a test of patience. Different tones, different wordings, yet unmistakably the handwriting of the same person. As he reached the end, he almost thought he was experiencing a split personality. The letter also included relevant news clippings. When the newspapers from the 3 countries were placed side by side, a rather intriguing fact emerged. With the outcome unchanged, you would find 3 versions of the story's origins and progression. Moreover, each version featured a different protagonist. For Felix, this matter had come to a close. Next, he turned his attention to refining his previous work on ancient magic. Professor Flitwick had lauded his accomplishments and personally tested the magic. Another ancient tree had suffered in the process. Professor McGonagall hastily halted their actions. She cast a stern gaze upon them, her expression furious, and spoke with gravity, Felicius, I had thought you wouldn't join them in their folly. The Wandwood tree is a valuable asset of Hogwarts. I heard you were even considering experimenting on the Whomping Willow. She pursed her lips tightly, exuding an air of profound authority. To be frank, if you were my students, I'd surely confine you to detention. And each of you would lose 200 points. Chapter 175, A New Tome. Professor Flitwick awkwardly waved his hands. I apologize profusely, Professor McGonagall. I got a little carried away. You know, that magic, I've been researching it for years. Professor McGonagall's anger subsided somewhat as she inquired with curiosity, how well did it work? Absolutely splendid, thanks to Felix Harp. We unanimously believe that this ancient magic holds tremendous untapped potential, even possibly affecting creatures like the Hungarian horntail. We call it the enhanced scaling charm, a fusion of the shrinking charm and the enlarging charm, but with even more potent effects. Is it really that extraordinary? Yes, Professor McGonagall, it truly is. Of course, there's still room for improvement. Professor Sprout rushed back hurriedly, meticulously tending to the 2 wand trees. However, she didn't show any favorable expression to the originator of the idea until Felix Harp handed her 3 large packets of magical plant seeds he obtained from the black market. These seeds are incredibly precious. Where did you get them? Sprout looked at him in astonishment. Felix Harp vaguely replied, I asked a friend from France to find them. It was a stroke of luck, and I doubt I'll have such a good opportunity next time. Thinking that he had pulled some strings with the French Ministry of Magic, Sprout didn't press further. Instead, she engaged him in a discussion about the uses of these seeds. This is not grass vine seed. It looks somewhat like brown banded thorns. We'll use them in the 6th year class. And this is Snargaluff seed. And this, the Guardian Oak seed. Its aura repels lesser dark creatures. I'd love to plant a circle of them around Hogwarts. Good heavens, Salamander's flame seeds. Felix, have you seen this? Salamander's flame. It originates from the Mediterranean, a wondrous aquatic plant. Ingesting it directly allows underwater breathing, but that's mere waste. Its value lies in the realm of potion making. Sprout continued enthusiastically, her plump figure weaving through the 3rd greenhouse, unearthing jars and bottles from corners, neatly organizing the seeds into categories. She hummed a tune with delight, as cheerful as a bee, albeit a bit cumbersome, but incredibly industrious. Felix Harp surveyed the area, the air filled with the scent of soil and fertilizer, accompanied by a strong aroma of flowers. His nose was in a conflicting state, eager to breathe deeply, yet also partially obscured. Huge floral crowns hung from the ceiling like an array of colorful umbrellas, creating an intricately layered arrangement in the greenhouse space. Felix Harp inquired, "Are these umbrella blossoms?" "Yes, indeed. They have a rich fragrance, but be cautious not to become too enamored." Felix Harp chuckled in agreement, observing rows of mushroom-like umbra fungus swaying gently on the ground. Next to them were some empty pots, a leaf half buried in the soil. "Is this a pot once used by mandrakes?" Felix Harp picked up a leaf, examining it closely. Professor Sprout looked up. "Oh, indeed it is. Fully grown mandrakes are extremely dangerous. I've only kept 2 of them, but their effects are truly potent. That young wizard, Colin Creevy, if I recall correctly, Severus and I mentioned him." Felix Harp attempted to remember and ended up shivering involuntarily. A first-year student, petrified within 3 months of starting school, spent over half a year in bed, and on the 3rd day of waking up, he had his final exams. Well, that was quite unfortunate. With a bag of gifts in hand, Felix Harp happily returned to his office. That evening, he resolved some doubts with nearly headless Nick through photographs. To be honest, the Nick in the photos appeared younger, his skin healthier. Though both had a head full of white hair, the photograph exuded more vitality than the Nick he had encountered at the Bustles Hotel. The real Nick seemed somewhat downtrodden. Communicating via photographs wasn't exactly convenient, but it wasn't as troublesome as he had anticipated. This was because Felix Harp wasn't a novice student, he was a seasoned master of magical languages, emphasizing more on communication than instruction. Their interaction often followed this pattern. Felix Harp raised a question, and nearly headless Nick pondered before presenting his approach. Or, it could be nearly headless Nick introducing him to some obscure yet incredibly useful books. Such as the Chronicles of Akelsto's Palace. Titles like these that were utterly baffling were ones Felix Harp wouldn't have paid attention to before, unless he found himself remarkably idle and picked up a book at random. But even for leisurely reading, he'd choose something with an intriguing title. Like The Adventures of Martin Miggs, published by LCA Comics, chronicling the escapades of a Muggle named Martin Miggs from France who inadvertently entered the wizarding world. After reading it, Felix Harp's impression was that wizards probably hadn't adopted Muggle movie devices for a significant reason: magic was simply too convenient. Young wizards viewing comics was akin to watching storyboard films. And introducing such devices might be futile. Wizards struggled to relate to the lives of normal people and would curiously ask why they didn't use magic. In addition to this, the two would also discuss some Muggle matters, including portions of their own manuscripts. Today, nearly headless Nick recommended 3 obscure books to him again. Felix Harp hadn't expected to be given reading recommendations himself. Truly, the world was unpredictable. "Let's stop here for today, Felix. I'm a bit tired." Nick's eyes in the portrait appeared drowsy. "Good night, Nick." After the exchange, Felix Harp tidied his workspace. He stored postcards sent by his assistant from France in a drawer and pulled out a thick stack of manuscripts. He had already completed his planned work. To cater to both young aspiring wizards and adult witches and wizards, he had prepared 2 books. One titled The Young Wizard's Adventures with Mick, designed in the style of the magical dynamic comics prevalent in the wizarding world. It depicted the story of a 10-year-old young wizard attending a Muggle school. Initially, Mick intended to idle away his time, quietly awaiting his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. However, he found himself drawn into the life of the school. From captivating classes to diverse games, and practical activities like museum visits, amusement parks, and community service, it introduced a previously unfamiliar world from a child's perspective. The other book was an informative guide for adult wizards, aptly named Magic in the Muggle World. The concept remained presenting the most fundamental layers of Muggle technology in the most rigorous logic and language. After reviewing the manuscripts once more and not finding any errors, Felix Harp double-checked the appointment times on his calendar. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., 126A Diagon Alley, Little Red Book Publishing Company. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., 15B Diagon Alley South, LCA Comics. The former was the publishing company he had been cooperating with, having successfully published A History of Magic and Domestic Life and Social Customs of British Muggle Families. Both books were currently used at Hogwarts. Since they had a good history of collaboration, it shouldn't pose any issues. As for the latter, LCA Comics, specializing in the children's market, he hadn't dealt with them before. He would have to handle it as the situation unfolded, but thankfully, he had made some preparations. Chapter 176, LCA Publishing House. The next morning at 9:30, 126A Diagon Alley. In front of a low, white building, Felix Harp smiled as he shook hands with a woman in a purple dress bidding her farewell. "No need to accompany me, madam. It's been an honor to continue our collaboration." "Oh, Mr. Harp, you're too modest. Your books are always so inspiring." Felix descended the deep brown wooden steps and blended into the bustling crowd. At this moment, a sense of relief washed over him. The first book negotiation went smoothly, hardly took any effort. But the real challenge lies ahead. He strolled along Diagon Alley, turned a corner by the entrance of Gringotts Bank, and followed another side street, counting door numbers. 13A, 14B, 15A on the south side of Diagon Alley. So, shop 15B should be right across. Felix turned around and saw a 7-story building. The building was dirty, showing signs of neglect over the years, with letters on top almost completely faded. He could just make out a letter L, casting a shadow over his upcoming collaboration. In the gap between the building and the adjacent one, a row of large trash bins was stacked, bearing the marks of LCA. He ascended the dark staircase to the second floor, pushed open an oak door covered in scratches, and a cacophony of fragmented voices assaulted his ears. He seemed to have stepped into another world. The walls were adorned with an array of colorful comic strips, completely concealing the walls themselves. The central figure in most of these comic strips was a young boy with a beret and a striped shirt. He was depicted in various scenarios, being chased by a group of mischievous pixies, brandishing a small wand vigorously, riding a unicorn, joyfully turning back to greet a friend, standing atop a cottage roof, donning a wizarding cloak. But Felix also noticed that these artworks had seen their fair share of years. Some had lost their colors, and a few were covered in patches of purple mold in the corners. All of this suggested that this publishing house had once thrived but now had fallen on harder times. "Is anyone here? Mr. Endis?" Felix called out. After a moment, a door beside him swung open, hidden amidst layers of artwork that he hadn't initially noticed. A lean, middle-aged wizard with a scruffy beard stared at him, his voice nasal as he asked, "Felix Harp?" "That's me. I assume you're Mr. Endis? We had an appointment." The wizard released the doorknob. "Come in, it's a bit cluttered." He stepped back on his own accord. Felix furrowed his brow slightly, but he didn't say anything. He followed the wizard into the room, where an unpleasant smell lingered and various items were haphazardly strewn about. He even spotted a few plates of leftover food in the corner. This sent shivers down his spine, and he instinctively thought of operating away from here. The only comfort came from the fact that in this makeshift studio, he saw fresh paint and canvases, with some impressive half-finished artworks. He decided to delve further, as long as the room aligned with his aesthetic. Cleanse anew. Sweep away the old. Whirlwind's fury. Felix waved his wand repeatedly, clearing away the clutter. A sudden gust of wind wreaked havoc in the small room, causing the windows to rattle, and the furniture to shake vigorously. But the dust and grime were swiftly stripped away by the wind, forming a murky mass of air. He opened the window, and from the tip of his wand, a silver swallow darted out. "Do me a favor. I remember seeing a trash bin when I came in." The swallow nodded and flew out the window, followed by a grey, serpentine dragon. You." The wizard named Andis stared in astonishment at Felix, his tongue momentarily tied in knots. "Please, have a seat, Mr. Andis." Felix waved his wand, pushing a chair that had been freshly cleaned towards him. Andis sat down with a bewildered expression, looking around. After a moment, he seemed to realize, this seems to be my home. He muttered softly at first, then his face flushed red, and he angrily protested. Seated across from him, Felix maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke, Mr. Endis, let's get to the point. Since you agreed to this visit, I assume you have a need for external submissions. And as a potential collaborator, at least until you explicitly decline, I hold the right to make demands. You. Felix Harp tapped the ring with his wand, and a stack of sketches flew out from it. These are my submissions, The Adventures of Young Wizard Mick. I mentioned it in my letter. You can take a look first, and then it's up to you to decide if we continue our conversation. I don't want to waste both of our time. The wizard across from him held the sketches, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Felix. What are you waiting for? The wizard cleared his throat and awkwardly said, and nothing. He quickly lowered his head to examine the sketches, simultaneously mentally labeling Felix as a strong-willed wizard. The wizard decided to pick out a few faults casually, then swiftly usher him out. If Felix wasn't satisfied, he'd run out onto the street seeking help. As time passed, Andis shifted from initially being nonchalant to becoming genuinely engaged. He made various comments. Not bad. Quite interesting. What's this, a fur, RIS, wheel? How does it spin, and it's not really magic, is it? Merlin's beard, pouring 2 glasses of water together turns them red? I suspect it's the effect of some kind of transparent potion. At some point, he pulled the chair beside Felix and started discussing with him. I like this part, I find it quite wise. Felix looked over, it was a scene where the young wizard Mick and his new Muggle friend were shopping for clothes. So, what do I say? Young wizard Mick looked at the assortment of clothes in the shop, nervously asking, I'm utterly lost, I'm just a clueless country boy. Don't worry, I'm lost too, but my mum told me a trick. His friend said. Young wizard Mick, gazing at the array of garments, confidently told the saleswoman, my friend here has a budget of £15, and he needs a shirt, pants, and preferably a bow tie. Can you do that, madam? The young saleswoman smiled, of course, young sir. She gave young wizard Mick's figure a quick once-over, then went to fetch suitable clothes. His friend grinned at young wizard Mick, see, not too difficult, right? After about half an hour, Felix asked him, what do you think? Andis's expression grew shrewd as he assessed the manuscript's value. After 7 or 8 minutes, he hesitated, to be honest, I can't be sure. He added, from my personal perspective, this is quite an interesting children's comic. But I'm not that confident in my own judgment. As you've seen, this publishing house was indeed successful, but since I took over, we've had a dozen consecutive failures. We even had to release a 30th anniversary edition of our old books. Mr. Endis, I haven't asked you yet, what does L.C.A stand for? Felix inquired. It's the initials of the 3 founders' names. The A stands for Endis, it was created by my grandfather and his 2 good friends. The wizard explained. What about your company's representative work, The Adventures of Martin Miggs? It was my grandfather's idea, somewhat based on his own experience. When he was a child, he once hosted a Muggle boy who accidentally stumbled into the magical world. They had a fun week together before the situation was discovered. Ministry officials erased the boy's memory and sent him back home. Felix nodded knowingly. He took out a few pieces of parchment from the ring, covered in various forms and data. The parchment floated and adhered to the wall. Mr. Endis, I can't guarantee that this manuscript will single-handedly revive your publishing house, but from data analysis, since your company's establishment, you've published 17 sets of comics. Of course, The Adventures of Martin Miggs is the most famous. But I've obtained some data from my friend at the Ministry's publication department, and it's clear that content that's relatively novel tends to be more popular. Furthermore, this manuscript, positioned for children, doesn't come across as too juvenile and is quite adult-friendly. If you're willing, we can collaborate. Andis didn't have many options, unless he wanted to continue scraping by on the remnants of past glory. Thus, after Felix provided him with a reasonable justification, Andis agreed in due course. Their initial plan was conservative, to publish 100 copies as a trial. Even if it failed, it wouldn't be a catastrophe. At best, Andis would have wasted some time, but time was something he currently had in abundance. With the collaboration settled, Andis demonstrated his ancestral craft to Felix. He made alterations and improvements to one of Felix's sketches, using his wand to add color, refining the image in no time. In the scene, a young boy stood on a towering Ferris wheel, tiptoeing to peer out the window. Beside him floated a half-eaten, levitating vanilla ice cream. Half an hour later, Felix exited the LCA building, feeling quite pleased. He intended to use the public fireplace in Diagon Alley to return to his office, avoiding the need to apparate to the edge of the Forbidden Forest and walk some distance. But just then, Professor Harp. Felix turned around and spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. He responded with mild surprise, "Potter." Chapter 177, Outburst of Magic. Felix Harp inquired, "Potter, are you here in Diagon Alley to buy books?" Harry appeared somewhat uneasy, responding with hesitation, I'm currently staying in Diagon Alley, at room 11 in the Leaky Cauldron." He couldn't very well mention that he had accidentally inflated Aunt Marge and was now homeless, having been arranged by Minister Cornelius Fudge to stay at the Leaky Cauldron. Felix found Harry's demeanor peculiar and probed, "Just you?" While there were certainly other lodgers at the Leaky Cauldron, it was clear that Harry understood the professor's implication. "Yes, just me," he quickly added, attempting to divert attention. "I quite enjoy being on my own, browsing shops, eating, doing homework at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Oh, and I have Dobby keeping me company." Felix smiled. If I remember correctly, he should be working at the Leaky Cauldron. Seeing that Professor Harp didn't press further, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He responded enthusiastically, "Exactly, Dobby is at the Leaky Cauldron. He's been waking me up these past few mornings, but he's probably busy attending to the patrons right now." As they walked and talked, Harry shared more about the rather quirky house elf. "Dobby sent me a birthday present and a card. He mentioned he earned it himself, and I've been curious about where he's been working. I didn't see any mention in the letter." "Turns out it's the Leaky Cauldron," Harry suddenly realized, turning his head to Felix in astonishment. "Professor, how did you know?" Felix replied succinctly, "Dobby and I are friends. We talked about it." Harry nodded, and then Felix asked, "So, you saw me while you were shopping?" "Quite coincidental. If I had left a minute later, you might have missed me." Harry explained, "Actually, I saw your patroness the Silver Sparrow. Hermione mentioned it to me. I thought it resembled that, so I waited near the shop for a while." "Is that so? Your observation skills are keen." Felix's response was somewhat absent-minded, his attention fully focused on Harry himself. From a different perspective in the world of distinct black and white, the magical energy within Harry was continuously flickering, unusually lively. "Professor." Harry sensed his gaze, and Professor Harp was looking at him with a scrutinizing expression, making him feel uneasy. "Potter," Felix murmured softly, "this must have had quite an impact on you." Harry stood frozen, stuttering, You know about it." His heart turned cold, and he hurriedly explained, flustered, "I didn't mean to, it's just that Aunt Marge insulted my parents first, and I couldn't stand it." The professor wouldn't think poorly of him, right? He had just bought a textbook on ancient runes yesterday. "No, you've misunderstood, Potter." As they passed through the wall, leaving Diagon Alley, and arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, Felix heard a sharp greeting, "Dear Mr. Harp, Dobby never expected to see you and Mr. Potter at the same time. Truly a day worthy of celebration." The gazes of the others in the pub turned their way, and they began to chatter excitedly. Felix looked back calmly, his voice lowered as he gazed at the house elf, "Dobby, it's been a while." Dobby's eyes widened, and he wiped his eyes with a dirty cloth. "Oh, Mr. Harp remembers Dobby. It's so touching. Dobby, please arrange a private table for us. Potter and I need to talk." Felix looked at him gently. "Dobby understands. Please follow me, gentlemen." The house elf led them to a relatively secluded table, providing them with food and drinks before respectfully withdrawing. Harry looked at Felix with a somewhat puzzled expression. He remembered the night bus ride, being caught by Minister Fudge at the pub's entrance. This was the same spot they had sat down to talk. Felix didn't rush to speak, he pondered how to initiate the conversation. Harry stared at the wanted poster hanging on the column to his right. After spending 2 days at the Leaky Cauldron, he had become very familiar with that painting. "Potter." Professor Felix Harp's words brought his consciousness back to his body, and he listened quietly. "I've heard you enjoy dueling class." "That's right, Professor," Harry said. "I find the class really great, and I learn a lot from it." It's just that it's only every 2 weeks, and some spells are quite difficult. Even I'm not proficient with the impediment jinx yet. Felix nodded. So, do you need some personal tutoring time, Potter? I'd be more than willing to assist. Harry was taken aback. He hadn't expected such an offer, to the point where he almost couldn't believe it. Ever since he accidentally inflated Aunt Marge, people he knew seemed to have changed strangely. Dobby was adeptly attending to the pub's patrons, Minister Cornelius Fudge turned a blind eye to his legal violation, and now, even Professor Harp was offering to train him? I'd be delighted, of course, but why? He asked cautiously. Potter, to put it frankly, your current state is quite fascinating. Your magic is in a highly active state. From my perspective, it's like a cluster of flames constantly leaping and burning. In short, I believe it's of research value. Felix decided to tell Harry directly. There was nothing to hide about the whole situation except that it sounded a bit odd that he wanted to study Potter. But in another light, wouldn't it sound better if he said he was caring for a young wizard in a special condition? Harry swallowed nervously. I don't quite understand what you mean. Harry, if I'm not mistaken, you've recently experienced a magical outburst. A magical outburst. You might have heard similar terms: magic going awry, magic awakening, magical outbursts. Many consider it a sign of childhood or young wizardry, but in truth, it's always there. Sometimes, due to intense emotional fluctuations, young wizards display various magical powers. Harry listened quietly, his memories returning to a few days ago. His aunt, Marge, had come to visit while he was looking after the dogs in the countryside. She was a rather rude and unkind woman. These 2 words couldn't even describe a tenth of her character. Every time she visited, it turned into a nightmare for Harry. But to get Hagrid's signature, he endured her verbal insults for a whole week. On her final day as a guest, she got outrageously drunk, became unrestrained in her speech, and callously insulted his parents, which infuriated him. He didn't have his wand with him, but he was a wizard. By the time he snapped out of his rage, Aunt Marge had swelled up like a balloon, similar to the massive pumpkin Hagrid had planted last year, except it was an ugly pumpkin with small eyes. He stormed out of the house in anger and vowed never to return to Privet Drive. Only after he'd calmed down did he start to feel fear. He feared he might be expelled or even sent to Azkaban, surrounded by a bunch of dark wizards. He had even contemplated a life on the run, evading pursuit by the Ministry of Magic, but he needed some money first. Things, however, always went beyond his expectations. Just as he arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, he was apprehended by Minister Fudge. Luckily, Fudge not only didn't hold him accountable but also arranged a room for him at the Leaky Cauldron. He made Harry promise to stay in Diagon Alley until the start of term and not return to the Muggle world without permission. What reason did he have to refuse? Professor Harp's voice seemed to come from a distant place. But this sort of occurrence usually happens during childhood. Once young wizards start school, it rarely occurs. So, Potter, your situation is quite rare. Something extraordinary must have happened to you. The professor didn't blame him, he understood himself. Harry looked up, his tone light. I agree, Professor Harp. When do we start? Chapter 178, Trials. Felix Harp grinned. Any time works for me, Potter. I'll move in and keep you company whenever you're ready. But I have to return to the school first, to sort a few things out. You can also think about your schedule. He stood up. Intensive training will be tough, Potter. Be mentally prepared. From my personal experience, the time after a magical outburst is perfect for learning spells. You'll progress swiftly. Harry didn't hesitate and readily agreed. Felix Harp found Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, a wizard hunched with wrinkles on his face and a bent back. Upon Tom's suggestion, Felix chose room 12, right next to Harry's. He waved at Harry by the staircase, then turned and left the pub, using the public fireplace to return to his office. He went over his recent work. Aside from attempting to incorporate the sneakoscope into the curriculum, he had some other good ideas. Rolling up these half-finished plans, he tucked them into a ring. Next, he reviewed the records of the Wandwood Tree's observations. It was a task he and Professor Flitwick did daily, but he decided to entrust it solely to Flitwick for now. He then headed to the office of the Charms Professor, informing Flitwick about his schedule clash. The short professor quickly agreed, clicking his tongue and saying, magical outbursts. I wonder what Potter has encountered. With you by that child's side, Miss Miller will be relieved. Later, Felix spotted Snape's figure within the school. Snape strode briskly, his black robes billowing behind him. Severus. Felix greeted him, "You're back so early?" I do recall Snape returning home during summer holidays each year and generally arriving on the first day of school. Severus Snape's face remained stern, suppressing his displeasure as he said, "You can inquire with our esteemed headmaster Dumbledore. He's the one who summoned me back, to brew a nauseating potion." In a sour mood, he swiftly strode away, his cloak trailing. What could that nauseating potion be? Felix wondered, watching his departing figure with curiosity. A dozen minutes later, Felix returned to Diagon Alley. He knocked on room 11 and saw Harry's bed cluttered with various items, textbooks from different subjects, parchment, ink bottles, and even a broom maintenance kit. "Professor, I'm reviewing my assignments." "Well, I still have 3 essays on wizarding history, 2 on potions, and 1 on spells left to write." Wizarding history. Harry distinctly heard Professor Harp's disapproving hum, but the professor didn't say much more. He took a seat across from Harry. "Time is precious, Potter," Felix stated, "I will guide you through your assignments in your spare time." Tom, the Leaky Cauldron's owner, provided them with an empty basement, long abandoned, as he claimed. Tom, hunchbacked and toothless, grinned, "I remember there used to be some protective enchantments here, but they might have faded. You'll need to handle it yourselves." He snapped his fingers, and the wall-mounted torches lit up. Then, with a bow, he retreated backwards and left. Felix Harp waved his wand, clearing the accumulated dust and cobwebs from the room. He evened out a few damaged floorboards. When his wand touched the floor, it undulated like waves, and Harry felt like he was on a small boat. This reminded him of Hagrid's first boat ride with him. Once everything settled, the wooden floor transformed into an exotic patterned carpet. Harry paced back and forth a few steps, feeling that the ground was not as soft as he had imagined. Professor Harp explained, "I can't use cushions to make you practice magic comfortably." Under his watchful gaze, various small objects flew out of Professor Harp's ring, transforming into a small square table, 2 armchairs, and some humanoid targets. At the moment, Felix Harp sat on a chair, looking at him from behind the small table. "Next, Potter, let's practice your most proficient spell 100 times." Harry's hand holding the wand trembled unnaturally. This seemed quite different from what he had in mind. He thought he would awkwardly dodge the professor's attacks, like a constantly jumping squirrel, while Professor Harp elegantly cast spells, showcasing his power. But now, Professor Harp seemed more like a scholar, sitting quietly in a chair. If he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he would resemble a teacher he had seen at a Muggle school even more. Harry looked at the target several meters away from him. He waved his wand and shouted loudly, "Expelliarmus!" A red light shot from the tip of his wand, hitting the wall, but it was a good 2 feet away from the humanoid target. Sorry, I missed." "It's all right, continue." So Harry kept waving his wand, sending out successive red lights. After about half an hour, with a hoarse and feeble voice, he called out, "Expelliarmus!" But only a shower of sparks burst from his wand. "All right, let's pause for now. Come over here and sit," Felix said. Harry wearily walked to the other side of the small table and sat down. He looked across at Professor Harp, who was writing and sketching on parchment. After a while, he looked up, "I've got a good understanding of your spell." "Very well, we've completed the first phase of testing." "That was just a test," Harry exclaimed in surprise. He was almost exhausted, and every cell in his body was complaining. Felix Harp curled his lips slightly and said with a tempting tone, "Potter, at your age, your understanding of the disarming charm is no less than that of an average adult wizard. And you have the potential. Besides the disarming charm, as you mentioned before, there's also the less practiced shield charm. And the tongue-tying curse. I might even teach you 1 or 2 simple and practical spells additionally." Harry swallowed hard, and with the brightly lit basement as his backdrop, though somewhat disrespectful, he felt like he was seeing the devil's smile. But he had to admit, he was intrigued. Professor Harp didn't elaborate on how mastering these spells would benefit him, but he couldn't help but imagine, admiration from classmates, extra points in class, perhaps even a chance to showcase his abilities in front of that special girl. With a slightly trembling voice, he said, "Professor, I'll follow your plan." He felt that his tone when speaking was filled with a sense of tragedy, as if he were about to face the gallows. Felix Harp handed him a piece of chocolate, saying, "Have something to eat first. We'll move on to the second phase of testing." 10 minutes later. Felix and Harry stood about 8 meters apart, facing each other. "Potter, this time we're testing the maximum power of your spells. You need to tap into your emotions fully. Do you remember what was mentioned in dueling class? Determination, confidence, and most importantly, the disarming charm is about self-protection, rendering the enemy incapable of harming you." Harry nodded, took a deep breath, and imagined Draco standing across from him, suddenly transformed into a giant with golden hair, brandishing a stick as he approached. "PFF. He burst into laughter all of a sudden. Sorry." After a moment of emotional build-up. "Expelliarmus." With a strained voice, Harry shouted, and a red light, as thick as a finger, shot straight toward Felix. Yet, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. "Not enough, Potter. Let me see your potential," Felix urged. Gritting his teeth, Harry put all his effort into channeling magic. For a brief moment, he genuinely felt something different, what Professor Harp called active magic. He repeated in his mind, "Disarm, render the enemy unable to harm me." He thought of those real enemies, Professor Quirrell, the Basilisk, and most importantly, Voldemort. The red light, after flickering for a few moments, grew as thin as a strand of hair. Felix nearly thought he had failed, but in the next instant, a searing beam of light shot from Harry's wand, spanning the 8-meter distance, and collided with Felix's shield charm. Two spells grappled in mid-air, a deep rumbling echoing throughout the basement. Chapter 179, Harry's Special Training. "Potter, wake up! Potter!" Harry slowly opened his eyes. The light from the torches was a bit dazzling, making Professor Harp's silhouette somewhat blurry. For a moment, his expression was quite bewildered. He got up from the ground, adjusted his glasses. "What happened to me?" Exhaustion combined with fatigue, a perfectly normal phenomenon. Felix Harp looked at him and said, "Let's stop here for today. We'll head up and have something to eat, and I'll also work on outlining your training plan." Harry felt incredibly uncomfortable, limbs weak, and body feeling light. He followed Felix's footsteps unsteadily as they climbed the stairs, his stomach churning. It wasn't until he downed a large glass of juice and finished 2 pastries that he felt like he had come back to life, with the mood to ponder some questions. "Professor, you said this phenomenon is normal. Have you experienced something similar too? And you mentioned to me that the period after a magical outburst is very suitable for practicing spells, based on your personal experience." Harry's speech slowed down, and he thought of how Hermione had expressed sympathy to Professor Harp in a very emotional way. The context was the release of the Dueling Club news, and the discussions were all centered around the word duel. Professor Harp's glorious experiences were once again brought up and talked about extensively. The boys couldn't help but wish they could swap places with him, while the young witches either looked up to him in admiration or sympathized with the unfair treatment he received during his school years. And Hermione was one of them. At the time, Harry couldn't quite understand her perspective, but now, he suddenly had a bit of an insight. In response to his question, Felix Harp succinctly said, "Indeed." "Indeed, what?" As Harry lay in his own bed, he continued to contemplate this question. Early the next morning, Harry was awakened by Dobby's knocking on his door. He opened the door drowsily, and the house elf respectfully handed him toiletries, with Professor Harp standing beside him. "Hurry up, Potter, we have a heavy task today." Harry experienced a novel feeling, a similar sensation to when he was a guest at the Burrow and was woken up by Mrs. Weasley. Few adults intervened in his life, reminding him of brushing his teeth, apart from the angry roars of the Dursleys. The entire morning, they stayed in the basement, and Harry kept casting disarming charms. As Professor Harp put it, "We need to maximize your efficiency. You'll find that during your student years, being adept at a single spell can take you far." He felt like he was going to throw up, but Professor Harp patiently pointed out his mistakes and spent a considerable amount of time explaining advanced techniques for the spell. Imagine yourself as a duelist, or a fledgling auror. Your magic is very active, you can sense it, manipulate it, control it, and let the magic flow out all at once, Felix said, and then cast a spell of heightened sensation on Harry. At the same time, it's a good opportunity to learn nonverbal spell casting while learning the disarming charm. And there's the magical theory part. I'll only explain what's most relevant to the disarming charm. It might not be useful for learning other spells, but we need to expedite the process. I want to see how far you can go. Harry noticed that while in the basement, Professor Harp always seemed distant and reserved. He would wake him up repeatedly when he collapsed on the floor, not wasting even a second. But between training sessions, he would take him to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor or stand outside Quality Quidditch Supplies, gazing at the latest Firebolt models. Of course, Harry guessed that Professor Harp wasn't really thinking about broomsticks during those moments, because one time, after drifting off for 2 minutes, he asked himself while demonstrating the disarming charm, "Doesn't it feel exhilarating? Like you were born to know this spell?" His response had been somewhat hasty at the time. He couldn't remember if he said, somewhat similar, or rather immodestly, exactly like that. They also ran into Neville Longbottom, one of his classmates, a round-faced, forgetful boy. He was with his grandmother, who looked quite formidable, carrying a red handbag and sternly scolding Neville. Harry wanted to flee, because once when he was on the night bus, he used Neville's name without permission, hoping Neville's grandmother would never find out. But Neville spotted Harry and waved excitedly, "Harry, Harry! It's so great to see you! I've lost my book list." Harry quickly borrowed a piece of parchment from Professor Harp and wrote down the titles of the new textbooks. "Ah, you're Harry Potter, right? Neville has mentioned you to me, a good lad, quite talented. He said you taught him the disarming charm, that you picked it up quickly, unlike him." Neville's grandmother clutched her handbag tightly, her eyebrows furrowing. "This boy didn't inherit his parents' talents. I've been anxious about him ever since he received his acceptance letter." Neville wore a grim expression, sneakily glancing at Harry. Harry didn't dare to say anything. The old woman was quite intimidating, but what surprised him was that Professor Harp, who had been quiet all along, spoke up, "Neville Longbottom, I saw your name on the class list. I'm glad you chose my course. You're a professor at Hogwarts?" Neville's grandmother asked. "Felix Harp. I teach ancient magical texts, madam. I've heard of your name, Mr. Harp, and I greatly admire your courage. Not everyone dares to face a despicable pureblood family," she proudly pointed at Neville, just like his parents, who stood on the front lines against Voldemort's reign during the war era, even though they were tortured by some scum. She wiped her eyes and left with Neville. Neville mouthed to Harry, "See you on the train." Soon after, he was dragged away. "What happened to Neville's parents?" Harry asked, watching Neville's retreating figure. Felix answered, "I'm not entirely sure, but they likely sacrificed themselves in battle against Death Eaters." A week passed in the blink of an eye. Professor Harp showed him a stack of thick forms. "Are these all the records of my practicing the disarming charm?" Harry exclaimed, pointing at the hefty parchment. "No need to be astonished. Let me tell you a secret, I've been quite successful in the Muggle world, and this is what I used." Felix joked. Harry looked at the curves on the chart. Progress wasn't striking when considering 10 castings as a unit, but if measured in hundreds of castings, his improvement was quite astonishing. "Isn't it intriguing? No one has ever researched this before," Felix said in an upbeat tone. "Professor Harp, does my disarming charm reach the 4th level?" Harry looked at the annotations on the parchment, his eyes widening. It seemed to be the level achieved by Aurors after a few years of work. "Ah, you remember the categorizations?" Felix said, "To some extent, yes, you've indeed met that requirement. You can manipulate the power of the disarming charm skillfully, performing finer actions like tracing an arc, casting non-verbally, and so on." Harry felt as if he had consumed 10 strawberry ice creams in a row, a sense of satisfaction overflowing from head to toe. But Professor Harp quickly poured a bucket of cold water on his enthusiasm. "There's only this one spell, Potter. If you want to delve deeper into the realm of dueling, you should consider establishing your personal fighting style." "Fighting style? Such as which spell to make your core disarming charm?" Harry blurted out without hesitation. "Don't make a hasty decision. Besides that, there are complementary spell systems. For instance, which spells you use for defense, which for offense, which are for restraining opponents, and which are for handling tricky situations. You need to think all of these through. Not to mention combat footwork, on-the-spot judgment, scenario rehearsal, and so forth. Of course, there's also targeted knowledge." I might have set my expectations too high for you. This has already exceeded the norm for most Aurors." Harry excitedly jotted down in his notebook, "No problem, you can make it as comprehensive as possible." He then, with a touch of Hermione's tone, added, "Professor, I'm actually considering writing a related thesis." "Very well, I'll read it." In the days leading up to the start of term, Professor Harp didn't have him continue practicing the disarming charm. This relieved him, and he finally got to learn a second spell. "Potter." "Professor, you can call me Harry," Harry said with a hint of nervousness. He had practiced saying this in front of the mirror several times that morning just to be able to say it now. There was silence from the other side. Just as he was beginning to regret his impulsiveness, Felix said, "All right, Harry, I'll call you that privately. Your progress with the disarming charm won't make rapid leaps in a short time. Even with my comprehensive assistance, it's not feasible." "Professor, I'm already quite satisfied," Harry said contentedly. He had undergone a tremendous transformation. At the very least, he believed facing Malfoy and his two cronies wouldn't be an issue. He saw Professor Harp smile at him. "I've also obtained the data I wanted, and the activity level of your magic is gradually returning to normal. Although I've tried my best to extend this process, unfortunately, I can't go against the laws of nature. In the next day or two, we'll intensively learn some spells. The effects will be 3 to 5 times faster than your usual pace." Harry nodded eagerly. Chapter 180, Conclusion of Special Training. On the morning before the start of the school year, Felix Harp sat leisurely at a cozy table in the leaky cauldron, enjoying his breakfast and casually flipping through the day's newspaper. Tisk, Sirius Black, why has he been on the front page for so many days? Felix gazed at the man in the photograph. His face was gaunt, and his black hair was tangled together. He had waxen-like skin and a somewhat vampiric appearance. The newspaper spared no ink detailing his crimes over and over again, including his support for the mysterious figure and, when cornered, his explosion that obliterated half a street, resulting in 13 deaths. Currently, he was listed as a fugitive on the run. Words like extremely dangerous and most notorious prisoner appeared repeatedly in bold red font. Escaping from Azkaban, is that really so difficult? Felix sipped his coffee and took a couple of seconds to simulate the scenario. First step, retrieve a spare wand, and then, well, the premise doesn't hold up. Why was I locked up in the first place? At least it explains why Moody was so jittery around Harry. Just then, Harry yawned his way down the stairs, with Dobby cautiously trailing behind him. Dobby watched Harry with a worried expression, as though fearing he might miss a step and tumble down the stairs. "Harry, Dobby, over here," Felix tilted his head at them. "Good morning, Professor." Harry sat down on the opposite chair, and to his surprise, Dobby pulled up a chair right next to him. "Dobby, don't you need to greet the guests?" Harry asked. "Mr. Potter, Dobby has resigned from the leaky cauldron. Today is Dobby's last day here, and the boss approved that I don't have to do anything." "Oh, Harry was clearly not fully awake yet. His mind took a moment to catch up, and after a while, he said, somewhat befuddled, "But, where are you going then?" "Mr. Harp has offered Dobby a job. Dobby is honored to help a friend." "Dobby feels very honored," the house elf stared with wide eyes at Felix. Harry also turned to Felix, who explained briefly, "I've hired Dobby as my spokesperson to deal with some book publishing matters." "Congratulations, Dobby," Harry said genuinely. After finishing his breakfast, Felix addressed Harry, "Harry, I won't schedule any more training tasks for your last day. Over these past 2 days, you've reviewed the ironclad charm, the stupefy charm, the tongue-tying curse, and you've also learned the impediment jinx, which is more useful for your current level. It can give you an advantage in gaining initiative." Harry listened in silence. He knew this special training was coming to an end. The incantation for the impediment jinx was impedimenta, and its effect was to shoot a thick rope from the tip of the wand to bind the target. The advantage of this spell was that its casting range was very long, allowing him to attack from a distance as far as across a corridor. He had only learned it last night and was just barely capable of casting it, but the attack range was now around 12 to 13 meters, surpassing most spells he had mastered. Ron deserves credit for me learning this spell, Harry thought. After multiple failures, he remembered how Ron had learned the disarming charm and decided to let Professor Harp use the impediment jinx on him, hoping to get a close-up feel for its mysteries. Professor Harp was also quite interested in this. "I've been wanting to try it out for a while, but never got the chance." As a result, Harry ended up repeatedly bound by the coarse rope that was akin to a devil's snare, bundled up like a cocoon, feeling as if he were an oversized blast-ended screw-it. Amid his desperate struggles, he finally mastered the spell, though the cost was a body covered in bruises, as if he had been hung up and whipped for half an hour. Speaking of blast-ended scroots, he couldn't help but recall Mr. Weasley's car. Last year, when it was time to return to school, Dobby sealed off the platform. To make it to school on time, he and Ron had flown Mr. Weasley's illegally modified flying car halfway across Britain. Unfortunately, when passing over the Forbidden Forest, the car couldn't bear the load and crashed into a blast-ended scroot. Mr. Weasley had faced scrutiny because of that incident, and he felt guilty about it for a long time. Now, not only was the culprit having breakfast with him, but also becoming his friend, which made Harry marvel at the wonders of life. A clamor came from outside the bar, and a large group of people suddenly surged into the establishment. Most of them had red hair and were lugging all sizes of suitcases and cages. "Dad, is Harry here?" A girl with fiery red hair asked, tugging on her father's arm. "This is my 7th time telling you." "Yes, Ginny," her father replied. Harry's face broke into a surprised expression. It was the Weasley family. Next to them stood a couple dressed rather Muggle-like, whom Harry recognized as Hermione's parents. But everything paled in comparison to the sight of his two good friends that captured Harry's attention, and he was eager to share his own experiences. "Here! Ron, Hermione!" Harry waved enthusiastically, leaping up from his seat and running over to them. Ron was dressed in peculiar attire, exuding an exotic aura, and Hermione's skin had turned a sun-kissed brown. They both wore radiant smiles. Ron playfully pounded Harry's chest and grinned. "Hey, Harry, did you actually inflate your aunt?" "I didn't mean to," Harry replied, noticing that Hermione's parents were giving him quite peculiar looks. He instinctively explained, "I lost control, you know, accidental magic." But things seemed to be getting worse, and he turned to Professor Harp, seeking help with his eyes. Ron also realized he misspoke and got a kick from Ginny across Percy. Felix nodded at them and looked at Harry, saying, "Accidental magic is a product of extreme emotions. The fact that you managed to maintain a bit of composure while out of control is quite surprising, I must say." He turned to Hermione's parents. "Hello, I'm Felix Harp, the ancient runes professor at Hogwarts. I also have a reasonable understanding of the Muggle world." Mrs. Granger smiled at him. She had heard about this professor from her daughter. However, Mr. Granger looked at him with surprise. "I've seen you before, earlier." "A strange guest, eh? Didn't expect you to be a professor at the school. Quite young, aren't you?" Felix brushed over the topic. "Indeed, the wizarding world, you know." Hermione greeted in a low voice. "Hello, Professor Harp." Felix nodded at her. "Hello, Miss Granger." He then turned to Arthur Weasley. "Mr. Weasley, we should have corresponded earlier." Arthur Weasley tapped his forehead. "Absolutely right, I asked you some questions about Muggle technology." "Ah, Molly, calm down, just simple research." Mrs. Weasley shot her husband a glare and warmly said to Felix, "Professor Harp, thank you for the Christmas present you gave to Ron. To be honest, it was quite precious, but Ron absolutely loves his new wand." "Mom," Ron said, a bit annoyed. She always used his nickname regardless of the context. But Mrs. Weasley didn't pay attention to him. "Ron looks up to you quite a bit. He chose your course this year, and of course," also she looked at Harry and Hermione, and they nodded in unison, "these two little rascals, always keeping us on our toes." She went on, chattering, "We got news from Dumbledore quite early. Arthur and I were utterly flabbergasted, trembling in fear, worried all along, but we didn't dare send a howler, fearing it would disturb Ginny. After all, it's dark magic." She trailed off vaguely, "and it involves the Chamber of Secrets. Her brothers set a bad example for her." "Mom, how does that even involve us?" "Yet, we haven't caused any trouble this summer." The twins beside her were protesting vigorously. Mrs. Weasley pursed her lips, looking sternly at them. "And you, don't think I don't know what you've been up to." Percy stepped forward, his chest puffed out, a shiny silver badge pinned on it. It was the emblem of the head boy. "Mom, Ginny has me as an example." The twins wore sour expressions and muttered, heads lowered. "Head boy, hey. How about Chief Big Head?" The two of them soon exchanged knowing smiles. Felix looked on with interest at the interaction in this large family. When they settled down, he said, "Don't worry, Mrs. Weasley, I have some understanding of them." Old Tom, stooped and with most of his teeth missing, approached them. He gestured with his hands, and 3 tables in the bar were pushed together, with over a dozen small stools settling around them. "And, do you need anything to eat?" "Don't bother about me, Tom," Felix said. "I'll be leaving now." He nodded slightly at the group and said, "Please excuse me." Then, he turned to Dobby, "Let's go, I need to get you some new clothes." Dobby bid farewell to Harry and, after waving, bounced alongside Felix. Chapter 181, The Crested Serpent. Beyond the wall behind the leaky cauldron, they arrived directly at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions on the north side of Diagon Alley. According to Professor Flitwick, while this shop sold school uniforms, formal robes, and traveling cloaks, if you were willing to spend a little more, Madame Malkin would be delighted to craft a custom outfit for you. Madame Malkin, a plump and cheerful witch, clad in a deep purple robe, greeted them. "Welcome, are you here to buy a robe or perhaps a charming dance attire, sir?" She held a tape measure and a wand in her hands. Felix Harp pointed to Dobby. "Ma'am, not me, it's him." Madame Malkin's gaze fell upon Dobby, and she hesitated. "Oh, Ma'am, I was introduced by Professor Phileas Flitwick. He praised your craftsmanship." "It's my pleasure as well." Under Felix's words and monetary persuasion, Madame Malkin created a little suit on the spot, transforming Dobby into a whole new appearance, akin to a refined British butler. "Sir, you're very kind to your house elf, but I'm not sure if I should remind you, clothes." "Ma'am, Dobby is my friend, he's free." Throughout their journey, Dobby kept expressing gratitude to Felix in various ways, until Felix informed him about the standardized dress code, finally settling Dobby down. Felix led him to the long-neglected building of LCA Comics Publishers, knocking on Andis's door. After not coming for over 10 days, the smell in the house seemed to have gathered again, but Andis's spirits had improved significantly. At least he had put on a clean set of clothes. He pulled Felix into the room, producing a stack of manuscripts and, with a heavy nasal tone, said, "I've redrawn a portion of the book, added exclusive magic, see how it is." Felix carefully perused them. Each comic strip page was divided into 5 to 10 panels. Opening a page, the characters in these panels would begin to move in a fixed sequence. As the plot of the first panel concluded, the second would start playing, timing executed perfectly. One could say that each comic strip page was akin to a segment of a film. "The magic on it is rather intriguing," Felix commented. "If he were to add another page on top of this, allowing it to sequentially display the content of all the panels in the entire comic strip, wouldn't that achieve a cinematic effect?" He expressed this idea to Andis. Andis pondered in his mind. "It seems feasible," he said uncertainly. "I don't know the magic of your publishing house unless..." "That's a closely guarded secret," Andis hastily added. "Well," Felix pursed his lips, gazing at the manuscript in his hands, constantly caressing its surface, "using your professional judgment, do you think the idea I just mentioned is feasible?" Andis didn't answer. This time he took longer to think. The more he thought, the more excited he became, pacing around the room. "Absolutely feasible. This is a breakthrough in the wizarding world. Merlin, we're going to make a splash. If you were to make improvements, how long do you think it would take?" "Hard to say. This is new technology, it will definitely take time. I've already got 2 approaches in mind. I haven't been idle these years, and my grandfather's past research can be helpful too. But magic has changed, the entire process needs adjustments, including selecting the most suitable comic strip medium and pigments. This requires both time and Andis awkwardly stopped. "And money?" "Yes." Felix calculated for a moment. "I can provide about 20,000 galleons, but what can I get in return?" Andis struggled, he was hesitating. This was a critical choice. Perhaps LCA Comics would regain vitality under his hands. But his judgments over the past decade had been wrong. What about this time? "Are you Felix Harp?" he asked, gritting his teeth. Felix glanced at him, puzzled. What did he mean? "I've already introduced myself." The house elf Dobby, however, proudly stepped forward and said, "That's right, this is the great Felix Harp, sir." Andis cast a brief glance at Dobby, not paying much attention. He looked at Felix and said slowly, "I've inquired around recently, and they say you possess considerable influence. Speak plainly, Andis, no beating around the bush." 5,000 galleons. If you can help me deal with the Ministry of Magic, I'm willing to convert this money into an investment, exchanging it for 30% ownership in the publishing house. Deal with the Ministry of Magic. I hope this book can receive official recommendation and be displayed in bookstores of other countries. It would save a lot of time, Andis explained. Where's the trouble? It's related to some pure-blood families. They might not appreciate this book, Andis hesitated in his words. But my previous publications didn't cause any issues. Felix curiously inquired. Different publishing houses are different. I have a track record, coupled with the subject matter of this book. He implied, and Felix understood. So, your previous published works offended some people, didn't they? I need to see those controversial drafts of yours first. Felix didn't hastily agree. If Andis had issues, he would refuse promptly. After a pause, Felix lifted his head from one of the manuscripts. He had only obtained sales data from LCA publishers before, but he hadn't read the entire book yet. It was evident that Andis had indeed been working hard these years to revive the publishing house. The subject matter varied, but there was a book with antagonists from pure-blood families. Although there was no specific representation of which family, it was clear that it had drawn some discontent. Although, in his view, this was a normal creative process. Tisk tisk. Felix pondered for a moment. He needed to invest 5,000 galleons, along with limited time and effort. He also needed to address potential troubles. In return, he would gain 30% ownership from the other party. He also believed in the development of the new technology and had confidence in LCA. That's acceptable, but I want all your magical data. Andis paused for a moment. Of course, that's within your rights. Just don't disclose it recklessly. Felix nodded. Then he had no problem. Money was a minor issue, it was this exclusive magic that he valued. However, in the future, he would at least receive a stable portion of returns, saving him from dealing in the black market. This was different from the 50% ownership mentioned by the twins. He hadn't intended to take that money at all. Andis said to him, let's establish a magical contract, it will put both parties at ease. Felix had no reason to refuse. He produced a piece of parchment. A string of golden words appeared on it, outlining the obligations and rights both parties should fulfill. Afterwards, they each left their names and a drop of blood. Under the gaze of the three individuals, the parchment turned to ashes within golden flames. But the text remained radiant, suspended in mid-air. Soon, the golden letters melted, coalescing into two glowing orbs. One for Felix and one for Andis. This contract belonged to the most common witnessed contract, with no binding force, but it was protected by the Ministry of Magic. If any problems arose, all one had to do was take the orbs to the Ministry to file a complaint, and the Ministry would step in to resolve the issue. With the contract orb in his hand, Andis sighed in relief. He could say he was wagering a part of his future, but now he was filled with anticipation. This was because a mysterious friend had told him, cooperating with that gentleman, you'll never worry about being at a loss. He's a proud Slytherin, unlike those greedy pure-blood trash. Felix looked at the house elf. Dobby, I need you to visit at least once a day, inquire about progress and troubles. If necessary, you can negotiate on behalf of me and the pure-blood families. He pointed his wand at Dobby's chest, and a crested serpent symbol, shaped like the number 8, appeared. The pattern remained still, but as you gazed at it, it began to move rapidly, the emerald snake eyes sparkling. This was the symbol Felix had imprinted on his clothes back in his 5th year. Many pure-blood families recognized it, although it wasn't used much nowadays. Dobby's afraid he can't. The house elf hesitated fearfully. When you were in the Malfoy household, you did tasks like delivering letters, right? But Dobby only delivered letters, it was similar to an owl's role. Then give it a try. If you encounter a problem you can't solve, come to me, Felix said calmly. I'm also curious to know who will come to me for trouble. Unlock exclusive early access to 100s of chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 182, The Commission of Phineas Black. Felix Harp emerged from the L.C.A building, and the clock had struck noon. He took a detour to visit the Little Red Book bookstore. To his delight, his sample copy of Magic in the Muggle World had been completed. Remarkable efficiency, I needn't worry at all. This book, a serious work of popular science, was in line with his previous 2 publications on Muggle studies and was poised to become part of a series. At least, that's what the elegant lady in the purple dress told him. Felix also inquired about things he hadn't previously paid much attention to, such as how his book managed to leave England and spread throughout the world. From her response, Felix understood that there were 2 ways to expand the book's presence worldwide. One was to obtain a recommendation from the home country's Ministry of Magic, but this approach had limited spots and could face resistance from certain nations due to its official nature. The other method was to become a member of the International Wizarding Publishers Association. The International Wizarding Publishers Association was a relatively loose international wizarding organization, composed of top publishers from different countries. They held gatherings in March and September each year to select valuable books. These fortunate books would then be distributed to magical bookstores in various countries. Unbeknownst to Felix, he had inadvertently enjoyed this privilege. In response, he expressed his gratitude once again. "Your book is truly outstanding, Mr. Harp. It's a win-win for both of us." Returning to the school, Felix found many professors had returned. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were decorating the Great Hall, in high spirits. Professor McGonagall was even humming a tune. Hagrid, the big and burly figure, walked in carrying 2 3-meter-tall fir trees. Flitwick elegantly waved his wand, causing the trees to stand in a corner of the hall, adorned with colorful ribbons. "Felix," Hagrid greeted heartily. "Hagrid, how's the lesson planning going?" Felix inquired. Hagrid chuckled, "Going pretty well. I spent quite some time in the library looking up information. I even went through the new books on the market. I can confidently say the teaching material I've chosen is interesting. I remember this course always used fantastic beasts and where to find them as the textbook. Well, that's the textbook for the higher years. I tried something new for the 3rd years, as you told me. Innovation requires a test subject, and if it succeeds, then it can be extended to everyone. I'm looking forward to it, Hagrid." The first day of school was tomorrow. The professors gathered around a rectangular table for dinner that evening. Even the elusive Professor Trelawney had draped a veil and joined. She whispered to a house elf, "Fetch me some sherry, dear." The house elf stammered, "Oh okay, ma'am." Her figure vanished, and shortly after, she reappeared struggling with a large bottle of sherry. "I apologize, couldn't find a small bottle, only this kind." "Ha!" Trelawney's eyes lit up. "No worries, this is quite nice, very nice indeed. Would you like some?" She looked at Felix, shaking the bottle, causing the liquid to sway. "No, thank you," Felix politely declined. Trelawney poured herself a glass, and next to her, Professor Burbage also took a small sip. Dumbledore appeared for the first time since his return from France. He looked in good spirits, gladly accepting a plate of tea-colored pastries from Flitwick. Felix thought it might be due to him having shed a particularly bothersome task. After dinner, he called out to Felix. "Wait a moment, Felix. Nick has a few books for you, entrusted to me." So, the 2 of them went to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore spoke cheerfully, "Hold on, I left them on my bedside table. During the time you were away, I've been reading parts of them each day." Felix nodded, watching him ascend the spiral staircase, disappearing into the upper floor of the office. "That's Dumbledore's bedroom, I wonder what it's like." He pondered curiously. The headmaster's office hadn't changed much. In this spacious circular room, various whimsical noises filled the air. Fox, the phoenix perched on the gilded perch, rhythmically breathed, the silverware on the elongated table rotated, emitting tinkling sounds, and the portraits of former headmasters on the walls emitted snores. Felix Harp's gaze fixed on the sorting hat resting silently on the partition, debating whether to pick it up and examine it. "Hey, Slytherin lad!" An unpleasant voice spoke up. Felix turned his head to see a portrait on the wall. At the bottom of the portrait was written in golden cursive letters. Phineas Negelus Black, served 1847 to 1925, graduated from Slytherin House. "Felix," he asked, "Principal Black, were you calling me?" The portrait let out a snort. "Otherwise, is there anyone else alive in this room?" His goat-like beard twitched, his eyebrows thin and menacing, giving him a thoroughly disagreeable appearance. At this moment, he reached out and tapped the frame. "Come closer, I have something to tell you," he said urgently. Seeing that Felix hesitated, he added, "It's for your benefit." Felix's mind was filled with skepticism. Whatever it was, how could it possibly benefit him? Nonetheless, he approached the portrait of Principal Black. The snores from the other portraits ceased. Some of them opened their eyes to observe, while others squinted, closely watching the interaction. But Principal Black remained uninterested, perhaps incapable of expressing himself, even if he was displeased. So he spoke as quietly as possible, "Have you ever heard the name Sirius Black?" "I have. He's a celebrity now, escaped from Azkaban 3 weeks ago," Felix said. Principal Black choked for a moment. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, "He's a descendant of the noble Black family, my great-grandson." "Oh. You mischievous boy, what do you mean?" Principal Black muttered under his breath. However, he quickly continued in a cunning tone, "We're both Slytherins, young man. I know what you're thinking. Listen, the Black family has a rich history and an extensive collection of books in our ancestral home. It's not comparable to the rubbish at Hogwarts. Are you interested? Help me with something." "What is it?" "Bring him to me. Not to this me, to another portrait. Remember, Grimmauld Place number 12. Felix was very interested in the Black family's collection, but he cautiously probed, "Don't tell me that one of the 28 pure-blood families' ancestral homes has no defenses. Listen to me, don't interrupt. Time is short. You will find it, I believe you can do it. However, you need something unique to the noble Black family." "Oh, Dumbledore. When did you come back?" Felix swiftly turned around. Dumbledore had appeared on the second-floor landing, holding 2 books in his arms, standing expressionlessly. "Quite early, around the time you acknowledged Sirius Black as your great-grandson." Dumbledore descended the stairs, the light behind him preventing anyone from reading his expression, but his powerful voice was audible. "Phineas, we've discussed the unforgivable crimes he committed." Principal Black's portrait shouted loudly, "Dumbledore, he's the last descendant of the Black family." But Dumbledore raised his voice as well, speaking composedly. "Betrayed his best friend, and he killed 13 people, including one who was a close friend for 10 years. Do you know what happened to him, Phineas?" The only thing found at the scene were Peter's finger and pieces of blood-soaked clothing. The old man walked to the portrait, his tone icy, each wrinkle on his face carrying anger. "And now he's escaped, dreaming of aiding his old master in regaining power, even if it means killing his godson in his role as a teacher. Phineas, my headmaster. Do you want to shelter a criminal?" Silence reigned in the headmaster's office. Unlock exclusive early access to 100s of chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 183, Analysis. Felix Harp stood quietly on the side, his mind spinning rapidly. Dumbledore's words were pointedly clear, referring to Harry Potter and Sirius Black. The unexpected connection between the two was something he had never imagined. And Sirius Black, accused of being a Death Eater who betrayed his best friend, Harry's father. Felix thought of an organization active during the war, the Order of the Phoenix. It was a secret organization founded by Dumbledore to resist Voldemort, assisting the Ministry of Magic in fighting against Voldemort and his Death Eaters during the war. The Order of the Phoenix was not well known, and it disbanded after Voldemort's disappearance in 1981 and the victory in the war. Felix knew of this name because he was acquainted with Professor Toftwood of the Wizarding Examinations Authority, also an expert in ancient magical texts, whom Felix had visited before. Professor Toftwood had mentioned this organization in passing, praising the bravery of the Order of the Phoenix members, but he hadn't revealed specific names. But Felix speculated that at least Harry's parents, Sirius, and that Peter should all be members of the Order of the Phoenix. No wonder Dumbledore was so furious. From being best friends at school to close comrades after graduation, and the bond of kinship formed due to Harry's birth, this should have been an unbreakable friendship. Yet Sirius Black chose betrayal. And what role did Severus Snape play? Based on the information Felix had found during school, after the war, Snape was accused of being a Death Eater. However, Dumbledore vouched for him as an undercover agent and prevented him from facing the trial at Azkaban. Otherwise, Hogwarts wouldn't have had such a snarky professor. So, Severus should also be a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Felix didn't know much about his headmaster's experiences during his school days, but he at least knew that the relationship between Snape and the Potter couple was complicated. He had a history with Harry's mother, perhaps with a touch of admiration, but he was archenemies with Harry's father. They wouldn't start fighting during their meetings, would they? "Felix," Dumbledore turned his head, his bright blue gaze piercing through his glasses, landing on him. You are a professor of the school, and I hope not to see you make the wrong choices. Felix blinked. Headmaster, you don't need to say that. I also prioritize the safety of the students. Besides, my relationship with Mr. Potter is good. I even trained him during the summer break. But the Black family's collection of books is a different matter, isn't it? Felix was quite clear about the distinction between these two. Ah, I heard Phileas mention this, Dumbledore said. He said you have quite the expertise in handling young wizards with magical surges. It's not expertise, just personal experience. Dumbledore's expression softened, losing some of its initial sharpness and intimidation. He spoke with a tone of exploring magic. Could you share, Felix? Please forgive an old man's curiosity. It all started 2 weeks ago. I ran into Potter in Diagon Alley by chance and noticed the active magic around him. I deduced that he had recently experienced a magical surge. After inquiring, it turned out to be true. Your sensitivity to magic is remarkable, Felix. Thank you, Dumbledore. After that, That's how I see it. The tense atmosphere in the office gradually eased. Dumbledore transformed back into a gentle old man, engaging in a discussion with Felix Harp about the effects of magical surges and generously sharing his insights. Headmaster Dumbledore, I've been pondering a question. Can one intervene in the level of their magical activity for their benefit? The advantages seem quite apparent. That's an intriguing notion, but it must be approached with caution, Felix. Any research into magic itself can easily lead to severe magical accidents. As Felix left the headmaster's office, he held 2 books in his hands. These were passed on by Nick Limetto Dumbledore, one of the drawbacks of communicating through photographs. Nick Limetto resided in a safe house and rarely ventured out, making him hard to find by owls. And considering Felix's current rapport with him, it was clear they hadn't reached the level of past visits. He wasn't surprised by this, relationships accumulated bit by bit. He wasn't a galleon, after all, who could instantly win everyone's trust and favor. He stuffed the 2 books into his ring and returned to his office. As he sat on the couch, he continued to mull over the words spoken by Headmaster Phineas Black's portrait. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, the location of the Black family's ancestral home. Though it was just a name with no additional information, it was enough for Felix. Clearly, this was how a regular person named a place, and it was a starting point for him. Having marked out a rough area, all that remained was the process of investigation, bit by bit. Given time, he could unearth this hidden abode. That wasn't the challenging part, the challenge lay in how to unravel the magic placed upon it. For these pure-blood families, the ancestral homes were bound to be protected by various complex, even unimaginable, enchantments. Often, this process took several generations' joint effort spanning decades or even centuries to complete. Moreover, if the house was under a Fidelius charm, then he would indeed be at a loss. But according to Phineas Black, he also had a portrait within the Black ancestral home, which meant he had a good understanding of the house. For the sake of saving the last bloodline of the Black family, he wouldn't have Felix working in vain. Besides, this wasn't a safe house, employing the Fidelius charm would be too cumbersome. Another key clue provided by Headmaster Phineas Black was that they needed something unique to the noble Black family. What could that be? Felix had some speculations already. The room of requirement. Felix sat on the couch, beckoning a thick book over. It was the Pure Blood Directory by Cantankerous Knot, which contained information about the so-called Sacred 28 families. Turning to the section about the Black family, he quickly skimmed past the list of family members and their deeds. His gaze landed on the emblem of the Black family, bearing the French phrase, toujours pur, always pure. He chuckled. For the noble, always pure Black family, what could be truly unique? Only bloodline. All he needed was a drop of Sirius Black's blood, and he could enter the Black ancestral home, catching a glimpse of its hidden treasures. Emerging from the room of requirement, Felix looked at Hogwarts' nighttime scenery, his gaze merging with the darkness. Sirius, where are you really? Author has to go out, so only 1 chapter in the morning. Unlock exclusive early access to 100s of chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 184, Grimmauld Square. September 1st. Felix Harp woke up early and, by way of Diagon Alley, returned to London. He was set to embark on his procurement for the new school year. In addition to updating his collection of magical films, he purchased a plethora of new books, clothing, and, most importantly, he found a map shop. It was a charmingly antiquated establishment, its quaint brown shelves lined with an assortment of maps, each with its own unique flair. From local London maps to maps of the British Isles, they served different purposes: aerial views, tourist guides, transportation networks. As Felix was about to acquire a thick atlas, he casually asked the shopkeeper, "Have you ever heard of Grimmauld Square?" The shopkeeper adjusted his glasses and looked up from a colorful album. 30 minutes later, he found himself standing in a dilapidated corner of London's Old District. The houses here were quite aged, their walls peeling to reveal unattractive shades of grey. To his astonishment, the ancestral home of the Black family was concealed amidst these buildings. He looked around the vicinity. Some houses were still inhabited, while others were clearly abandoned, heaps of garbage at the door, shattered windows. On a more desolate lawn, his gaze landed on a building, its number 11, Grimmauld Square. He glanced left and right, number 10 on one side, number 13 on the other. Curious, even the wizarding site is blocked, is it not? Felix stood still, continually scrutinizing something. An elderly lady carrying a cloth bag ambled over. "Young man, what brings you here?" "Visiting a pen pal, ma'am." "The given address is a bit vague, and I'm trying to identify it," Felix replied, improvising. "I've lived here for over 50 years, since birth. Maybe I could help, tell me more." "Well, it's Grimmauld Square in the Old West District of London. The house number is blurred, but I guess it's number 12. "Number 12? That's impossible, young man. There's no such house." The elderly woman's voice grew louder. "You must be mistaken, or perhaps your friend is playing a nasty prank." "I find it odd too," Felix gestured towards the house before him. "This is number 11, and there's number 13, but strangely, no number 12. The old lady burst into hearty laughter. "It's not just you with that confusion." She winked, lowering her voice. "It's a mistake. My grandmother told me well, she heard it from someone else, that when they built these houses, the builders were a bunch of dunces. They did their work, and from today's perspective, it's not bad. But they got the house numbers wrong, and even when the town hall inspected, they didn't catch it. And so, the mistake persists. I recall that over the years, there were a few reports, but no response at all. You know, this place is utterly neglected. Perhaps in another decade or so, they'll tear it down in the name of obstructing the view." "Well, I won't agree, nor will my grandson, he's only 2, but there's a saying, right? Teach them young, some traditions must be upheld." She tilted her head, saying it with a playful air. The talkative old woman continued, and from her, Felix learned some less than reliable legends. For instance, number 12 Grimmauld Square does exist, and it's a haunted house. Or perhaps, the builders didn't actually mess up, a nobleman bought the place, but the house disappeared soon after. Felix was intrigued by these tales, occasionally exclaiming in amazement, earning the old woman's even more satisfied gaze. "Not many young folks like you, respectful to the elderly. Unlike the folks next door, they blast their speakers late into the night, causing unrest. I knocked on their door several times to no avail." Felix handed her a small card, and for a moment, it seemed like a golden light flickered across the card's surface, though it might just have been a reflection of the sunlight. "Ma'am, you can write a note on it and slip it through their door, urging them to consider others' feelings." It's best to include the contact number for the authorities." "Will it work?" The old woman took the card with a mix of doubt and curiosity. "People around here aren't exactly polite." "Give it a try, it can't make things worse." After declining her invitation, Felix Harp cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and stood quietly in place. Several people walked by the street, but none paid him any attention. Around noon, he withdrew his wand and made a series of motions, dispelling layers of mist until he merged entirely with the air. His figure vanished. In a narrow gap, Felix struggled to move forward but was soon blocked by a wall of air, a highly advanced magical barrier. Then, he heard a piercing scream, an utterly unpleasant sound that sent shivers down Felix's spine. After a few seconds, a tremendous force repelled him outward, leaving him back on the grassy lawn of Grimmauld Square. "Is there someone inside?" Felix questioned uncertainly. Professor Black didn't mention this. But after a moment's consideration, he thought it might be a house elf. After a brief hesitation, Felix decided to leave. He could indeed force his way in again using his advanced magic, but it might take hours, even days. If someone was inside, whether a wizard or a house elf, they wouldn't just stand by in the face of his intrusion. At least now I know of this place. Felix took a deep look, and his figure disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, aboard the Hogwarts Express. Did you see that, Harry? Malfoy's a coward. The moment he saw a professor, he fled. Fits right into his family's tradition. Ron said somewhat acerbically, but he wasn't entirely to blame. Malfoy had just mocked his family moments before. Ron, Hermione piped in a sharp tone, pointing at the slumped professor on the small table. Be careful. The three of them glanced over. The disheveled professor was still asleep. They resumed talking, but their voices were lowered significantly. I'm dead serious. If he dares to mock my family again, I'll grab him by the head. Harry, what's up with you? Ron looked at Harry inquisitively. What? You're way too calm, just like Malfoy was when he was around. You drew your wand so naturally and looked at Malfoy as if he were some caterpillar. I've felt that too, Harry, Hermione said earnestly. Harry scratched his head. It might be related to me getting stronger? When Malfoy provoked us, I didn't feel much anger, it was like watching a performance. It's strange. He looked at Ron and Hermione, speaking with uncertain tones. I think maybe it's because I knew, even if I did engage, I could easily win. I anticipated that outcome beforehand. Ron let out a weird exclamation. That's so cool, mate. Lower your voice, Ron, Hermione reminded him. But Ron paid no heed, excitedly saying, tell us more about Professor Harp's special training, Harry. I'm so envious. Harry sighed. Honestly, it wasn't a pleasant experience. I don't even know how I endured it. But Professor Harp said that such opportunities are rare. He began recounting, and Ron and Hermione were both staring at him, captivated. Unnoticed by all, the sleeping professor on the side slightly trembled. Hello, dear readers, the management team of this book has launched a collaborative fan activity, which involves creating original visual and written content. Interested readers can participate. Check the pinned post. It will also help the work reach a wider audience. Thank you. Unlock exclusive early access to hundreds of chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 185, Remus Lupin. Merlin's Socks. Your disarming charm has reached level 4, and you hadn't even mentioned it before. Ron exclaimed, his mouth wide open in astonishment. Is that true? I mean the bloke who's aiming to be an Auror, and he's only at level 2 for the disarming charm. Harry attributed all of this to his magical outburst. Professor Lupin said it would make my magic more active, which, well, it seems to have sped up my learning of spells. Ron looked expectant. If only I could have a magical outburst too. Ron, Professor Lupin said magical outbursts are the result of extreme emotions, and they mostly happen to young wizards before they enter Hogwarts. Once we're at Hogwarts and learn to control our magic, these situations almost disappear. Hermione chimed in, matter-of-factly, just like Harry. His case is quite rare. It might be because his aunt insulted his parents, so, sorry, Harry. No worries, Harry replied, but Hermione looked at him apologetically. I know, can't I just daydream? Ron seemed to have thought of something, suddenly excited. Besides, it's not impossible, right? There were 1 or 2 times during the summer when Percy was showing off his head boy badge, and I had the urge to make it explode. Is there much difference between making something explode and making it swell? Maybe my emotions weren't strong enough at the time, Ron speculated playfully, believing it to be a shortcut to learning. Hermione stared at him wide-eyed, even Harry was quite speechless. But speaking of it, Harry looked at Ron thoughtfully, I do seem to have a better grasp of the disarming charm. With other spells, it's like I'm just a bit off. Ron looked puzzled. Isn't that because you spent the most time on the disarming charm? Harry explained, it's a feeling. Like, it's just. He gestured with his hand, well, I'm not sure either. Maybe it really is just an illusion. He said somewhat dejectedly. Hermione provided theoretical support, Harry, it's not impossible, there are always some young wizards who learn specific spells faster. Where did you read that? Harry asked with interest, perhaps he could include this viewpoint in his essay? The thought of the essay made his head ache a bit. He had spoken without thinking, not considering the consequences at all. While he had accumulated a bunch of random notes during the training process, he had no idea how to turn these things into a presentable essay out of certain considerations. He didn't want to just bluff his way through. Hermione's answer was a bit different from what he expected. She smiled with her eyes narrowed in a pleased manner, resembling the ginger cat in her arms. Do you remember the assignment from the dueling class, those forms? I helped Professor Lupin organize a part of them, and he proposed this idea then, but... She made a helpless expression. There were too few samples, and a lot of the submitted data was fabricated. I could tell at a glance. Ron's gaze suddenly became evasive, and Harry also lowered his head guiltily. Hermione looked at the two of them indignantly. They shared some responsibility for the false data. At this moment, a hoarse, weary voice joined their conversation. Forgive me. The three of them looked anxiously towards the small table. The professor seemed to have just woken up, his face looking as worn as his patched robes and heavily worn suitcase, giving off an air of destitution. But his eyes were bright and sincere. The professor spoke gently. I just overheard some of your conversation. It wasn't intentional, but I did become curious. Professor Lupin? Hermione asked in a hushed voice. Yes, I am Remus Lupin, Lupin said with a smile. Did you see the markings on my trunk? Quite observant. If this were in class, I'd give you extra points. Remus Lupin. Hermione let out a short scream, startling her ginger-colored large cat in her arms. It leaped out and stood in the aisle, looking at its owner accusingly. Oh, sorry, Crookshanks, the young witch said. Quick, control it, don't let it discover Scabbers. Ron covered the bulge in his chest pocket where his pet fat rat, Scabbers, was hidden. Have you heard of me? Lupin asked. And no, she stammered dryly, quickly lowering her head and picking up her large cat. Hermione's behavior struck Harry and Ron as odd, but with an outsider present, they tactfully refrained from asking. Lupin didn't press further either. He smiled at them. I'm your dark arts defense against the dark arts professor, only for 1 year, as agreed with Dumbledore. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, assessing the professor's actual abilities. To be frank, solely judging by appearance, he didn't inspire much confidence. Lupin gazed gently at the three of them, particularly lingering on Harry for a moment. Then he said, I left the school exactly 15 years ago, and many memories have faded, such as, I'm not quite clear about the Professor Harp you mentioned. Harry and Ron turned their gaze to Hermione. She never disappointed in this aspect. Indeed, Hermione rattled off in one breath, Felix Harp is an incredibly accomplished wizard, a Slytherin graduate. He currently teaches ancient runes and has remarkable achievements in Muggle studies. His influence is exceptional. And he graduated only 3 years ago. No, now it's 4 years. Harry added. A true rising star. Lupin admired. He changed the subject, asking, you mentioned some special training earlier. Are you close to Professor Harp, Harry? Do you know me? Harry unconsciously brushed his hair, where a lightning-shaped scar was, recognized by many as his signature. I knew your father, Lupin said simply. Harry wasn't too satisfied with this response, but he still said, Professor Harp is kind, gentle, and courteous. Although he only started teaching third-year students, he has assisted some first and second years. He referred to the time during the Chamber of Secrets attack when the school was in turmoil, and many sought solace from the professors. Among them, Professor Harp had an exceptionally high approval rate. Lupin pondered for a moment, then asked, you just mentioned that he graduated only 4 years ago. So, his head of house is Severus Snape. It's Snape, Harry quickly followed up, then looked a bit embarrassed as he realized he hadn't used the honorific. Lupin didn't react much. His gaze turned distant, lost in thought. Outside, the rain was coming down heavier, and the weather turned pitch black. The train slowed down. Are we there yet? Not yet. Professor Lupin drew his wand, and Harry stood up as well. The train's lights suddenly flickered off, and shadows moved outside. A layer of frost quietly climbed the windows. Someone stumbled in from outside, crashing into Ron directly, eliciting a painful yelp from him. Across the aisle, frightened breaths were audible. What's happened? Ouch! Is that you, Neville? Yes, it's me. It suddenly got dark outside. Do you know what's going on? More people rushed in, speaking all at once in a chaotic manner. Is Ron here? I'm looking for Ron. I'm here, Ginny. Oh dear, that's my face. Who are you? I'm Neville, Neville Longbottom. Quiet! Lupin shouted loudly, raising his wand. A burst of flames poured down from the wand tip, illuminating the panicked faces. The light also illuminated his tired, greyish face, but with an adult wizard present, everyone felt a bit more reassured. Hearing Lupin say, "Stay in place and don't move. I'll go out and take a look," he opened the compartment door and stepped into the aisle. Harry thought for a moment and followed him outside. "Harry!" Hermione said urgently. "I'll see if I can help." Harry passed through the compartment door and followed behind Lupin. A chill swept over them, and Lupin quickly stepped back, saying, "Go back, Harry." But Harry didn't hear, his entire attention was captured by something draped in a black cloak with a hood. The thing floated in mid-air, a decayed, ashen hand emerging from the cloak. Following that, an intense coldness rushed over him, freezing his lungs, making it impossible to breathe. A distant female voice sounded, terrified and pleading. "I want to help her." He didn't know why he had this thought, but it was so strong. Even as he was about to lose consciousness, he instinctively responded. A dazzling red light illuminated the entire train. Unlock exclusive early access to hundreds of chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 186, The Feast. Harry. Harry. Are you okay? Someone was slapping his face. Harry opened his eyes. Everything was back to normal. The train was still moving, the lights were on. He sat up from his seat, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, looking around the train in confusion. Ron and Hermione were closest to him, Neville was looking at him with concern, and Ginny was huddled in a corner. Hagrid took a chocolate bar from his pocket and broke it to share with everyone. "This one's for you, Harry. An excellent disarming charm, by the way." Harry took a large piece of chocolate and suddenly asked, "Did I pass out?" "No, that woman, did she get saved?" "Who?" Hagrid asked casually. "The woman, the one who came out with the hooded thing." From the sound of her voice, she should have been an adult. She. Harry suddenly stumbled over his words. There was only one adult woman on the train, the witch pushing the food trolley. But what he heard was clearly not that voice. Hagrid's hand froze in place, and he mumbled, leaving a sentence behind, "I'll go have a word with the driver, sorry." And hurriedly left. The door slammed shut. "Harry." Hermione looked at him anxiously. He forced himself to calm down, sat back in his seat, took a bite of chocolate. A warm sensation spread through his body, making him feel happy again. "Can someone tell me what just happened?" Harry asked. "We felt a chill, like falling into an ice hole. Then we saw your spell, the bright red light, the cold eased a bit, and then you fell to the ground." Professor Lupin said to whoever it was, "Sirius Black isn't here," and he raised his wand, a silvery light shot out, and the cold disappeared completely, and the train continued. Hermione described what she saw. Harry chewed the chocolate in silence. He didn't really care about all this, he just wanted to glean any clues about the woman's voice from the others. But the result disappointed him. Everyone's expressions weren't good. Ginny was sobbing softly, Neville muttered on the side, "It's so frightening, it reminded me of the worst memories." "It's like all the happiness has been drained from you," Ron continued, though he punched Harry lightly. "Your spell was really impressive, Harry. We gave Malfoy a good lesson. Just thinking about him rolling out and flying away makes me feel happy again." "It wasn't my doing." Harry shook his head, rallying himself. "What was that cloaked thing?" "I think it's a Dementor. I've seen something similar in comic books, like a rag without bones," Ron described. Harry looked at Hermione. Among the three of them, Ron was the most familiar with the magical world, but his knowledge was quite shallow. Hermione, on the other hand, had gained most of her knowledge from books, so she could provide more accurate information. Hermione recalled the information she had read: Dementors guard Azkaban. They feed on human emotions, especially happiness. Regular spells don't work on them, only the Patronus charm. The Patronus? Like Professor Lupin's Patronus, and Professor McGonagall's? Harry asked. Exactly. Exactly. Hermione and Ron said respectively. Hermione had seen Lupin's Patronus, while Ron had seen McGonagall's, and Harry was familiar with both. After that, everyone fell silent. After a dozen minutes, the train came to a stop. But they didn't wait for Professor Lupin. Let's go, he should have disembarked already. The Great Hall. Hagrid was dressed very formally, in a suit, with his hair and beard neatly groomed. How do I look, Felix? Fantastic. Tears welled up in Hagrid's eyes. He switched the umbrella in his hand to his left side and pulled out a dirty handkerchief from his pocket, wiping his eyes. It's wonderful. I've been looking forward to this day. Today, he would not only be appointed as the professor for care of magical creatures, but also clear his name. Dumbledore had presented a complete chain of evidence, from the creature and culprit behind the Chamber of Secrets incident, to Myrtle's testimony. The Ministry had no reason to object anymore and had to lift the 50-year ban. Hagrid had been subjected to 2 punishments for being the alleged culprit behind Myrtle's murder, dismissal and having his wand snapped. Some even suggested sending him to Azkaban, but thanks to Dumbledore's intercession, that fate was avoided. And now, with the ban lifted, he could openly use his wand. Felix looked at the big red umbrella in Hagrid's hand. Is your wand hidden inside there? I've been meaning to say, it's a brilliant hiding idea. Hagrid raised his hand slightly. Dumbledore fixed it for me. I've been worried about it, you know, theoretically, my wand was snapped by the Ministry. Felix stared at him, his expression quite peculiar, and said in a low voice, Dumbledore fixed your wand? The one that was snapped. He's quite a wizard, isn't he? Hagrid said happily. Yes, he certainly is, Felix echoed. After a while, Hagrid emerged from the Great Hall to welcome the new students, while the professors made their final preparations. Professor McGonagall was conversing with a house elf from the kitchen about the dinner arrangements. Everything is ready, Professor. Very well, you've done a great job. Before long, students from 2nd to 7th years poured into the hall, filling it with lively chatter. It felt to Felix as if hundreds of excited baboons were making a ruckus. However, his gaze was fixed on one particular wizard. He was wearing a tattered robe, covered with patches at every corner, hinting at the poverty of the owner. He appeared worn out, as if he had just gotten rid of a troublesome matter. His face was still young, but strands of white were already interspersed in his brown hair. Professor McGonagall walked up to the wizard and warmly welcomed him, leading him to the teachers' seats. A powerful gaze of hatred landed on the wizard. In the corner of Felix's eye, he noticed Snape's silver fork bending in half. Professor McGonagall introduced the wizard to the others, deliberately avoiding Snape. Soon, she stood in front of Felix. Felix, this is Lames Lupin, once my student. He's a very friendly and gentle person, you two will get along well. Professor McGonagall said. Felix and Lupin locked eyes, a hint of curiosity flashing between them. Felix's lips curled slightly, and he extended his hand. Hello, Professor Lupin. Professor McGonagall mentioned you before. You must have been one of her most exceptional students. Lupin also extended his hand, I was just the inconspicuous one. On the train, though, I heard a lot of rumors about Professor Harp. Hopefully, nothing too peculiar. No, not at all. They praise you a lot, almost made me jealous. They shook hands until Lupin let go first. Soon, Hagrid appeared with the drenched first-year students. Oddly, the sorting hat ceremony was not conducted by Professor McGonagall. Felix looked around but didn't see her. Professor Flitwick held the sorting hat in a roll of parchment, followed by a small stool hovering behind him. He walked past each student in turn. With a wave of his wand, their wet clothes dried and became comfortable, as if basking in noon sunlight. Form a line and follow me. One by one, the young wizards approached based on their surnames, awaiting their sorting. But first, they were greeted with a song carefully crafted by the sorting hat. The young newcomers watched in astonishment as the sorting hat emotionally sang its verses. Perhaps, thus far, it was the most profound impression that Hogwarts had left on them. The sorting began. Newman Bach. Gryffindor. Oliver Dana. Hufflepuff. Greenthorn Folly. Ravenclaw. Astoria Greengrass. Slytherin. Ramilda Vane. Gryffindor. At the end of the sorting ceremony, Felix noticed Harry and Hermione slipping from the corner to their seats at Gryffindor table. Professor McGonagall appeared shortly after. Subsequently, Headmaster Dumbledore stood up to speak. His welcome speech was as succinct as ever. Getting to the point, he somberly mentioned the presence of Dementors. They will be stationed at all entrances of the school to fulfill the ministry's duties. During their stay, no one is allowed to leave the school without permission. Dementors don't accept any tricks or deception, including invisibility cloaks. They can't distinguish between legitimate reasons and excuses. So, don't give them any chance to harm you. Heads of houses and the 2 student prefects, ensure that no student gets into conflict with Dementors. Once the young wizards had absorbed this information, Dumbledore introduced the 2 new professors with enthusiasm, using his words. The former was the generous substitute for defense against the dark arts, Professor Lupin. The latter was Rubeus Hagrid, who takes on the position of care of magical creatures professor while fulfilling his duties as the keeper of keys and grounds. At the same time, Dumbledore expressed sympathy and apologies for the unjust treatment Hagrid had endured. We've overlooked this for half a century. It's time to correct this mistake. Hagrid stood up excitedly, waving his hand. A series of red sparks shot out from the tip of his umbrella. The students responded with warm applause, particularly fervent from the Gryffindor table. We should have known. Ron shouted, pounding the table, who else would make us get a book that bites? After the feast, the students filed out of the Great Hall, accompanied by lively discussions. Unlock exclusive early access to 100s of chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 187, A New Semester. The following day, while Felix Harp was dining in the Great Hall, he overheard the various bits of gossip being discussed among the young wizards. Harry faced off against a Dementor in a fierce battle, keeping it away from the carriage doors. The sky was filled with a blazing red light, I saw it even from 2 compartments away. Indeed, it's almost unimaginable. Ernie Macmillan, a Hufflepuff student, piped up, his head poking out from his seat, there's nothing strange about this. Remember, Potter defeated the Dark Lord as a baby. When he first arrived, I couldn't quite understand what the fuss was all about. The Chosen One sounded no different from me, short stature, looking a bit underfed, and his grades were only average. He rattled off a list of shortcomings, then dramatically paused, his gaze fixed on his 2 companions. And now look at him. The truth has finally emerged. Goodness gracious, that's how it is. His 2 friends chimed in, wearing expressions of sudden realization. Felix felt the urge to chuckle. He quickly finished his pie and arrived at the Ancient Runes classroom, flipping through his class schedule for the year. Among the third-year wizards, there were hardly more than 10 who hadn't chosen his course, which strangely elevated his elective to the status of a required subject. Professor McGonagall had put quite some effort into getting Ancient Runes onto the timetable. Ultimately, Ancient Runes for the third-year students were scheduled for the last period on Tuesdays and Thursdays, extending even half an hour past the regular dismissal time. Soon, the 7th-year students began to gather. Percy, Penelope, Wood, Geoffrey, and that Ravenclaw girl who had an affinity for carrying around a little skull in last year's arithmancy class. Among these faces, Felix noticed one that shouldn't have been there: Marcus Flint. He had graduated this June, yet here he was again in the Ancient Runes classroom. There was only one reason for this: he had been held back a year. Last academic year, he had failed both of his advanced level courses, Care of Magical Creatures and Ancient Runes, with a score of 0 in all of the exams, not even passing one. It was a matter of pure blood pride, his father having pulled some strings with the Board of Governors to get him held back. Professor Marcus, towering and bulky, saw Felix wave at him. His face contorted into a grimace as he laboriously made his way over, almost step by step. Everyone was watching the spectacle, especially Oliver Wood, who had eyes gleaming with excitement. He and Marcus were far from friendly, they were the respective Quidditch team captains for Gryffindor and Slytherin and had clashed plenty off the pitch. You. Felix looked at Marcus, momentarily at a loss for words. What to say? At the very least, his performance in Ancient Runes was better than his Care of Magical Creatures grades. This indicated he invested more effort in his own subject. Had Felix not relaxed the course selection criteria last year, would Marcus have managed to graduate with only one subject? Regarding this speculation, Felix was none the wiser. He rummaged beneath the lectern and pulled out a piece of parchment, handing it over to Marcus. This is your used answer parchment, I didn't erase your information. All those wrong answers from before are still there. Marcus took it, mumbling as if he wanted to say thanks, but ended up choking on his own saliva. Off you go. I'll be checking regularly. If your grades don't meet the requirements, I'll halt all your activities. Felix calmly looked at him, including Quidditch. Yes, Professor. Marcus replied with a crestfallen expression. In contrast, Wood seemed as if he were celebrating early, letting out a loud, triumphant whistle. Felix gave him a sidelong glance. You too, Wood. You and Flint are in the same boat. And so, a second mask of torment appeared in the classroom. The other students giggled on the side. Soon enough, the class officially began. Felix looked at the students before him. During the previous academic year, you had a relatively easy time, and I am more than willing to let you experience the mysteries of ancient runes. The faces of the male and female wizards in the audience grew solemn, aware that typically such words were followed by a however. However, this year is your final year at Hogwarts Wood. Stop grinning at Flint. I continue, you are facing the wizarding world's ultimate examination. I need not elaborate on how significant this examination is. Next, I will explain in detail our curriculum for this academic year. During the final question segment of the class, Penelope Clearwater raised her hand and asked, Professor, will we have ancient runes practicals this year? Yeah, Professor. Last year, we shattered little skulls, chased off dark crows, defeated enchanted puppets, unraveled devil's web traps, and finally collected all 4 keys. But there are still many unexplored places, a Ravenclaw girl beside her said, counting on her fingers. Geoffrey, the Slytherin prefect, calmly suggested, Professor, I believe we could determine the participants of the ancient runes practical based on their performance. Wood glared at him immediately, and even Marcus seemed a bit off with his expression. Felix pondered for a moment. Very well, I will open the classroom on weekends for interested students to explore. But in the classroom itself, don't expect too much. The first class ended hastily, and the students streamed out. Harp, Professor. Percy stood before Felix. Is there something you need, Weasley? Percy hesitated a bit and said, well, it's about my brothers. Fred and George. They're in their 5th year now. Felix patiently awaited what he had to say. It's a crucial year, as you know, Owl's exams. At home, they hoped they could focus more on their studies and gain a couple more qualifications. Harp, you could be more straightforward. Percy's breath caught, and he gathered his courage to continue. I've heard that you are quite supportive of their pranks. They're escalating them more and more. I was hoping you could talk to them. Felix looked at him and softly said, Weasley, perhaps you're hoping I won't offer them any help. Percy struggled, I have considered that. The empty classroom fell silent. Felix tapped his fingers on the table, making a rhythmic tap-tap sound. After a pause, Felix looked up. I cannot make decisions for them, Weasley. You should understand that even without me aiding them, their minds will still be on this. I can't exactly tie them up or cast a confuse charm. Percy's face paled, and his lips stammered. However, I do have a suggestion. Felix said slowly. What is it? Join them. You're joking. Percy's eyes widened, I can't stand their pranks. It's not my cup of tea. No, I don't mean you should engage in their research. What I mean is, understand them. Understand what they're doing, what they're researching, where their time is spent, and why they find it endlessly fascinating. When you know every aspect of their actions, you'll always find an appropriate way. Felix looked at him. I heard you're aiming to work for the Ministry of Magic? This might be a meaningful practice. You can write a relevant thesis. Percy left in contemplation. Meanwhile, Harry looked furious, with Hermione trailing behind him. Harry, I wasn't intentionally keeping it from you. Hermione, you knew all along that my dad knew Professor Lupin, and even that small rat Peter. You knew everything but never told me. I was telling you. Wait, where is she? Hermione. Turning a corner, Harry turned back to continue, but Hermione's figure had mysteriously disappeared. He exchanged a glance with Ron, and just then, Hermione rushed in from another corridor, a delicate golden chain hanging from her chest. Hermione, I wasn't done talking. Impatiently, Hermione cut him off. What are you waiting for? We're going to be late for Transfiguration, hurry up. She rushed ahead, taking several steps before realizing they were still rooted in place. With a serious expression, she scolded, what are you both waiting for? Unlock exclusive early access to hundreds of chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 188, time of reckoning. Hermione's peculiar behavior caught Harry off guard, erasing the angry expression from his face. He wasn't sure whether to continue being mad or if that would just make him seem unreasonable. Ron took the opportunity to put an arm around his shoulder. "Harry, let's talk about this later during dinner. Hermione's got a point, we're really running late." During Transfiguration class, Harry was absent-minded the whole time, his thoughts still occupied by where Hermione could have learned that information. Perhaps Professor Snape? But the ages didn't match up. He pondered so deeply that he completely ignored the many glances cast his way. In the previous class, during divination, Professor Sybil Trelawney had interpreted the shapes of his tea leaves, revealing a death omen that sent shivers down every young wizard's spine, a ghostly black dog roaming in a graveyard. Her words unsettled Harry deeply, as he had seen the ominous black dog, a symbol of death, not just once. From the cover of the book Death Omens in the bookstore to the suspicious dark figure he had glimpsed on the night he left the Dursleys on Magnolia Crescent. After the rushed divination class, Hermione unintentionally let slip some things to Harry in her attempt to counter Trelawney's viewpoint. She revealed that she had known certain things about his father for a while but had kept them to herself. That was the real reason for Harry's anger. At lunch, the young wizards flooded into the Great Hall, buzzing with chatter. Harry grabbed some sausages and fried tomatoes, but his appetite seemed diminished, as if he had already been fed up with all sorts of worries. Hermione pushed a small dish of dip toward him. "Harry, you heard Professor McGonagall's words too. Trelawney predicts a student's death every year. It's her way of welcoming the new class." "However," Ron said with genuine concern, "you haven't seen a roaming black dog anywhere else, have you, Harry?" Harry's stomach clenched suddenly. "No, but I have seen one," he said, "on the night I left the Dursleys." Ron dropped his fork, visibly anxious. But Harry was more concerned about something else. He looked at Hermione and said with a stern tone, "You still haven't told me about my father." "Well, Hermione shifted uncomfortably, avoiding his gaze. "Okay." She took a deep breath. "Remember the time Professor Snape gave us detention?" "Of course, it was last school year." Harry ransacked his memory. "We suspected Professor Snape was involved with the attacks connected to the Chamber of Secrets. We followed him into the Forbidden Forest and got caught. We lost 10 points each for our houses, and had a full weekend detention. And it was with Malfoy. He had no idea how this connected to his father." Hermione looked at him and said, "It was the content of that detention, Harry. Professor Snape had us copy a stack of old records from Professor McGonagall. They were about students' breaches of rules and the corresponding punishments." Harry recalled more details. He remembered Malfoy chattering away beside him while copying the records. But he soon realized the crux of Hermione's words. His eyes widened. "You saw my father's name on those records?" "More than that, Harry," Hermione said, "all 4 of their names were there. I mean, I saw James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. So, when you heard the full name Remus Lupin, that's why you looked so surprised. You knew about it all along." Harry cleared up a confusion and regained his appetite, skewering a sausage and taking a big bite. But his gaze remained fixed on Hermione. "Exactly." Hermione nodded. "In fact, the portion I copied covered those years. Well, I saw quite a few records of rule violations." Harry stammered, "So, you mean my father?" Hermione murmured softly, "Similar to being twins, but maybe even more mischievous." She carefully chose her words. "Your father's name was often mentioned together with Sirius Black, occasionally with 2 other people. This suggests they were friends. And my father clearly had a better relationship with Sirius Black." Harry pounded the table suddenly. He recalled the conversation he had overheard between the Weasley couple on the eve of the new school year. When he found out that Sirius Black's escape target was him, he didn't actually feel much fear. That fugitive had used a curse to kill 13 people. Logically, he should have been terrified, but Hogwarts was the safest place, with Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Harp, with whom he had a good rapport. The only thing that puzzled him was the private conversation Mr. Weasley had with him the day before, just before they boarded the train. In that conversation, Mr. Weasley made him swear not to actively seek out Black. Why would he go after someone who wanted to kill him? But now it all made sense. That Black and his father were good friends, breaking rules together, roaming the castle together, adventuring in the Forbidden Forest together. It was hard to imagine that two people like that could become enemies. Right, he's a Death Eater after all. War can drive people mad. Just think of Voldemort. Harry told himself. Ron stared in amazement at the two, especially Hermione. It had been almost 10 months since that detention, and she had kept the secret so well, not letting a hint slip. Hermione looked at Harry with agreement. I thought the same thing, and, she continued in one breath, I even saw Severus Snape's name. They have 7 or 8 records of altercations between them, your father and Snape. Harry was dumbfounded. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the teacher's table. A quarter of an hour ago. Similar conversations were happening at the teacher's table. Severus Snape leisurely speared a potato and put it in his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Felix, the new professor isn't trustworthy. In fact, he's best friends with that fugitive. They were like-minded troublemakers during school. Felix looked up, casual. I wasn't aware of that. Could you elaborate, Professor? Snape glared at him. What do you want to know? Everything you can tell me. Snape looked at him with a disdainful expression. There's not much to say. Potter, Black, Lupin, and that one, Pettigrew. They were practically inseparable during school, always causing trouble. Especially Potter, arrogant and full of himself, unbelievably foolish to trust that traitor. Did you have a bad relationship during school? Felix inquired. Snape's expression stiffened, and he said slowly, You've managed to unearth quite a bit. Felix smirked, all of it was out in the open. After all, you and him were the shining stars of that era. Many people haven't forgotten about you too, like the landlady of the 3 Broomsticks. Stop prying into my affairs, Felix. I warn you. We're on the same side, aren't we, Headmaster? Felix shifted the address. But you'll have to give me more information. If it's a personal grudge, then I'm sorry, I won't help you deal with Professor Lupin. After a long gaze, Snape tilted his head slightly and whispered, Personal grudge? You'll be surprised when you see through Lupin's true nature, Felix. You can stay out of it, and I can handle Black alone, savor the sweetness of revenge. Did they ever gang up on you? Professor, you weren't beaten up badly during school, were you? Felix inquired curiously. Snape's gaze turned menacing, and Felix tried to salvage the situation. Oh, of course not. At the very least, it was a level playing field. Otherwise, who do you think Professor used to test his curses on? Snape stood up abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor with an ear-piercing sound. He cast a quick glance at the Gryffindor table, just as Harry was looking over. Their gazes met. The surprise on Harry's face had yet to fade, while Snape's eyes were as calm and still as deep springs. After a while, he left, swishing his robes. Unlock exclusive early access to 100s of chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 189, Twins and Snape's Gossip. After the 5th year Ancient Runes class in the afternoon, Felix Harp asked the twins to stay back. Professor, are there really 7 types of scrying mirrors? Fred asked curiously. In the recent lesson, Felix's arrangement for their year was similar to that of the 7th year. He had explained the entire year's curriculum and briefly reviewed the content from the 3rd and 4th years. Towards the end of the class, he mentioned that apart from magical puppets, they would also be introduced to a new type of magical runic creation this year, scrying mirrors. Felix nodded and said, Indeed, they do exist. You'll see them in the next class. He had delayed because there was one type of scrying mirror still in the process of adjustment. In Secrets of Ancient Alchemy, there were descriptions of how to create 7 types of scrying mirrors, all following the alchemical route. During this period, Felix had been replacing some of the runic circuits in them, maintaining their functionality while even enhancing it. He tirelessly experimented. If possible, he intended to spend most of this year working on this task, transforming alchemical creations into runic ones. With the presence of the alchemical master, Nicholas Flamel, he had confidence in his endeavors. George asked, Why would there be 7 types of scrying mirrors? Fred replied without hesitation, Perhaps they disguised the appearances of the mirrors? It might look like a doorknob most of the time, but if you touch it, it starts shouting loudly. Building on his idea, George continued, a bit like our fake wands, or it could be the other way around. It looks like a scrying mirror, but if you try to do something with it, it shoots fireworks from the tail and dashes around the room. Fred chuckled, Excellent thinking, George, you've got a captivating imagination. George bowed playfully, as do you, Mr. Weasley. Ahem. Felix coughed twice, stopping their mutual admiration. Seeing how cheerful you are, it pains me to withhold the upcoming news from you. Both twins turned their heads to him simultaneously. Oh, come on, Felix, we're all in this together, Fred said nonchalantly. Felix chuckled, having said that not too long ago, not showing respect to the professor, are we? Fred raised his hands in a pleading gesture. However, neither side took offense. Felix had long noticed that these two had personalities perfect for friendship, as long as you maintained a certain degree of authority around them, otherwise, their habitual pranks could be headache-inducing. Being their assistant wasn't quite appropriate. Initially, Felix had considered finding someone to help him share the workload, but he could hardly imagine the twins seriously grading assignments. He even suspected that they might curse poorly written papers. For instance, putting a pustule jinx on inadequate assignments, letting lazy wizards feel the malice of a runic assistant. On second thought, it was quite amusing, but it was really something to be just contemplated. Felix's expression turned serious. All right, let's get back on track. This year is your owl's year. How confident are you about passing several exams? Ancient runes should be fine, as long as they change the exam content to repairing magical puppets, Fred said, gasping for breath. Felix maintained a stern expression. This is not a joke. I don't deny your research and guidance in your free time, but your grades shouldn't suffer too much either. The twins sighed, and Fred, surprisingly honest, said, I reckon I might pass 4 or 5 owls exams, or even fewer. How about you, George? We're on a similar level, but I think you might be a tad too optimistic. I'd say 3 certifications are a more reasonable estimate, George replied with relative fairness. Fred's face immediately lit up. Felix shook his head, not allowing them to stray off topic, and said directly, to prevent you from becoming excessively absorbed, I've specifically asked your brother, Percy Weasley, to take time and keep an eye on you. What? Oh, come on, Professor. Felix's lips curled into a faint smile. Is there a problem? I talked to him, and he won't interfere with your research, at least not in the short term. From what I know, his grades are excellent, and he can offer you some advice. Fred drew back his neck, glancing sideways with an air of pride, and in an imitation of Percy's tone, he said, Fred, put away your prank sweets. If I catch you giving them to anyone again, I'll confine you to detention, and mark my words, I will do it. Felix remarked, honestly, are your sweets safe to eat? Of course they are, Professor. We tested them. I was the first guinea pig, Fred replied. I was the second, George added. After 10 minutes of the twins coaxing and cajoling Felix, with the next class about to start, they hurriedly left. As they departed, they couldn't resist shouting. Professor, we won't give up. That's right. Unless you take back this decision. Felix watched their retreating figures with a slightly troubled expression. At a certain moment, a thought crossed his mind, did Professor Snape perceive me in the same way back then? But I'm nowhere near that elusive, he realized, returning to his office and spending some time to complete the final improvements on the 7th scrying mirror. Looking at the various sized mirrors on his workbench, his mood inexplicably lifted. With over 1,000 ancient runes under my belt now, when will that number become 10,000, 20,000? At that time, what level of magical understanding will I have reached? Felix envisaged himself in battle, ancient runes swirling around him, seamlessly coalescing into powerful ancient magic at his will. Other spells would at best be beams of light, while he had abandoned wands altogether, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks with just his raised hand. No escape, no avoidance. Overthinking. There aren't many who can make me go all out now. I should focus on what I'll discuss with Nicholas Flamel in our next interaction. His understanding of alchemy far surpasses my imagination. With his perspective, I can scrutinize alchemical creations and runic creations from a higher level. This will help me comprehend the essence of runes better. As evening arrived and Felix left his office to head to the Great Hall for dinner, he unexpectedly caught wind of 2 pieces of gossip. The first was an accident during Hagrid's first class. A student got injured. After careful inquiry, Felix breathed a sigh of relief. The situation wasn't grave given Madame Pomfrey's skills. The student's wound with a touch of foreign magic would heal in about 3 days. He brushed it off. The previous professor of this class caused much worse chaos. and Hagrid at most would receive a warning. The second piece left him scratching his head. In Dark Arts Defense class, the new professor had instructed third-year students to resist a boggart, the creature that took the form of one's greatest fear. Boggarts weren't inherently powerful, but their effect on wizards with fatal weaknesses or deep fears was astounding, particularly when caught off guard. During the class, one student's greatest fear turned out to be Severus Snape. With encouragement from Professor Lupin, the student overcame their fear and cast the boggart banishing spell, Ridiculous. And the outcome turned out to be truly absurd. Professor Snape, who symbolized their inner fear, transformed into a dress with a triangular hat and a massive red handbag swaying in hand. Felix sat at the Hufflepuff table, 2 seats away, as a young witch with 2 braids of golden hair vividly described the scene. Professor Snape stormed towards us, even though his target was Lumberton. But I also felt a chill down my spine, thinking, oh, he's definitely going to fail. Guess what happened? Hannah Abbott blushed as she recounted. Lumberton shouted the spell, and it was like a whip lashed at Professor Snape. His clothes transformed into a flowery green granny dress, with a triangular hat on his head, and he was swinging a massive red purse. Honestly, I never realized that Lumberton, that boy with the L surname, could be so cool. Felix listened in astonishment. Based on his understanding, Professor Snape must have been livid. Unlock exclusive early access to 100s of chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 190, The New Third-Year Class. It seemed that he might never have the chance to drag Professor Lupin to a dueling class. Felix Harp thought with a touch of regret. If he really did so, it would be difficult to judge whether Snape would directly curse the new professor or aim his wand at Felix as the instigator. As for Snape's evaluation of Remus Lupin, Felix could only take it as a reminder. At least, when Sirius Black had caused a stir, Dumbledore still let Lupin teach students, including Harry Potter, in class. This indicated a considerable level of trust the headmaster had in him. The next day, in the Ancient Runes classroom for third years, Felix introduced himself to the young witches and wizards below the podium. Most of you. Felix's gaze swept across the crowded classroom, pausing briefly on some familiar faces: Gryffindor's Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Slytherin's Draco Malfoy, Millicent Bulstrode. Have formed your impressions of me from dueling class. However, this subject is Ancient Runes, and you will find that these two disciplines differ greatly. In the public eye, Ancient Runes is not seen as a practical field. A Slytherin girl raised her hand, her eyes fixated zealously on the puppet placed on the table. Professor, you created a magical puppet using Ancient Runes. This young lady, what's your name? Daphne, the girl said, Daphne Greengrass. Felix nodded, Miss Greengrass, as I've mentioned, it's in the public perception. He emphasized, though I've been striving to shift Ancient Runes away from its previous stereotypes, as of now, we've only achieved some effects within the school. However, you represent the future, and I believe more and more people will come to recognize the practicality and value of practical runes. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Professor Harp's words stirred their hearts. Now, let's begin the roll call. Ravenclaw, Rowan Brown. Slytherin, Millicent Bulstrode. Hufflepuff, Seymour Finnegan. Gryffindor, Hermione Granger. Slytherin, Daphne Greengrass. Slytherin, Gregory Goyle. Hufflepuff, Vincent Crabbe. Ravenclaw, Norbert Longbottom. Slytherin, Draco Malfoy. Gryffindor, Harry Potter. Ravenclaw, Padma Patil. Slytherin, Pansy Parkinson. Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan. Gryffindor, Dean Thomas. Gryffindor, Ron Weasley. It took Felix a good 7 to 8 minutes to finish reciting all the names. There were indeed a lot of them, and the thought of having to grade their assignments. Wait. Maybe he didn't need to grade them himself. He glanced at Hermione and decided to give her a bit more responsibility, including the task of coming up with questions. With various thoughts in his mind, Felix said calmly, Next, following tradition, I will introduce this year's study tasks to you, including translational runes and practical runes. These are my own categorizations. In addition, I will let you experience the wonders of runic creations. Felix waved his wand, causing a magical puppet on the platform to come to life, instantly capturing the attention of the students. Absolutely, magical puppets. I believe you've all heard of them. Felix Harp said with a pretentious air, drawing a wave of chuckles. More than just hearing about them, many had borrowed them from older students to control. Continuing, he said, fortunately, besides puppets, we'll be introducing another form of runic creation this year, Skrimir. Felix noticed Draco raising his hand. Using his left hand, his right was bandaged, a sling supporting it around his neck. One of the injured students from Hagrid's class. Quite a coincidence, he thought. Mr. Malfoy. Forgive me, Professor, my right hand is not very convenient. It's injured. What I meant to say is, isn't Skrimir something those alchemists concocted? My family has quite a few high-end Skrimirs that can envelop the entire estate. Draco stated proudly, his gaze challenging Ron Weasley when he mentioned the estate. Ron glared back at him. Felix gave Draco an odd look. Envelop the entire estate. Is that one of the Malfoy family's defense measures? How am I going to crack that? Ahem. Felix pulled himself back on track, explaining to Draco, you have a valid point, Mr. Malfoy. However, I've improved the crafting method of Skrimirs, incorporating a certain runic circuitry. What's runic circuitry? You can think of it as connecting multiple runes together to achieve a specific effect, Felix explained succinctly. Seizing the opportunity, he subtly promoted the nearly non-existent Runes Club. I'm considering teaching this part of the knowledge in the Runes Club. The notice will be posted soon, of course with assessments. Next, Felix spent about 20 minutes discussing the history of ancient runes, potent ancient magic, ancient runic creations, and hidden wizard histories. Each topic was captivating in its own right. It had to be said, he successfully ignited the young wizard's motivation to learn. Yet, there were objections. During the Q&A session, another Slytherin girl raised her hand. Professor, I have a question. Miss Parkinson. Pansy Parkinson crossed her arms, her face delicate and narrow, her short hair framing her cheeks. Even without speaking, she exuded an air of arrogance and sharpness. She tilted her head. Perhaps I'm being too straightforward, but since alchemy has replaced runic creations, doesn't that indicate they are outdated? Why bother digging them up from the grave? Miss Parkinson, factually speaking, alchemy indeed dominates the magical world today. Felix paused, addressing the class. Before answering this, let me pose a question. Who here knows about the Pensieve? Hermione's hand shot up first. Pansy pursed her lips, saying, that's the thing to view memories, right? My family has one. But no one pays it much attention. Very well, Miss Parkinson. However, please raise your hand when answering next time. Felix fixed his gaze on her eyes. I believe you'll remember that, won't you? Pansy lowered her head. Oh, yes, Professor. Anyone else with more detailed information? Miss Granger. Hermione stood up and recited, the Pensieve can view and store memories. It faithfully reproduces any detail from the memory owner's subconscious. Some wise wizards use it to examine and categorize their thoughts, though most tend to shy away from it. Felix nodded, very comprehensive. What I need to add is that the concept behind the Pensieve is extremely ancient. You'll find it difficult to categorize it as either alchemy creation or runic creation, as it embodies elements of both. He looked at the young wizards. When an alchemist wishes to progress further, he inevitably delves into runic knowledge, whether he admits it or not. It's quite simple, the cherished and ancient magical creations mostly contain runic circuitry or variations thereof. The two are intertwined. Harry raised his hand, and Felix nodded at him. Excitedly, Harry asked, Professor Harp, if an alchemist masters a lot of runes, why can't they just study ancient magic as well? Felix explained, firstly, top-tier alchemists have the sensibility to know what they want. Alchemy itself is a vast field requiring a wealth of knowledge. Constrained by talents, they must allocate their time and energy reasonably. Furthermore, you don't think that merely mastering a sufficient number of runes would allow you to learn ancient magic, do you? I have to remind you, Potter, from individual runes to ancient magic, there are many thresholds waiting for you. Seeing the somewhat puzzled expressions on the students' faces, Felix realized he might have gone too deep. He clapped his hands. All right, let's move on to examining these two types of runic creations. About the roll call part, it's not that the author is padding word count. It's to remind everyone that from this chapter onward, they are officially introduced into the story. Unlock exclusive early access to hundreds of chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 191, The 7 Types of Sneakscopes. First, let's talk about sneakscopes. Since you already have some understanding, let's quickly move through this part. Felix Harp flicked his fingers, and the sneak scope on the table quickly sprang to life, performing various bewildering movements under his control. Finally, the sneak scope released a fireball as its grand finale. The young wizards watched Felix Harp with eager anticipation. He chuckled softly, "After the lesson, I will distribute one sneak scope to each of you, with no restrictions. I hope this will become a tradition at Hogwarts. Until next Tuesday, you can enjoy the fun of sneak scope dueling to your heart's content." Hermione's eyes fixed on the sneak scope with icy blue hair, and she found a similarly fierce gaze. It was the Slytherin girl named Greengrass. She pursed her lips. She wasn't going to back down. She had been looking forward to this for an entire year. The brown-haired girl across from her responded with a similar look in her eyes. They both realized, the battle was on. Next, we have the 7 types of sneak scopes. Felix Harp walked from one side of the lectern to the other. His left hand glided across the tabletop, and his ring emitted a faint glow. A row of sneak scopes appeared on the table, causing the young wizards to crane their necks to get a better look. What you see before you are the 7 types of sneak scopes. Now, to make it more engaging, I'll ask, what is a sneak scope? Hermione raised her hand, but to balance things, Felix Harp deliberately pointed at Draco Malfoy. Draco stood up and said, "It's a detector used for alarms. My father says the ones sold in the market are all rubbish. Our family's sneak scopes are specially customized." Felix Harp glanced at him and continued, "That represents the view of the minority. Let me explain. In the 18th century, the wizard Edgar Stroud invented the prototype of the sneak scope. It was a dark magic detector, similar in shape to the gyroscope used nowadays. But similar magical objects with the same purpose can be traced back thousands of years, though they weren't called by that name then. Looking at it from our present perspective, sneak scopes can be regarded as a collective term for a category of detecting and alarm devices. As time progressed, they diversified even further, giving rise to various derivative magical objects. For instance, the honest probe at Gringotts. It's completely departed from the original design and looks like a slender, golden antenna. Or the unveiler, which can uncover conspiracies or lies. The sneak scopes we see today are mainly limited to detecting suspicious individuals or black magic. But in reality, they can do so much more. Like providing alerts for specific types of magic. For certain behaviors. And even, for specific bloodlines, to the extent of, a particular person. Felix Harp's words were astonishing, completely overturning the young wizard's perception of sneak scopes. Most Slytherin students regarded this with skepticism, in contrast to their upbringing. But some believed firmly in Felix Harp's words. Ron, for example, wouldn't mind having a sneak scope for Malfoy. Just imagine, whenever Malfoy got within 100 feet of him, he would get a notification. He could hide in the bushes or behind a courtyard pillar, waiting for the perfect moment to cast a curse on Malfoy. He'd gladly spend a year's worth of allowance for this. It would be even better if he could make one himself. Professor, does that mean if I dislike someone, I can create a sneak scope specifically for them? Ron said loudly, looking openly at Draco Malfoy. Draco's expression grew dangerous, and he squinted, saying, "Weasley, maybe you could have a sneak scope at your house, to guard against mice. If your mum loses one nut, she won't sob inconsolably, will she? Malfoy, you get. All right, enough arguing. Otherwise, I'll deduct 50 points each and add 3 weeks of detention." Felix Harp said, exasperated. He hadn't realized before how skilled Malfoy was at sarcasm. As for Weasley's question, the answer is yes, I can do that. But the rest of you need not bother. Better to sharpen your senses instead. Professor Harp's words left everyone feeling helpless. After hearing his descriptions, the young wizards indeed started having thoughts similar to Ron's. Everyone had 1 or 2 people they couldn't stand. Naive's thoughts were more practical. He really wished for a special sneak scope to remind him not to lose things, but he worried about losing the sneak scope itself. It wasn't impossible, after all, that's what happened to his memory ball last school year. Naive, feeling vexed, scribbled lucky stars on a piece of parchment. That was the password for the Gryffindor common room. He just couldn't remember it, so he would write it down wherever he could see it whenever he had the chance. According to his logic, if he noted the password in enough places, he'd never have to worry about forgetting it again. Maybe he'd get lucky and get it right once or twice. All right, let's take a look at these 7 types of sneak scopes. Felix Harp said casually as he waved his wand, causing a fist-sized chestnut wood sneakscope to hover in the air above the lectern. The first type, the most common, these are the ones you find in the market. They might have slight variations in appearance. They're not very specific and have mediocre effectiveness. They're also prone to errors. The upside is that they're easy to make and inexpensive. They can be used temporarily for defense against dangerous creatures during outdoor camping, although they're only barely adequate. The second type is similar to the Honest Probe and can detect hidden curses on wizards. The third type targets dark magic. My version can detect 17 of the worst dark magic spells, including the unforgivable curses. He conjured a heavy black light that caused the sneakscope to emit a sharp alarm. The young wizards in the audience stared at Felix Harp, silenced by the black light that seemed to engulf all other light. But he continued speaking calmly. The fourth type is for specific spells, essentially a derivative of the third type, but more versatile in application. The one in front of me targets the disarming charm. Anyone want to give it a try? Felix Harp pointed to a walnut-sized grey sneakscope. All eyes turned to Harry. According to recent rumors, he had single-handedly defeated a group of Dementors using the disarming charm. Draco, however, didn't buy into the story at all. He staunchly believed that all the versions currently circulating were fake. Stripping away the embellishments, the truth was, Potter encountered Dementors and then passed out. That was the real deal. So, he mimed Dementor at Harry. Harry was a bit nervous, a bit excited. He challenged Draco with a look, casually waved his wand, and silently, a curved arc of red light swept past the Slytherin students' seats. Throughout, he hadn't focused on his spell, he was locked onto Draco. Harry was satisfied to see Draco's face go pale. As Harry cast his spell, the grey sneakscope in midair spun around and continuously flashed red, emitting a series of sharp buzzes. Felix Harp explained, "Do you see? This is a sneakscope designed for specific spells. This situation. It might seem insignificant, but if you were to place one of these targeting the common unlocking charm in a room, it might serve as an unexpected surprise. Keep in mind, ordinary sneakscopes can be blocked. You'd never know if the person standing outside your room is a prepared dark wizard. The fifth type is for specific bloodlines. Knowing that is enough, I won't delve into it. The sixth type targets specific individuals. The principle is simple, you just need a strand of their hair, much like Polyjuice Potion. And the final type is for specific emotions. Here, I have a Joy Sneakscope. Quite intriguing, isn't it? If you're about to tell a joke, it'll help you understand the true emotions of your audience. Anyone want to give it a try? Chapter 192, Hair. Hermione was still pondering, and Harry raised his hand with a trembling gesture. Very well, Potter. Regardless of success, for your courage, I'll award 10 points, Felix Harp nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the others. He needs an assistant to help him, someone who can use words to make him think of happier things. Any volunteers? Several hands went up among the Gryffindors. But Draco also raised his left hand. Oh, Professor, I'm willing to give it a try. Potter, I have some things I'd like to say to you. You wouldn't be afraid, would you? Harry replied fearlessly, it's you, Malfoy. The two stood face to face. I dare say my words will make you cry, Potter, Draco sneered in a low voice, deliberately keeping it hushed. Harry gazed at his platinum hair and said, you can try. With his light-colored eyes narrowed, Draco continued, you must have heard of Sirius Black's name, right? And what of it? Potter, if I were you, I'd definitely seek revenge no matter what. Harry's heart tightened. He knew Sirius Black was a close friend of my dad. But why did he use the word revenge? Suddenly, he realized something, and his stomach turned. Yet, he said calmly, what do you want to say? Oh, Potter. Draco grinned, his eyes flashing with malicious intent. How your parents died, you're not clear about it, are you? Such a pity, surrounded by lies. I know, Harry suddenly said. What? I know everything. Black was a Death Eater, he joined Voldemort, a wise choice, just like your father did years ago. Harry suppressed the terrifying thoughts rising within him. His current task was to counterattack, he absolutely wouldn't show fear to his enemy. What did you say? Draco muttered in a low voice. With an expressionless face, Harry said, you know what I mean. The Malfoy family, Everyone knows what kind of people you are, right? Draco's pale face flushed with anger. How dare you? Potter! What's there to be afraid of? Harry showed a satisfied smile. The suppressed emotions that had suddenly welled up left him breathless. He had to find an outlet for them, otherwise, he might end up shouting and screaming without any restraint. He leaned closer to Draco, their faces almost touching. Harry could even see the flare of his nostrils. He whispered lowly, Malfoy, your whole family is Voldemort's lapdog, worse than any honorable pure-blood family. You think you're something to be proud of? But you're wrong. The shame of the Malfoy name will haunt you for a lifetime. You. Draco's mind was a mess, and he retorted loudly, my family isn't a lapdog for the Dark Lord. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Before, they could only hear the two speaking in hushed tones. But at least this sentence was loud and clear for them to hear. Is that so? Go ahead and call Voldemort, let's hear it. Harry also raised his volume, making sure everyone heard his words. The entire class fell silent, a deathly silence. Felix Harp waved his wand, making them move apart a little. All right, the test is over. Potter, Malfoy, return to your seats. The others looked up at the golden sneakoscope above the table, which was flashing with dazzling light. Amid Ron's excited voice, well done, Harry. Harry sat back down. Only now did he have the mindset to think about the fleeting thoughts that had just passed through his mind. Revenge, what qualifies as revenge? Unless Sirius Black had done something to wrong him first. He had previously received information from Hermione, and it was merely that Black and his father had been good friends during their school years, breaking many school rules together. He, Hermione, and Ron speculated that their relationship had completely fractured with Black joining the Death Eaters, turning into enemies. And Black's escape to come after him was also to aid his master Voldemort in regaining strength, just like Professor Quirrell in Harry's first year. There was no personal vendetta involved. But Harry realized he was wrong, very wrong. From Mr. Weasley's demeanor to Malfoy's mention of revenge, he suddenly conceived an astonishing idea. Harry left class in a daze. Even when Professor Harp had everyone choose their favorite magical puppet, he simply grabbed one at random. Happily clutching a puppet with icy blue hair, Hermione noticed the expression on Harry's face. What's wrong, Harry? Nothing, he mumbled as he stumbled away. Ron called after him, where are you going? It's time to go to the Great Hall for dinner. But he paid no attention, one hand holding his backpack, the other clutching a puppet with black hair. He headed straight back to the dormitory. The dormitory was empty. He opened the box under his bed and pushed aside the clothes piled on top until he found a leather-bound magical photo album. It was the one Hagrid had given him 2 years ago, and he would occasionally flip through it. Harry eagerly opened it, page after page. Then his breath caught. His gaze stopped on the photo from the day his parents got married. His father was waving at him with a smile, and his mother's face was radiant with happiness. Their hands were linked together. And standing next to his father was a handsome, grinning man with black hair. His face hadn't sunken from prison, his hair wasn't tangled, but Harry recognized him at first glance. Sirius Black. Dizziness swept over Harry, and his heart raced. His stomach churned, even more intensely than after Professor Harp's training, but he was suddenly consumed by a strong emotion. The idea of revenge relentlessly ate at his heart. He grabbed his wand from the nearby table and held onto it tightly. Perhaps he should leave Hogwarts, find that person, and then, kill him. But this thought was interrupted. Harry. Ron and Hermione entered the dormitory, looking at him with concern. His tensed heart relaxed, and he let out a deep breath. Later that day, Felix Harp intended to visit Hagrid. In last year's Forbidden Forest adventure, he had encountered many magical creatures and thought he might recommend some to Hagrid. Like a young unicorn, or perhaps the seemingly silly Cornish pixies. But a phoenix with magnificent feathers appeared before him. He looked at it in surprise. Fawkes? Did Dumbledore send you? Fawkes nodded, landing on Felix's shoulder. There was a dizzying sensation, and he found himself in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, dressed formally, seeming either about to head out or having just returned. His expression was serious, but when he saw Felix, a smile appeared. Felix, forgive me for summoning you so late. What's the matter, Dumbledore? I heard about the 7 sneakoscopes you introduced in class. One of them, Can it selectively find a specific person? Yes, but it requires that person's hair or bodily tissue or something similar, Felix replied, also pondering Dumbledore's intentions. It conveniently fits your request. Dumbledore lifted a piece of red cloth, a few strands of black hair lying on it. This is... Felix already had a guess. Sirius Black's hair. Dumbledore lowered his gaze, speaking solemnly. Chapter 193, Buckbeak's Burden. Felix Harp leaned in, studying the black-haired figure on the red cloth. Is this all there is? Regrettably, these are all we found from Azkaban, Dumbledore replied. Felix nodded, pondering for a moment before saying, I can't guarantee the number of sneakoscopes. 1. That's no problem. 2. A bit of a stretch. 3. That's purely relying on luck. Dumbledore smiled. You've already exceeded my expectations. I initially thought we could only make one sneakoscope. Emerging from the office, Felix glanced at the sky. It wasn't too late. He left the castle and followed a path straight to Hagrid's hut. The scent of trees filled his nose, and the grass was damp from the earlier rain. Soon, the outline of the house became clearer. Fang, behave. Felix addressed the bounding black hound. It seemed to want to leap onto him, but no matter how it tried, it couldn't touch him through the layer of air. He didn't want it to leave muddy paw prints on him. Felix retrieved a warm meat pie from a special compartment in his ring and tossed it to Fang. Fang caught it in one bite, happily wagging his tail. Felix knocked on the door. Hagrid, it's me, Felix. A sound like a choked sob came from inside. Come in, the door's not locked. He pushed the door open and was taken aback by the sight inside. The small room was packed, and Hagrid sat on a soft bed, guzzling from a large barrel of booze. His eyes were puffy, blurred with tears. Beside him lay a hippogriff, a creature with a horse's body and wings, its head resembling an eagle's. In front of it sat a basin filled with gory raw meat. Juice dripped from its beak onto the floor. At the sound of Felix's presence, it snapped its head up, watching him warily. Hagrid. Hagrid stared at him, his voice somewhat husky. Felix, you've heard too, hey. He patted the hippogriff's head. Behave, Buckbeak. You can't make any more mistakes. Buckbeak, who had raised its head, lowered it again, continuing to work on the raw meat in the basin. Care for some? Hagrid gestured toward the wooden barrel. No, thank you. Felix sat down not far from him. I did hear some rumors, but I didn't expect it would affect you this much. Hagrid took another gulp of his drink, traces of the liquid clung to his beard. What can I do? Probably the shortest-lived professor in history. They expelled you? Felix asked, surprised. Well, Harry asked the same thing, not yet, but it's a matter of time. Yesterday, a representative from the Board of Governors came to see me, dressed all proper, to be honest, a bit like you. He told me my teaching methods were too reckless, that I should be more cautious. I don't think it's a big problem, Felix said. From what I know, hippogriffs are quite intelligent. There must have been an accident. An accident? Sort of, you could say that. Hagrid suddenly burst out in anger, startling the creature next to him. That student Malfoy, he didn't pay any attention to me. I told him to bow, to bow. He acted like a complete fool. Felix gave Hagrid an odd look. You allowed them to get close to it. Yeah, I know no danger. As long as they bow, it's a bow, heek. Hagrid belched, shaking the barrel before absent-mindedly pouring the remaining drink into the basin. That means it accepts you. Polite creatures, aren't they? Felix reservedly disagreed. Bowing might signify acceptance, but not out of politeness. It was about exposing your vulnerabilities first, earning their trust, and then, in turn, they would lower their heads to earn yours. It was a unique behavior. Hagrid, my advice is, when dealing with creatures capable of harming young wizards, like it. Buckbeak. Its name's Buckbeak, Hagrid interrupted gruffly. For example, with Buckbeak, it's best to maintain a safe distance during the first class. Once you're familiar, you can select a couple of obedient students to interact with it. Good advice, but unfortunately not applicable at the moment, Hagrid said sadly. I've been out of sorts all day, having students feed the blast-ended scroots while I look up at the sky. Perhaps in the next moment, an owl will tell me I've been expelled. Felix Harp said directly, Hagrid, you don't need to worry about your position. I've looked into your predecessor Kettleburn's record. He had 62 instances of being put on probation, and he had far more serious accidents than you, yet he made it to retirement without a scratch. Really? I didn't think of that. That representative from the Board of Governors looked at me as if I was headed to Azkaban, Hagrid said hopefully. They can't dismiss a tenured professor, that's within the headmaster's authority. At most, they can give you a reprimand, but who would care? Felix said, having studied these rules thoroughly and never considering them worth his attention. Hagrid perked up, looking at Felix. So, I'm in the clear. You were never in trouble. That's splendid news. Hagrid cheered, his beard splattered with the liquid he'd been drinking, causing Buckbeak to sneeze. Oh, go on, Buckbeak, back to your territory. Hagrid laughed, lifting the creature up and pushing it out of the hut, despite its reluctant gaze. I worried I'd be fired, couldn't even manage my keeper of the Forbidden Forest duties, wanted to at least feed it one last time. Turns out I was overthinking it. Felix said, Hagrid, let's discuss the content of your next class. I think the baby unicorns are a good choice. They're fluffy and endearing. I'm also curious about the special traits of their golden fur during their young stage. Do you think they won't look imposing enough? Hagrid asked. Felix gazed calmly at him, causing Hagrid to become flustered. Felix waved a hand, all right, you're right, I shouldn't take unnecessary risks. He started counting on his fingers: unicorn, flobberworm, snargaluff, fire crab, flower fairy, and augurette. Does the auguresse call have any danger to it? He asked Felix's opinion. An augurette was a small, green bird with a shy nature. It somewhat resembled a malnourished young vulture and was known for its heart-rending call. Felix pondered, I recall its call is regular. Usually it calls just before heavy rain. For a while, people used them to predict the weather, but they couldn't stand their noise, too unpleasant. And some augurettes incessantly called during the winter, signaling that they're nearing death. Hagrid spoke thoughtfully, I can find a sunny day, they'll look downcast then. Felix encouraged him, exactly, Hagrid. Base your approach on the magical creature's characteristics and eliminate potential risks. Haha, I think I've got the hang of it. Felix returned to his office, the sky had turned completely dark. He looked at the photo of nearly headless Nick on his desk and inquired, is Nick around? I has gone to sleep. The person in the photo blinked. He's been going to bed early lately, Felix remarked. Nearly headless Nick in the photo smiled and said, old folks, you know, can't stay up late. Over 600 years old. Felix contemplated the flavor of that statement. When he wakes up, please tell Nick that I've prepared his Christmas gift, something with special significance, he'll surely like it. Chapter 194, News from the Runes Club. Over the next 2 days, tranquility reigned. On Thursday morning during their Ancient Runes class, Felix Harp also revealed the news of the Runes Club to the students. As soon as the class ended, he was surrounded by a group of eager students. Professor, when will the Runes Club hold its activities? A witch with golden red curls inquired, playfully linking arms with her friend. Felix Harp replied gently, Miss Ixmo, the announcement will be made next Monday, including details about the recruitment process. Could you give us a tiny hint in advance? Pleaded Marietta Ixmo. The students around her couldn't help but look at her with admiration. One of the methods is through a public assessment. That's all I can say, Felix Harp stated. Do we really need an assessment? Oh my, other clubs usually invite members. Marietta chattered. Eddie Carmilch countered, I think it's a good thing. After all, it's the first time they're recruiting. I consider myself quite adept, and even with an assessment, I can stand out. Eddie had been one of the 9 students who joined last year. Along with Hermione, who joined later, a total of 10 students completed the initial testing on the answering parchment. Felix Harp explained, a few individuals will receive a direct invitation from me. After observing for a year, I've identified suitable candidates. However, time is limited, and I can't know all of you. The surrounding students gradually dispersed. Marietta turned to her friend, holding her hand, and asked, Autumn, what do you think the assessment will be? Autumn opened up, jokingly saying, it might not be an assessment. You could receive an invitation. I'm aware of my limitations. I'm just average in this class. That Carmilch guy seems more likely, Marietta said somewhat pessimistically, but then she looked at her earnestly. Who knows, maybe you'll get an invitation. Autumn smoothed her hair. We shouldn't pin our hopes on that. We should prepare in advance. The professor has actually given quite a bit of information. Really? Marietta looked at her puzzled. The professor mentioned a public assessment and later said that, after observing for a year, he's found a few suitable candidates. What does that make you think? I think, there might be 2 recruitment methods. Marietta ventured. Autumn widened her eyes, and Marietta chuckled embarrassedly. You're smarter than me, you know. I'm always so absent-minded. You're just lazy. Autumn retorted with a hint of irritation. She then explained, the assessment criteria probably won't be about our performance in ancient runes. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to waste time. Along with everything the professor has been doing this past year, magic puppets, the answering parchment, and this year's sneakoscope, it all points to one thing. What's that? He values practical ancient runes more. Autumn concluded. Marietta finally caught on, that makes sense. But we haven't learned much practical ancient runes. That's why I suspect there are 2 possibilities. Autumn raised a finger. First, we might have to create an alchemical item to assess our practical skills. Second, it could be a test of our understanding of practical ancient runes. But I don't understand much. We only learned 7, no, 9 practical runes last year, Marietta said with a frustrated expression. You're forgetting something. The professor has written 3 books, and one of them is about ancient runes, Autumn pointed out. Well, what are we waiting for? Excitement gleamed in Marietta's eyes as she grabbed Autumn's hand, ready to head to the library. Wait. We still have classes. Autumn restrained her unreliable friend. Oh dear, I forgot. By the way, does that handsome Hufflepuff guy have plans with you? Cough. Well, he invited me to spend the weekend at Hogsmeade. Oh. On the other side, Felix Harp had finished his morning classes and was heading straight to the library. As he reached the entrance, he crossed paths with the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor who was coming out. He nodded to the professor and brushed past him. Harp professor, please wait a moment. Felix Harp halted his steps. Is there something you need, Professor Lupin? Lupin looked at him gently. You see, I've heard from some students that there has been an ongoing interaction between Dueling Club and Defense Against the Dark Arts classes. I wanted to inquire about your plans for this school year. Felix Harp felt a slight headache, as if Snape were lurking in some corner, watching him. Of course, that was just a misconception. He thought for a moment and said, let me talk to Severus and finalize the curriculum for this school year. Lupin seemed to understand his subtle hint. He didn't press for more and thanked him in a friendly manner. Felix Harp watched him leave. A good person, too bad you're only here for a year. Otherwise, he might put in effort to mend the bridge between them. However, such efforts usually went unrewarded and could even complicate things. If Snape decided to leave the dueling club in frustration, it would be a mess. Felix Harp entered the library, greeted Madame Pants, the librarian, and made his way to the restricted section. After a while, he found the book he was looking for, Wizarding Lineages. There are differing accounts about the origins of wizards, with 2 predominant theories. The preordained theory suggests that wizards are individuals who have naturally awakened magical abilities, marked by their extraordinary destinies. They are regarded as the original purebloods or the first generation of magical beings. Conversely, proponents of the blood transfusion theory claim that wizards were originally ordinary people. In ancient times, Muggles faced threats from magical creatures and struggled to survive. Some wise individuals experimented by infusing themselves with magical blood, thereby acquiring magical powers. However, the latter theory is evidently flawed and blasphemous to the wizarding identity, filled with incredible conjecture. Whenever someone discusses this topic with me, I counter with a question: where did those original magical creatures come from? This question is difficult to answer, as 2 perspectives persist. One argues for a theory of innate existence, suggesting these magical creatures were always present. Another perspective asserts that magical creatures were the result of wizarding experimentation. According to the former theory, if magical creatures have existed continuously, then why couldn't wizards have done so as well? The latter theory actually bolsters the greatness of wizards. Felix Harp swiftly flipped past this section, which was infused with strong personal opinions. After about 10 minutes, he paused at a particular passage. Wizard blood is imbued with magic, more potent than magic from other body parts. In stringent magical contracts, blood is a necessary requirement. This led to the infamous bloodline detection charm. Some pure blood families would extract blood from newborns and discard the ones with lower concentrations. This practice has been widely condemned, and even today, some stubborn families may still persist. Felix Harp lifted his head from the book, pondering the information he had just read. Originally, he wanted to confirm whether he could substitute a strand of Sirius Black's hair for blood in order to bypass the defenses of the Black family's ancestral home. The issue was, how much hair would he need? Dumbledore hadn't provided much, and it was a stretch even to create 3 sniakoscopes. So, Felix Harp had come to the library to look up relevant information. From the results, it seemed his plan was unlikely to succeed. For the Alliance Chief, should he wear a suit or a white shirt underneath? Chapter 195, The Wand of Narvik. During the final class of the afternoon, as Felix Harp observed a group of disheveled young wizards entering the classroom, he gave them an odd look. "What's happened to all of you?" Narvik had a mournful expression on his face. "I accidentally blew up the cauldron." Standing next to him was a young wizard with light brown hair, Simo Finnegan. He earnestly explained, "Professor, it was just an accident." Snape was standing behind Narvik, and when Narvik's hand trembled, he dropped a handful of caterpillar slices into the cauldron. "And, well, I happened to be stirring the potion at the time." Long story short, there was an explosion. Felix waved his wand speechlessly, cleansing their faces and robes of the suspicious black smoke. He glanced at the others and took care of them as well. Thank you, Professor," Narvik said. "No need to thank me," Felix told him. "Stay behind after class, I have something to discuss with you." Narvik visibly trembled, and Felix added, "Don't worry, it's not bad." He watched Narvik stumble to find a seat, and Hermione leaned in discreetly. "Professor." Harry and Ron leaned in to listen as well. Felix spoke briefly, about wands. Hermione immediately understood. In her paper from last semester, she mentioned that among the wizards she knew, 2 of them struggled with wands inherited from others, Ron and Narvik. It seemed Professor Harp was about to suggest Narvik get a new wand. She pulled and puzzled Harry and Ron back to their seats, whispering quietly. After a minute or two, Felix began the lesson. "Today, we'll officially start learning ancient runes. Turn your books to page 7. These are simple sentences, but you'll delve into their complete chapters in your 4th year. If you do well this class, you'll save yourselves a lot of trouble in 4th year," Felix motivated the young wizards. The first runic symbol we're encountering today is called Ken, signifying light, and it somewhat resembles a torch. Drawing from known magical manuscripts, we find that the ancient wizards attributed multiple meanings to it. The first layer of meaning is the light itself, illuminating the path ahead, especially light arising from darkness. The second layer of meaning points to the illumination of knowledge, and this becomes clearer in older manuscripts. Likely because in times of ignorance, knowledge could dispel the fog. The third layer of meaning represents the flip side of evil. In a certain period, some wizards like to use this term to boast about themselves. The fourth layer of meaning can also stand for hope, particularly hope in adversity. The young wizards below diligently took notes as Felix continued his lecture. Soon, the class bell rang. Felix clapped his hands. This lesson was relatively simple. You only need to memorize the meanings of 12 ancient runes. I won't assign a paper, but you must complete the content on the question parchment. They're all multiple choice questions, so I expect your accuracy to be above 70%. In the next class, I'll spend a few minutes assessing you. The young wizards filed out, and Felix watched Narvik's footstep out of the classroom before quickly calling him back. "Oh, sorry, I forgot." Narvik retracted the foot he had extended. Harry, Ron, and Hermione slowly packed their things. Hermione pretended to accidentally scatter a stack of parchments, while Ron and Harry's movements seemed more awkward. They repeatedly weighed a book in their hands, as if trying to communicate to the professor that they wanted their books to look tidier. Felix gazed at Narvik before him. His round face held a hint of unease as he gently asked, "Lumbaton, I've heard your wand was passed down from someone else." "Yes, from my father," Narvik replied softly. Felix Harp was cautious not to touch upon sensitive matters. He and Harry had encountered this young boy during the summer break. By his side was an elderly woman, not his parents. "Can you perform a few spells?" Felix asked. Right now? Here. Narvik stuttered. That's right. Narvik clumsily drew his wand. His face turned red as he awkwardly waved it through the air. Harry, who was still packing, couldn't bear it. He walked over to Narvik and encouraged him, Narvik, don't be nervous. We practiced the disarming charm together. Remember how it felt back then? Felix gave them a quick glance. You're welcome to eavesdrop, but joining in so openly. Well, seeing as your words seem to hold sway, I won't shoo you away. Narvik did relax somewhat. He shouted, Expelliarmus, and a fleeting flash of red light appeared. After a moment of thought, Felix asked, Harry, would you be willing to lend your wand to Narvik temporarily for practicing the disarming charm? Harry hesitated for a moment. Of course, no problem. He handed his wand to Narvik. Felix looked at Narvik, who seemed lost. He said, try using Harry's wand, either with the disarming charm. Narvik made several attempts, but not even a spark emerged. He seemed to exhaust himself more than anything. It was as if Harry's wand had no interest in him whatsoever. Try Mr. Weasley's wand next. I remember you have the same core unicorn hair. That's right, Professor, Ron said. Almost unconsciously, he and Hermione moved closer. Felix inquired, Mr. Weasley, would you be willing to lend your wand to Narvik temporarily for practicing the disarming charm? Ron seemed to find this interaction cool. With a serious expression, he said, as you wish, sir. He then handed his wand to Narvik with a certain solemnity. This time, Narvik successfully cast the disarming charm. Felix pondered. Professor, what does this mean? Hermione was quite intrigued by this phenomenon. She wanted to add this passage to her notes. Felix explained, it means that Mr. Lumbatton's wand isn't outright rejecting him, but it's not well suited to him either. This could lead to a lot of obstacles. It would be best for him to get a more suitable wand. Narvik held onto his wand tightly. PR Professor, I don't want to change my wand. Felix spoke calmly, there are other ways to commemorate. He glanced at Narvik and continued, wait a moment. He pulled out a piece of parchment and quickly wrote a fluid script. Hermione recognized the upside-down writing at the top as MRS Lumbatton. Soon, Felix finished writing a short note and handed it to Narvik. Send this to your grandmother. Let her decide. As Narvik left the classroom, his expression was deeply conflicted. Hermione remembered his forgetfulness and suggested, why don't we send the letter now and come back to eat later? I. Narvik bit his lip. Harry understood his stance quite well. The wand was likely a relic left by his parents, and he was using it to remember them in his own way. But Harry also agreed with Professor Harp's advice. There's more than one way to commemorate, and there's no need to force yourself to use an unsuitable wand. He pulled Narvik aside for a quiet conversation. With a puzzled expression, Hermione asked Ron, what's going on with them? Ron shrugged, indicating he didn't know either. He then went on to tell Hermione about the latest antics of the twins. Percy's been taking the wrong potion lately, and he's been keeping a close eye on Fred and George. Chapter 196, The Enigma of the Shrinking Charm. On the first weekend of the new school year, Felix Harp found himself incredibly busy. With the first dueling class approaching, he had to swiftly finalize the choice for the third permanent professor. In private, he sought the opinions of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. Professor McGonagall politely declined, stating that she was also holding the position of deputy headmistress, and the school's numerous trivial matters demanded her attention. If it's an occasional participation once or twice, I would be quite willing, she told Felix. On the other hand, progress on the other front was going remarkably well. Almost as soon as Felix broached the subject, Professor Flitwick eagerly accepted the invitation, as if he had been waiting for this day. From a neutral perspective, Felix also agreed that Professor Flitwick was the most suitable candidate. As the head of the dueling class, he had to consider the difficulty and learnability of the spells taught, as he was dealing with students from all 7 years of the school. And as an experienced professor of charms, Professor Flitwick undoubtedly possessed numerous techniques to simplify the learning process of spells. In contrast, transfiguration appeared to be more challenging. Using transfiguration skillfully in a duel wasn't an easy task. It demanded wizards to cast nonverbal spells rapidly and possess a vivid imagination for dueling. Even among the older students at Hogwarts, performing complex biological transfigurations silently was a daunting feat, not to mention in a combat scenario. Transfiguration is the realm of geniuses, representing the boundless possibilities of magic, wrote a dueling grandmaster skilled in transfiguration in a magical scroll. Felix partly agreed with his perspective. Headmaster Ravenclaw's office. After resolving the invitation matter, Felix and Professor Flitwick spent nearly a day discussing improvements to the reducing charm. The performance of the reducing charm on magical creatures isn't impressive. Of course, it might be because the current test subject is only the flobberworm, which isn't representative. Felix extracted a set of test data from a ring and handed it to Professor Flitwick. The flobberworm was a 10-inch long worm, generally brownish in color, and it liked to dwell in damp environments. Its presence could be observed in the shaded areas of the Forbidden Forest. Although the slime of flobberworms could thicken magical potions, they were not highly regarded due to their commonness, akin to neasels. They served as a food source for other magical creatures within the Forbidden Forest, positioned at the bottom of the entire biological chain. Therefore, Felix carried out tests on flobberworms without any psychological burden, as there were no legal concerns. However, the results were often far from splendid. Pustules grew on the already ugly worms, rendering them quite fearsome. And crucially, he still couldn't identify the issue. Professor Flitwick sat on a chair with blue cushions, his feet suspended in the air, examining the data and pondering carefully. Could it be related to the imbalance of magic? Imbalance? Felix inquired. Yes, I revisited this spell recently. The shrinking charm was, in fact, something I pieced together based on modern magical theories, making it a composite spell. Therefore, there might be instances of magical inconsistency at the junctures, Professor Flitwick explained. Felix pondered for a moment before saying, I have considered this as well, but during the casting process, I didn't sense anything unusual, nor did I experience any hesitation. We can try it out. Professor Flitwick jumped off the chair. One person handles one part of the work. You cast the spell, and I will perceive it. Felix understood his point. You want to use other magic to amplify your senses and perceive the formation and flow of the spell? It's indeed worth a try. I don't have this capability alone. Professor Flitwick smiled. Isn't this the essence of collaboration? He pointed his wand at himself and whispered, enhanced perception, keen senses, magic unveiled, the voice of Adamo. Magical lights shimmered over Professor Flitwick. Felix Harp admired the scene with wonder. Few could achieve this. Simply solving the puzzle of multiple spells interacting with each other would confound 99% of wizards. Soon, Professor Flitwick completed his task. He looked strange, with his ears elongated into bronze-colored trumpets, his eyes a hazy grey, resembling a fairy's face, flashing with various colored lights like colorful bulbs. Professor Flitwick's expression was peculiar. Struggling to maintain the spell, he squeezed out a few words through his teeth, hurry, can't last much longer. Felix's expression turned solemn. He deliberately mobilized his magical power, making them more active. A pale blue light continuously gathered, then burst into a dazzling beam. His incantation struck a quill, causing it to emit a crackling sound as it swiftly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from the size of a dagger into a slightly curved spear, still in the process of changing. When the quill extended to occupy almost half the office, it finally couldn't withstand Felix's magic and exploded with a bang, releasing a massive shockwave that spread out. The entire office became chaotic as if a whirlwind had passed through, leaving a mess in its wake. Felix, shielded by an iron-clad charm, stepped back 2 paces. Professor Flitwick, due to the strain of maintaining the spell, was blown away. His petite figure tumbled through the air, and he quickly pointed his wand at himself, then floated down leisurely. Suspended midair, Professor Flitwick stared at the blue powder falling like sparkling stardust, a brilliant blue galaxy descending. He couldn't contain his excitement. Felix, your magical power is too strong. You've completely altered the quill's structure. Once calm, he cautioned, until this magic is thoroughly perfected, never use it on a person. Felix nodded, saying, that's exactly what I was thinking. Phileas, did you discover anything just now? Goodness, it's truly miraculous. I did uncover some intriguing details. Professor Flitwick waved his wand, restoring the room's arrangement, then flicked his wand to release a cloud of bronze-colored smoke. The smoke constantly shifted its form, conjuring a phantom wizard casting a spell. Felix recognized it as the scene of his own incantation. Here, and here, there are extremely subtle imbalances in these 3 positions. Professor Flitwick used the smoky figure to illustrate what he had seen. Felix gazed at the image and murmured, "I hadn't noticed any of this before." Professor Flitwick laughed heartily, "It's difficult to notice when you're researching alone, but in any case, we have a new direction." Leaving the office, Felix paid another visit to the potions master's office. He discussed the teaching content for the new school year with Snape and informed him about inviting Professor Flitwick. Snape looked at him skeptically, "I thought you might invite that Lupin fellow." Felix stared at him without saying a word. Isn't the reason obvious? Perhaps his gaze was too direct, as it left Snape somewhat irritated. "I have things to attend to. If you don't mind, Felix." In the evening, Felix was in his office organizing materials for the Runes Club. It wasn't until Hermione knocked on the door to receive her runes training that he realized he had missed dinner. Chapter 197, The Three-Dimensional Enchanted Runes Sphere. Felix Harp waved his wand, conjuring a few plates of snacks. "Please, have a seat. Let's chat for a moment." He naturally picked up a piece of chocolate biscuit and put it in his mouth, the taste of chocolate revitalizing his spirits. Hermione looked at him oddly, wondering if the professor hadn't eaten dinner. "How was your summer?" Felix picked up another biscuit. "Very nice. My family and I went to France. I saw many interesting magical things and included them all in my magical history paper." Hermione enthusiastically recounted her summer experiences. Felix nodded occasionally in agreement. Soon, the plates of snacks were emptied, and with a wave of his wand, the small plates were filled once more. "Professor, haven't you had dinner?" Yes, indeed. You should try some, though. The taste is quite exquisite." Felix ate until he was content and then paused, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea. "I saw the postcard you sent. In fact, I also visited France during the break." "Really?" The young witch blinked, intrigued. "For a vacation too?" "For official matters, I stayed in Paris for a few days. Some things happened during that time." Felix briefly recounted his own experiences, then asked, "You must have practiced runic scripts during your break." "Of course." Hermione didn't want the professor to think she had just played around the entire vacation. She quickly rattled off, "I packed everything into a bead pouch and carried it with me: runic carving tools, chestnut wood parchment, and even my holiday assignments. Let me see." She pulled out a small bag from her wizarding robe and tapped her wand on it. Sheets of chestnut parchment flew out, quickly forming a neat stack. These parchment sheets were an improved version of chestnut wood, differing in color but otherwise resembling sheepskin parchment greatly. Felix picked up the top few sheets. These should represent the young witch's highest level. He studied the dense runic symbols carefully. Hermione explained, "I've allocated about a third of them for practicing individual runes, and the rest for practicing runic circuits, just as you instructed. However, for now, I've only mastered the circuits used on the bead pouch. You continuously exceed my expectations." Felix generously praised her. He led Hermione to a work table. "Let me be amazed, Miss Granger." With a serious expression, Hermione sat down in the chair and picked up her chestnut carving knife. She swiftly carved a rune, her skills much improved after a summer of practice. Her magical power flowed smoothly, free from the stiffness and hesitation of the previous school year. Subsequently, one runic symbol after another emerged, the whole process flowing like a stream of water, carrying a touch of elegance. Felix's gaze fixed on the tip of the runic carving knife, observing the agile crimson glow pouring out of it. It resembled a dancing sprite, and he unconsciously recalled the discussion about the scale-enlarging charm he had with Flitwick earlier that day. Balance of magic. And the liveliness he saw now. He lightly moved his finger, and the symbols appeared in the air. Hermione wrote down 17 runic symbols in one go. These were the most challenging set of runic circuits she had mastered. Now, it's about connecting them one by one. You can do it. She encouraged herself. Carefully, she guided magical lines from the runes, connecting and intertwining them. She was so focused that she completely ignored the world around her. Felix mimicked Hermione's steps. Runes automatically connected in the air, forming the circuit faster than the young witch, completing the construction of the entire circuit. A sense of accomplishment washed over him as he seamlessly linked the circuit from start to finish, forming a complete loop. It feels just like the patterns in a pensieve during meditation. Felix Harp suddenly had an epiphany. He looked at the ring in his hand, disassembled it, turning it into individual runic symbols, then connected them once more. Magic flowed within the ring like ripples in water, embodying an exquisite beauty in its movement and stillness. At this moment, a thought struck him. He wanted to attempt reconstructing the complete scale enlarging charm. Not the amalgamation he had researched with Flitwick, but the true ancient magic. He had already invested a significant amount of time in this magic, and today, inspired twice, once by Flitwick's theory of magic balance and once by the sensation of magic liveliness brought by Granger, he felt a surge of inspiration. Perhaps today holds the promise of success. More symbols appeared. Felix first manifested the known runic components of the scale enlarging charm. A hollow sphere formed, comprised entirely of runic symbols. Meanwhile, Hermione let out a sigh of relief. Successfully completed the first set of runic circuits, she murmured contentedly, gazing at her work. She could hardly find any mistakes, at least not from her perspective. Carve the rest and astonish the professor. That's what the young witch thought. Just then, she noticed a bouncing little entity on the edge of the chestnut parchment, something she was familiar with from her time in the Room of Requirement. It was unmistakably a runic symbol. Hermione hesitated and turned back. "Professor." Her eyes widened, as if witnessing the unimaginable. Professor has brought the Room of Requirement into reality. In Hermione's eyes, Professor Harp was holding a complex hollow sphere, surrounded by hundreds of colorful runic symbols. Moreover, new symbols were emerging continuously, filling almost half the room. Her gaze fixated on the incomplete sphere. A portion of it was missing, resembling a form of art with a beauty in its imperfection, an art piece she had seen in exhibitions before. But Professor Harp clearly did not appreciate this imperfect beauty. He was attempting to restore the sphere. He summoned runic symbols, making them revolve around the sphere's edge. Occasionally, one or two symbols would connect to the sphere as if drawn by an invisible force. It was only at this moment that Hermione realized the sphere was constructed using runic symbols. For a moment, she felt lost. Runic symbols, runic circuits, what comes after that, a runic sphere? Despite her confusion, she slowed her actions, and even her breath became barely audible. One of the greatest benefits of being an assistant in Ancient Runes class was that Hermione could continuously refresh her understanding of runes and push her knowledge to new horizons. Felix Harp, on the other hand, found himself in a magical state of mind. He could rely on intuition to eliminate certain options and pinpoint the correct runes. He attempted to fill in the missing parts. Progress was smooth, but the only concern was that this ancient magic might contain runes he had not yet mastered. The hollow sphere gradually became whole, Felix's confidence growing. He had an intense premonition that he would succeed tonight. Time passed, and the surface of the hollow sphere started to shimmer with golden arcs of light, symbolizing his proximity to success. It appeared that only one rune was missing. However, after 5 more minutes, Felix wiped off a cold sweat. My goodness, could it really be this elusive? Just one rune? One after another, free-floating runic symbols formed a row, continuously flying by him. The air in the office rippled with a hunting sound. Not this one, nor this. He forced himself to stay calm. Even if he failed this time, it wouldn't matter much. He was so close to success, wasn't he? In a state of relaxation, a revolutionary idea suddenly occurred to him. Why not deduce the missing rune based on the existing gaps? His gaze fixed on the sphere's single gap. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He had even analyzed some characteristics of the unknown rune. With the direction in mind, he grew even calmer. The swirling magic subsided. He focused most of his awareness on the Room of Requirement, continuously attempting to construct the rune he imagined. Soon, the first attempt began. An incomplete symbol manifested in the air, barely half-carved before it vanished into thin air. A mistake, try again. The Room of Requirement could only imagine, it couldn't prove. But now, he accelerated his thought process with the Room of Requirement, striving for more time. Unbeknownst to him, he broke the room's operational speed, going from 3-fold to 4-fold, continuously ascending. One could predict that his next few days wouldn't be easy. From Hermione's perspective, the construction of the hollow sphere seemed to stall at the final step. Professor Harp began sketching a mysterious symbol in the air repeatedly, with minor variations each time. A terrifying conjecture formed in her mind: was Professor Harp creating his own rune? What an extraordinary talent! Wasn't she still in the Room of Requirement? Half an hour passed. After countless failures, a brilliant golden runic symbol was finally drawn. The instant it appeared, it was drawn towards the hollow sphere, merging with it. From the gaps of the hollow sphere burst forth a dazzling golden light. Accompanied by a hissing sound akin to metal melting, the gaps slowly sealed, forming a complete sphere. With one hand, Felix held the hollow sphere, basking in its golden light. In this moment, all pressure vanished. He felt a sense of unprecedented delight, as if his body and soul had been thoroughly cleansed. Hermione stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before her. She suddenly remembered an incident from her childhood when she read the Encyclopaedia Britannica. She came across grand names described in beautiful words: genius, great men, heroes, legends. She was young then, struggling to hold the oversized book. She asked her father, "Dad, what's a legend?" Her father gently replied, "Perhaps it's those figures that surpass their era, appearing only once every 1,000 years. They're clever? Or they have powers? I believe it's more than that. History is full of clever people and those with power. Then what is it? I can't say for sure, dear, but at least they're people who, with the recognition and blessings of countless others, ascend to the pinnacle." She didn't know why she suddenly thought of this little story, but the notion was like a seed breaking the soil, rapidly growing into a towering tree. If legends are to emerge in this era, it must be Professor Harp, right? Finally, her perspective on the protagonist of the story was clear. 4 words to describe him: an ancient millennium legend. Chapter 198, Discussion. Felix Harp gazed at the golden magical runic sphere. It appeared that he had succeeded. He had successfully restored an ancient magic, the scale-adjusting charm. This was truly an extraordinary achievement, one deserving of recognition and celebration. He could even write an autobiography about it or be featured in the famous Wizards and Witches cards collection. But the question was this really the scale-adjusting charm? Felix had never seen or heard of such a hollow spherical structure before. As far as he knew, neither had Flitwick. The earliest version of the scale-adjusting charm they had restored together, in collaboration with the former Ancient Runes professor, was a twisted plane. Until now, Felix had never doubted the authenticity, as the ancient magic he had studied consisted of runic patterns on a flat surface. He believed Flitwick felt the same way. They had even discussed whether to put in effort to make the patterns smoother. As for tonight, it was a stroke of luck that, in a special state, he had stripped away the traces of modern magic. He had let it self-adjust and self-evolve, and the result was that it became more and more askew, more and more distorted, and ultimately transformed into a sphere. Perhaps his greatest discovery was the realization of a more stable runic structure. Felix looked at the runic sphere in his hand, feeling an itch of curiosity. He really wanted to find a test subject and see what this thing was really capable of, whether it was indeed the scale-adjusting charm. But the only being standing before him was Hermione. He dared not act recklessly. The flobberworms with sores on their bodies reminded him how terrible the consequences could be if things went awry. Moreover, even without these concerns, he couldn't guarantee what might happen to the young witch if she touched the golden runic sphere, whether she would grow into a 50-meter-tall giant or shrink into a thumb-sized flower fairy. It might even lead to more peculiar outcomes. Though he was indeed curious, he successfully suppressed the urge. The Forbidden Forest had plenty of creatures to satisfy his testing needs. Professor Flitwick's advice still held true. "Professor? Can I touch it?" Hermione asked curiously, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "I'm afraid not," Felix said with a stern face. Seeing the disappointment on the young witch's face, he explained, "Currently, I'm not certain about its effects. I'm worried there might be irreversible consequences." After a moment's thought, Felix transmitted a dispersing intention to the golden runic sphere. The runic sphere quietly melted into a golden liquid and flowed into his body. This greatly surprised him. Almost immediately, Felix took all means to examine his own physical state. Everything was normal. So, he tentatively invoked the magic. Heat emanated from his right hand, and he stared at his palm, where a shallow blue vortex-like halo appeared. Felix infused a bit of magic, and a powerful suction surged out from the vortex, causing chaos in the office. He quickly stopped, deciding to try it in a more suitable environment later. But in any case, he realized the exceptional nature of this magic, likely surpassing his initial expectations. Hermione was also taken aback. She felt as though she had almost been sucked into that shallow blue vortex, and she became a bit flustered. Felix reassured her, "Don't worry, I can control it well." He dispelled the magic, saying in a relaxed tone, "In any case, a pleasantly surprising accident occurred tonight. I coincidentally stumbled upon a magic. That's a good thing. But we've veered off track, now let me take a look at your work. He waved his wand, causing the scattered parchment, quills, and the crooked table to return to their original positions. Amidst it all, Hermione saw 3 golden, walnut-sized sneakoscopes. Curiously enough, she had seen those same sneakoscopes just this Tuesday. This is, that sneakoscope that can target specific people. Felix Harp glanced at it. Exactly, it's a request from someone. Perhaps you'll encounter it again in a few days. Encounter it again in a few days. Hermione pondered the meaning of these words. When it came to targeting specific individuals, the only one she could think of was Sirius Black. She asked in astonishment. Felix feigned surprise and sighed. Well, it's not like I volunteered this information. Headmaster Dumbledore doesn't want me to spread it around. Pretend you don't know, deal? Hermione smirked. Deal? Then she inquired, can I tell Harry? Oh, no. I have no idea how Dumbledore plans to use these sneakoscopes. I'd rather not know. Is that settled? Felix explained. Perhaps Dumbledore would just hand the sneakoscope to Harry and tell him to be cautious. Or maybe he'd secretly hang it in Harry's dormitory. Or, he might simply hang the 3 sneakoscopes at different entrances of Hogwarts. In any case, Felix was only responsible for crafting the sneakoscopes, not their use, and he wasn't concerned about that. Dumbledore would handle everything. Felix picked up Hermione's completed work on parchment. Very impressive. It seems you've truly mastered the runic circuits on the bead bag. Can I learn new content? Hermione asked. Of course, you're fully qualified now. Felix leaned against the edge of the table and scratched his chin. Well, Professor, do you have any suggestions? While continuing to learn new runes or runic circuits isn't wrong, I believe it's best to start by harnessing the power of individual runes. This will help you better understand the entire runic system. That's been something I've been contemplating lately. The power of individual runes. Felix explained, yes, remember what I mentioned? When runes were first discovered, it was because they could temporarily store magic and convert it into magical effects. This means that individual runes also represent a part of magic, not just something you write on parchment and connect into runic circuits or craft into runic objects. If that's the case, what distinguishes runes from alchemical symbols? Hermione thought for a moment and said, Professor, if I understand correctly, does each rune I've learned represent a spell? She couldn't help but count on her fingers how many runes she had mastered. There were about 100 of them combined. If this hypothesis was true, had she unknowingly mastered 100 spells? She hadn't even learned 100 spells yet. If it weren't for her determination to repair the bead bag herself, she could have learned even more runes. It's not that exaggerated, Felix chuckled softly. In my view, an individual rune is simply a pattern that carries magic. Most of the time, those so-called magical effects are just simple things like glowing or generating heat, without much practical use. But there are exceptions. He chanted an obscure incantation, and a gentle white light emanated from his palm. This is a rune you just learned, representing light. It can temporarily replace lumos, and it's quite useful if you don't have your wand at hand. Chapter 199, Ancient and Modern. Hermione seemed to recall something. Professor, was it this magical script you used in last year's public class? No, in the public class, I demonstrated genuine ancient magic. It just had this magical script at its core, Felix Harp explained. He glanced at the time and gently added, we're almost done for today. As for delving into the power of individual magical scripts, I've scheduled that part for tomorrow. You can try it on your own after you return. There's no danger, though it might pose some challenges. Challenges? Felix Harp's lips curled into a slight smile. If I remember correctly, the effect of one magical script I taught you is quite intriguing. I wonder if you can discover it. Hermione felt a hint of resentment. The professor's mischievous streak was showing again. By this point, Hermione had a grasp of the logic behind the practical ancient magical script system akin to the dismantled radios she had worked on. Magical scripts formed the foundation, equivalent to the electronic components within a radio. Both single magical scripts and electronic parts were relatively independent, capable of showcasing their own characteristics. For instance, the heat generated by a resistor, the light emitted by a small bulb, and the illuminating magical script the professor had displayed. These characteristics inherently held no concept of superiority or inferiority, but once subjective judgment entered the picture, distinctions arose. Luminescent characteristics were undeniably more valuable than heating characteristics. And magical script circuits corresponded to the circuits within a radio. By now, magical scripts were combined to form circuits, possessing specific magical functions. Like the burst magical script circuit the professor had demonstrated early on. She still remembered his description of it as extremely unstable, indicating that even single magical script circuits were challenging to stabilize. Only when multiple magical script circuits collaborated could a fully functional magical script creation be crafted, much like her beadwork bag. As for ancient magic, her exposure to information was limited, but she tentatively believed it followed a similar relationship. Hermione thought that drawing this analogy made understanding easier. She shared her thoughts with the professor, looking at him with an expectant gaze. "What do you think?" Felix Harp returned an approving look. "You've summarized it vividly, Miss Granger. For your current level, this interpretation suits well." The young witch nodded. She had encountered a wealth of new knowledge today and needed to reorganize her thoughts once she returned. Once Hermione had left, Felix Harp sat on the couch, his harvest from tonight leading him to deeper contemplation on the differences and similarities between ancient and simplified magic. His prior assumption was that ancient magic was immensely powerful but difficult to control, while simplified magic, although not overwhelmingly potent, was entirely adequate. Its greatest advantage lay in its simplicity and ease of learning, with a lower probability of going awry. Yet, in truth, the replacement of ancient magic with simplified magic was almost inevitable. Simplified magic could essentially be seen as an amalgamation of incantations and spellcasting motions and manipulation of magical power. Incantations represented the power of the mind and could be omitted once proficiency was achieved, leading to nonverbal spellcasting. As for the latter two, spellcasting motions and manipulation of magical power, in most cases, they could be conflated. This was because, in the system of simplified magic, spellcasting motions and manipulation of magical power were intricately linked. Each spellcasting motion corresponded to a method of manipulating magical power, which was the essence of the entire simplified magic system. This approach brought about remarkable benefits. Wizards need not invest extensive time in learning how to manipulate and harness their magical power. This knowledge was naturally integrated into the Hogwarts curriculum. In theory, once you learned the standard spell-casting motions, you were eligible to master most spells within the same system. The reason not all spells are included is that some obscure spell-casting motions have been omitted from the current Hogwarts curriculum. This means young wizards cannot master the magical power manipulation behind these motions. However, if a professor wishes to provide extra instruction, they could spend more time on new spell-casting motions while explaining spells. Young wizards might find these spells slightly more challenging, but they would still manage. It's precisely because spellcasting motions and magical power manipulation are closely intertwined that many young wizards are only familiar with the former, while the latter remains elusive. However, this doesn't hinder their use of magic in the slightest. An extreme example would be, some exceptionally talented wizards can grasp corresponding spells by observing them just once, memorizing both the incantation and the motion. Moreover, when one becomes sufficiently familiar with an incantation, the need for the corresponding spell-casting motion can be eliminated. Everything seems to revert back to the manipulation of magical power itself. However, the majority of wizards never truly comprehend this process. If unsatisfied with the school's curriculum, the Hogwarts Library holds a wealth of resources for young wizards to reference and delve deeper into learning, provided they choose the right books. All of the aforementioned considerations are indeed advantages of simplified magic: easy to learn, self-contained, and with potential for further improvement. This is far superior to ancient magic. Remember, ancient wizards lacked standardized spell-casting motions. Learning an ancient spell meant embarking on an adventure, so they naturally leaned towards mastering magic of a similar type to reduce the risk of learning new spells. Furthermore, the ancient wizardry's apprentice-master tradition, combined with the lack of modern communication, led to severe specialization. Many wizards only mastered a few fire spells in their entire lifetime. Felix Harp's speculation indicated that only when he grasped the characteristics of numerous practical ancient magical scripts and their combinations could he truly harness the might of ancient magic. Even a few fire spells, in his hands, could ignite an inferno. However, simplified magic isn't without its drawbacks. This approach resulted in an inevitable consequence: for present-day wizards, the older the magic, the harder it is to master. This is because some ancient magic inherited the ancient wizard's understanding of magic, an understanding that clashes with the current magical system. For instance, the Patroness charm focuses more on the application of mental strength. Furthermore, its method of magical power manipulation isn't encompassed by the basic spell casting motions taught at Hogwarts. This implies that one would have to relearn several, even a dozen, methods of manipulating and harnessing magical power, which stumps over 90% of wizards. Felix Harp realized this early on and sought to break free from the constraints of simplified magic. He started by delving into books in the library to learn more about manipulating and harnessing magical power. He even attempted to uncover potent spells from various ancient tomes, mastering and controlling them. In truth, this was the path many wizards chose, pursuing powerful magic to enhance their mastery of magical power and understanding of magic. Later, Felix Harp set his sights on practical ancient magical scripts, which he believed pointed directly to the essence of magic, and developed his skills to where he is today. But now, looking at it, are magical scripts truly the essence of magic? In just a year, he had witnessed Slytherin's blood magic, Ravenclaw's memory magic, and Dumbledore's latent talent in transfiguration. Everyone was on the right path, though Felix Harp had no doubt that his chosen path held the greatest potential. If he were to judge now, the essence of magic was one and only one thing: magical power, the innate magic within a wizard. With magical power, the diverse and colorful world of magic flourished. This chapter tied up some loose ends from the original text, though the writing was quite complex. I'd like to hear your thoughts. If you're not fond of this pure theoretical exposition, I'll reduce it in the future. Also, just 2 chapters today. Chapter 200, Trial. In the early hours of the second day, Felix Harp blinked groggily, his head buzzing like he had a stirring ladle plunged into his brain, swirling it ceaselessly. He crawled out of bed and floated lightly to the washroom. His reflection in the mirror was flushed, as if he had just been pulled out of scalding hot water. He muttered to himself, the side effects of the pensieve hit rather quickly. Last night, in order to deduce the fragmented runes on the magical text ball, he forcefully increased the pensieve's processing speed. Now, the side effects had caught up with him. He had anticipated this, of course. Exiting the washroom, he glanced at the deep darkness outside the window, downed a large vial of potion, which quickly soothed the burning sensation, yet he still felt drained. Felix lay on his bed until 10 o'clock. The constant throbbing in his brain left him with no appetite, and even quiet contemplation seemed impossible. He decided to go for a walk, hoping that the cool breeze might help. Unknowingly, he found himself at the edge of the forbidden forest, squinting between the dense trees and Hagrid's hut, torn between choices. Well, since I'm here, why not test the shrinking charm? His curiosity got the better of him. Felix hesitated for only 2 seconds before strolling leisurely into the forest. However, he draped himself in a cloak that radiated a shimmering magical light when he lightly touched his chest, a cloak crafted from the hide of a serpent-like creature on the inside and a dragon on the outside. With Felix's careful enchantments, it bore numerous runic circuits and defensive spells, resulting in a light, ethereal creation. The forest's air was humid and gentle, lifting his spirits somewhat as his gaze wandered. A Tiba warthog, or perhaps a red hat, Felix hoped for. Following a steep stone path, he descended, and suddenly remembered finding a giant spider's pincer here last school year. He had planned to fashion a runic carving knife from it, but it had already dried out, devoid of any magical traces. Coupled with his busy schedule, he had forgotten about it. Rustling sounds emerged, and Felix looked up to find himself surrounded by a dozen massive spiders. Their intentions were clear: they were ready to pounce. Giant spiders. How fortunate to meet you, Felix spoke earnestly. The spiders on the opposite side continually manipulated their pincers, emitting a clicking sound. He could even hear the scraping of their hard, black hairs against the ground. His ebony wand rested casually in his hand, showing no signs of unleashing powerful spells, yet his left hand quietly radiated a faint blue aura. He infused it with magic, swiftly morphing it into a swirling, spherical vortex. At the edge of the vortex, faintly glowing runes could be seen, the embodiment of runic magic within a hollow sphere. The nearest 8-eyed giant spider, about the size of a small elephant, leaped into the air. Felix extended his hand calmly. Above his outstretched palm, the spherical vortex spun vigorously, its internal hundreds of blue magical threads suddenly expanding, enveloping Felix, forming a barrier with a 20-foot diameter. These magical threads spun rapidly around him, weaving an intricate tapestry of magic. The spherical vortex in Felix's hand turned transparent, releasing a fearsome suction force. The eight-eyed giant spider in midair had no chance to resist as it was pulled down. Upon contact with the outer blue glow, its speed decreased, body shrinking continuously. The process lasted less than a second, and then, like a pebble thrown into a pond, it vanished completely. Felix leaned in to examine closely. Within the colorless, transparent vortex, a tiny spider, the size of a mung bean, clung to its massive pincers, perpetually turning in circles. The potent suction had no effect on Felix, but it was very much real and expanding outward. A snap! A massive tree snapped in half, spiraling towards him. As it approached the blue magical weave 3 meters away, it rapidly shrank into a toothpick. Along with the eight-eyed giant spider perched on it, they both plunged into the spherical vortex. It wasn't just trees and giant spiders, even stones the size of heads whizzed toward him, along with soil, dry branches. Around him, a medley of peculiar objects flew in a frenzied rush. Felix Harp contemplated and consciously began to manipulate the magic. The swirling wind around him dissipated, and swaying branches gradually settled. Yet, the remaining suction force of the vortex concentrated on the remaining eight-eyed giant spiders. They somersaulted, flew back in various postures, and were collectively tossed into the vortex. All 12 of them, not a single one escaped. Felix observed his miniature world with great interest. He attempted to halt the rapidly spinning vortex. It obediently stilled, the outer layer of magic returning to the sphere and gently revolving. Now he held a transparent sphere, its interior filled with ribbons of blue magic, stretching freely and gliding gracefully. Inside the spherical vortex the captives, the 12 eight-eyed giant spiders tumbled helplessly. One of them barely clung to the toothpick-sized ancient tree, its large pincers wriggling wildly. Felix summarized his findings so far. First, although he had only tested the shrinking effect, not the enlarging effect, he could confirm it was undoubtedly the shrinking charm. It was not some random concoction, which relieved him and lifted the heaviest stone from his heart. Second, the magical effect was quite dramatic. The spherical vortex provides potent suction. The internal bundled magic expands into a web, shrinking everything. Eight-eyed giant spiders aren't weak, but they're utterly defenseless against it. This means that most creatures in the Forbidden Forest won't stand a chance against this magic. Felix stared at the 10-yard radius, the now bald patch of ground. Even the soil had sunken a bit, exposing moist brown earth. This was the result of redirecting his focus to the giant spiders midway. The effect on magical creatures should be promising. I won't have to worry about being outnumbered anymore. As for wizards, he analyzed inwardly, but then his head was struck by another bout of pain. Hiss! Felix ceased his actions. He surveyed the scene, deciding to deeply analyze it once he had shaken off the effects of the pensieve. Next comes the most crucial part. He flicked his finger, and an eight-eyed giant spider was ejected from the vortex. Under his control, its body rapidly expanded, and after a dozen seconds, it had reverted to its original size. The large spider lifted its head. The ominous wizard was observing it, murmuring strange words. Nothing seems amiss, no deformities, no abscesses. It truly succeeded.